Jokes behind the scenes for days. Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to Topstep TV. This is the opening call. It is Wednesday, September 18th. I had to check my calendar right there. Good morning. It is Fed Day here in America. Hogue, how are we doing this morning? I'm JD, filling in for our guy Eddie, who's taking a spa day. We hope you're feeling better, Eddie. Hogue, how you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling good, ready. It's FOMC day, the day we've all been waiting for this week. Yes, it's the opening call, and our focus here is always going to be on accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient. And I think that's going to be the call of the day is hurry up and wait. A lot of information coming out later on the day. A lot of big expectations. Manage your expectations, and let's just have a good, positive trading day. JD, sure. Always good to see you, and always good to be with you.
Happy to be here, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate that. And welcome to all of you. Thank you for joining us on Topstep TV, the most watched, the most trusted, the most revered futures trading stream out there with the greatest talent and some of the greatest guests. So thank you for joining us. All right, what's happening today? It is Fed Day, like I said. Today's the day everybody's been waiting for the first time in 4 years. What do they say? March 2020. The Fed is expected to announce a rate cut when their two-day meeting adjourns later this afternoon. The consensus is for a 25 basis point cut, but there's a lot of rumors, a lot of analysts out there who feel that the Fed has gotten inflation back on track. They've met their mandate for employment, sort of. So a 50 basis point cut is not really out of the question for a lot of people. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Hurry up and wait, like Hogue said, but the real good nuggets of information are going to come afterwards during Uncle Jerry, I should say, Fed Chairman Jerome Powell's press conference, which starts at 1:30 Central Time this afternoon. During that conference, we're expecting traders and investors to be dissecting every single word he says, looking for clues as to how aggressive the Fed is going to be with rate cuts moving forward. Speaking of rates, the interest rate for the 30-year home loans has dropped to 6.15%. Hogue's going to go over this in just a minute with the eco calendar, but I'm going to jump the gun on him just a little bit. The lowest level in 2 years now for the 30-year home loan, 6.15%. All in anticipation of the Fed lowering rates today and starting to lower rates moving forward. According to data that came out this morning, in the MBA mortgage applications, week over week, there was a huge spike in applications for home loans and refinancing. I'll cover this one for Hogue. The composite index week over week prior 2 weeks ago, 1.4% last week, came in at 14.2%, huge spike. Purchases were up 5.4% and refinances were up 24%. Money all over the place in the housing market right now. And in general, there's a lot happening in central banks all over the world. We've got, obviously, the Fed's FOMC announcement today at 1 o'clock, followed by Jerome Powell's press conference at 1:30. We've got Brazil Central Bank scheduled to hold a policy meeting today. Bank of England, Norway's Nordbank, and South Africa's Reserve Bank are all meeting tomorrow, and we'll have news on those. And we're closing out the week with the Bank of Japan and its rate decision on Friday. So big week for interest rates globally, not just here in the U.S. It's international right now. But Hogue, I covered the MBA mortgage applications for you. Hope you don't mind me stepping on your toes there. But what's happening
Not at all.
With the rest of the eco calendar today?
No, Lacey steps on my feet all day long, so don't worry about that, JD. Yeah, as JD was saying, mortgage rates at their lowest rate for quite some time. Applications really surging on that. 14.2% last week is a 1.4% the week before, as JD was talking about. And we're seeing it in the housing starts and permits as well. Housing starts up, they were expecting, the previous month was 1.238 million housing starts. Last month, 1.356 million housing starts. So the lowered rates is encouraging home buying. Permits were also up 1.4 the month before, 1.475 last month. So seeing some jumps in housing starts and permits. as rates continue to creep to the downside. 9:30 today, we have the Atlanta Fed GDP final, I guess, due out. EIA crude status report is always at 9:30 on Wednesdays. 1 p.m., of course, the FOMC rate decision, 1:30, the Fed chair presser is due out. Reading some articles and a lot of things that people have been talking about, how important this rate cut is. Many are calling this the most important rate call in many years, and I think we can all attest to that. I mean, everybody is just sitting on pins and needles waiting for this information. Is it going to be a quarter? Is it going to be a half? If they cut it by 50 basis points, is that going to scare the market? Is 25 going to be enough? Stay tuned to As the Market Turns, the soap opera of rates continuing throughout the day today. VIX this morning is up a little bit, 17.73, was at 17.11 yesterday. No major changes there. No major changes in the dollar index either. It's down slightly this morning at 100.86, where it was 100.78 at this time yesterday. And the yield on the 10-year up slightly this morning at 3.68%, where it was 3.66% at this time yesterday. So, yeah, lots going on. Probably a lot of hurry up and wait. We're going to take a look at these charts in a few minutes and see what we can see in those charts. But before that, what do we have up next here, JD?
Well, taking a look at what happened overnight in Asia, stocks closed just a little bit higher. We had the Shanghai up 0.49%, the Nikkei up 0.49% also, and the Hang Seng up 1.37%. In Europe, stocks pretty flat. FTSE is trading at minus 0.45% right now. DAX is up 0.1%, and the CAC is down 0.28%. Stocks here in the U.S. pretty flat. It's we're in a holding pattern ahead of the FOMC event. Like you said, Hogue, hurry up and wait. That's going to be the mantra going into the lunch hour when this 1 o'clock announcement comes out.
Mm-hmm.
And that leads us to our tip of the week, which is to educate yourself, folks. Topstep TV. That was our initial inspiration, was to educate and trade live with you traders. But we offer a whole lot more than Topstep TV at Topstep. This is our flagship. I should say enterprise right now, but I mean we've got a website with a library full of blog posts, educational, our YouTube channel, all kinds of videos, old coaches playbook videos, old podcast videos. We've got, like I said, an entire library of information at your fingertips. We do all this for free for you too, folks. Highly encourage you to go out there and take a look at all the resources we have available to you at Topstep, because we are here to help you educate yourself. Hogue, what's your take on educating yourself, staying informed in the futures markets, especially on a day like today, Fed Day?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's the markets are always changing. People change markets change people. People come up with new ways to look at markets, new technical things. I don't think anybody had heard of anchored VWAP until recently. And it's something that I'm learning, and I've been at this actively trading for over 30 years, and there's always more to learn. So, I'm always looking at books, checking out books, buying books, reading books, just to kind of keep myself in touch with what's going on in trading. When new things come up, a lot of the old stuff still works. And when I say works, nothing works every time, and nothing never works. So with the markets always ebbing and flowing and changing, it's so important to keep yourself educated and not just market wise educating. Self-education. I just absolutely loved having Sean on yesterday, the 1 o'clock session with you, JD. I thought it was great. So, educate yourself in markets, educate yourself in self, and that multiplied by strategy brings success in markets. So always continue to educate yourself.
Awesome. All right, Hogue. Without further ado, we're 10 minutes in. Let's take a look at some charts before that opening bell hits us.
All right, let's do that. Let me get things set up here for us. And as always, we like to start with the daily in the S&Ps. December contract, remember, folks, if you are on a platform that does not roll you over, you should be trading the December contract. So while the September contract is, well, while we tested the September contract highs yesterday, there's still work to do. We've got the December contract highs at 57.85 half. Now, there's some space for us to try and get to those levels. Of course, futures still has work to do. Like I said, there's potential resistance remaining around 57.30, where we traded to yesterday, and kind of found sellers up there. And then, of course, at the December all-time high at 57.85 half. Volume and open interest is, of course, because we are in the midst of rollover, going to be very blurry and not very useful for analysis, because the volume is split between the two contracts, the September and the December. We did a lot of rolling yesterday, as I suspected we would. We added 167,000 contracts. When we expire, there's probably going to be around 500,000 contracts that are going to expire and settle in cash. But before that, we always see a big jump in open interest as people try and get their positions moved from the September to the December contract. We talked a little bit about that yesterday and what the big time traders, the big money, is working on now. And that's working on getting a cheap rollover or making money on rolling those positions from the September to the December, which kind of creates sometimes range-bound trade. Well, we saw a lot of range-bound trade yesterday. I think we're going to see a lot of range-bound trade today until the FOMC comes out. And if something comes out that's not expected or freaks people out, of course, as we always say, ACH, anything can happen. Anything can happen. Keep that in mind, particularly after 1 o'clock. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Get things scaled here for us. So that was our look yesterday above that 57.21 quarter previous all-time high, the September all-time high. We failed to maintain price up there. As soon as we gave up that VWAP yesterday, the market really just started to come into sellers. And I think that 57.30 to 57.35 is going to be a difficult level. If you look at the December chart, there's a million highs up there. Every time the market has come up to that on the daily chart, on the December chart, it has really had a lot of trouble getting through that. It will, make no mistakes, break out through that at some point. But I'm looking at that as kind of a more of a resistance level off the daily chart. This 57.30 to 35, that's where we put in our high yesterday. And then the market kind of turned around. So where are we today? Overnight inventory is flat. We opened right about, let's just call it 57.01 quarter. That's a rough estimate. And we're not trading that far away from it. So there's no real overnight inventory. What do you think traders are doing? They're just sitting here idling, waiting for the FOMC meeting. Yesterday's profile was a double distribution trend day to the downside. And you can see it right here. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so we can see a distribution of time and volume on the upper extreme of the range yesterday. Very little volume. Single TPOs moved us down to a new area of balance down below. Okay, the market is set to open in between the high volume nodes in the lower distribution and the upper distribution. That has a tendency to create what I call, and what other people call, and what Dalton calls, repair. The market is likely to trade to one or both of the high volume nodes from the upper distribution of time and volume, and or the high volume node from the lower distribution of time and volume. I've kind of marked loosely where those are. 57.21 quarter. Well, that's the September all-time high. That's the high volume node from yesterday. The market did take a lot of time and a lot of volume, a lot of trades, a lot of contracts changed hands at that level. Makes sense. It's a visual level. The market broke and then started to go lower and set up a new area of time and volume. That volume node is 56.94. So if we're going to come into repair, keep those numbers in mind. Remember, lower volume high volume node 5694, and higher upper high volume node 5721, the all-time high in the December contract. Because we're opening in the middle, be patient, look for opportunities at those extremes, and then of course anything can happen at 130. Always interesting when the market opens between the high volume nodes in a double distribution trend day. The market is seeking what direction it's going to go to, and it has a tendency again to trade to either one or both of the high volume nodes of the distributions of the double distribution trend day. Hopefully that's kind of clear. All right. NASDAQ. Well, the NASDAQ is nowhere near all-time highs, of course. It is, again, in rollover, so we know we've got rollover to deal with, and the market is really kind of falling into a fourth day of potential range or balance, and that is a tendency of rollover. Of course, that could change at any time, and 1 o'clock, 1:30 today, maybe that is going to change at that time, but we know that the longer time frame traders are working on getting a cheap or making money on this roll. Directional activity is not on their minds, but they will get forced into it, especially with something that could be as impactful as the FOMC meetings today. Volume and open interest, not going to be helpful. We did add 4,100 in open interest yesterday in the NASDAQ, and a lot of those, again, are probably going to expire and settle in cash. We'll keep track of how many of them actually expire and settle in cash. On Monday, we'll be able to tell you how many actually do. But again, range-bound activity. We're expecting range-bound activity at least until 1 or 1:30 today. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. So again, very similar to the S&Ps, little to no overnight inventory, maybe getting a little bit long here. But watch for the inventory adjustment that move back towards settlement if there's no directional activity that occurs off the open. It's a hurry up and wait kind of day, it seems. And we've been saying that yesterday. We've been saying that today. Yesterday, I think we really outdid ourselves as far as the range in the day type that we actually put up yesterday. And again, the profile in the NASDAQ is a double distribution trend day. We balanced early. We rejected that area of balance, seeking a new area of balance lower. You can see the high volume, the low volume, the single TPOs, and the higher volume lower. Well, we're opening in those single TPOs between the high volume nodes of the upper distribution and the lower distribution. The upper distribution, I've got kind of loosely put at 19,775. The lower distribution, the high volume node there is approximately, let's call it 19,661. These are general areas. They're not finite numbers, but write them down because they may provide decent opportunities if the market is going to fall into repair, which means the price could visit one or both of those high volume nodes today before the FOMC meeting. Try and stay, again, patient today. It is a hurry up and wait kind of a day. Let's take a look now at crude oil. Crude oil. So in the medium time frame, we've been putting in lower highs, lower lows. We just put in a recent low last week. This is, of course, the November X contract. If you have not moved over, you're going to need to move over to the November contract. We're not seeing tremendous volume here yet in the November contract. I mean, just looking at this, looks like volume is really drying up on a pullback to an upper against the trend. So this is really because of the amount of volume that we didn't see really come in yesterday when this became the front month. I mean, the volume was obviously higher in the November contract yesterday, but we didn't really spike it yesterday. So when we do see a market that in a longer time frame is in a downtrend, and we see a trend in the opposite direction in short time frame on lower volume, those opposite moves tend not to hold up. Of course, anything can happen, especially in the geopolitical situation that the world is in right now. Of course, we lost 2,400 in open interest yesterday. And I think we probably scared out some shorts, and we'll take a look at that in the profile here very shortly. So again, volume and open interest is going to be very blurry because we are in rollover. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. So yesterday, we had a pretty decent up day, but the volume was low. We lost open interest. That says, well, that means probably we lost a little bit in open interest, maybe some short covering up near this high that we put in yesterday. That's in a short-term uptrend that's opposite the longer time frame trend on lower volume. Thinking, that this rally, this short time frame rally that we've been in, is beginning to feel a little bit hollow. Last night we got seriously cheap. We got seriously short in overnight inventory. Much of that has now been reconciled. The market just opened. We're inside the range, but below value from yesterday. So watch for value acceptance, which could bring us up to approximately 30.76 if that happens. And it was kind of a P-shaped profile yesterday. So with the loss in open interest on a P-shaped profile, if I were able to depend on the open interest, I would say we squeezed out some shorts yesterday, and those shorts are when shorts have to get out, they turn to buyers. Once they're flat, they take buying power away from the marketplace. I don't know what's going to happen here, but again, this is a move contrary to the bigger trend on lower volume. The fact that it's rollover, this market might just kind of find a range and go back and forth inside of that range. We don't know what's going to happen, but if this weren't rollover and I was seeing that kind of volume on a short time frame rally and a longer time frame break, I would be calling this a bear flag. We'll see what happens. Let's take a look at gold and we'll get down to business. All right. So obviously, we know gold has been putting in higher highs, higher lows. Gold has been in an uptrend for quite a long time. Yesterday, we saw a pretty decent pullback in that on some decent volume, but not great volume. We lost 5,300 in open interest yesterday. That says to me on on a not impressive volume and the loss of open interest, we had some longs decide, you know what, we're going to take some profits on this. We can always get back in if things change, and things are always changing. Open interest lower equals long liquidation on a down day. So we took some of those positions that were in profit. We lightened up on them is what it looks like yesterday. Volume was higher, but not tremendous. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. So yesterday when we opened, I think the first thing we did was one of the first things we did was we traded right back to settlement. Any overnight inventory that was short, reconciled. The market turned, looked into the gap that was left middle of last week, and we were unable to close that gap. What doesn't happen, ladies and gentlemen, can be as important as what does happen. I was looking for this whole gap to get closed. It did not. The market kind of found some buyers here. Settled at 25 to 92 in the gap. Overnight inventory is long, in range and in value. Try and stay patient today. Watch for some sort of, if you are looking for longs, I would be hoping for a potential adjustment in inventory to better levels to look for longs. One thing that strikes me about the gold here is we have the 200 session moving average, which was supportive yesterday, supportive last night. And we also have the 50 session moving average, and we have the 100 session moving average all in play on the 30-minute chart. When they all kind of converge like that, it usually tells me that there's very little directional activity at this time. So be cautious, looking for breakouts. And if now that I've said that, if you're cautious looking for breakouts, I miss breakouts all the time. We've got a little bit of a range here. We were unable to close that gap. I'm looking at this 200 session moving average as potential support. But when they're this tightly packed, it's saying that the market is seeking new information. We've been rallying for quite some time. We've been consolidating up here. Market's looking for new information. Moving averages converging. Ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breath. Make sure you remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And by all means, every day, pray for peace. Let's get down to business.
Thank you, as always, Dr. Hogue, for that excellent analysis. Stick around, folks. We got a big day of tradertainment coming your way. Coming up next on Fast Markets, we've got Nick Fortick and Deanna joining Hogue and Andre. After that, in Power Players, we got Andre Dolby, and Fatima is making her triumphant return to Topstep TV. Make sure you stick around for that at 11 o'clock Central Time. After that, we got the Shoulder Tap with Ben and myself. David Green is here for group coaching. He might stick around for a little bit for the FOMC announcement. Not quite sure yet, but he's definitely here for group coaching. We're going to pin that form in a little bit. Make sure you get some questions in for David Green. After that, we've got FOMC. We've got the Topstep TV crew. We're going to be going through the FOMC announcement together. We're going to be watching the Fed chair's press conference starting at 1:30. Andre Hogue, and myself will all be there walking you through it step by step. Stick around for that. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, David Green, Coach Dakota, and Hogue. I love it when David Green and Dakota get together. They are a dynamic duo. They do some great trading, and they usually make a little bit of money. All right, Hogue. With that, we're going to take a short break. I'll meet you over by the water. Meet you by the water cooler, as Edwin would say, and we'll catch you guys in just a few minutes.
Welcome, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are on this globe. This is Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. FOMC Day. Oh, man. What are they going to do? There.
And we're off.
Markets are open, Hogue. I'm looking at the S&Ps right now. A little selling out of the gate. Seeing about that. We're down about 6-7 points. Hogue, what are you seeing in equities?
Well, I'm just going to bring the S&Ps up here because it fits on the screen.
Perfect.
Yesterday, we had a double distribution trend day. We just opened right in the low volume and the single TPOs. This usually leads me to believe that the market is going to trade to one or both of the high volume nodes on both extremes. Already heading towards the volume node here in the lower extreme. I've got that kind of set loosely at 56.94, and that's pretty close to the overall volume profile from yesterday. But if we'd start to base there, I could see the market turning back higher and coming back up to the high volume node in the upper distribution. This is setting up as a repair day. One or both of the assumed points of control in these distributions are going to be touched today. So right now, there's a big opening range too. It's like a 8.7 point opening range. I'm not doing anything. The market is opening in range and in value and in a repair area. I have to be patient to look for better trade locations. NASDAQ is the same way. I mean, it's the same story. Here's the double distribution trend day yesterday, upper distribution, lower distribution. I've got the lower distribution kind of high volume node at 19,661. Remember, these are all zones, not finite levels. And then the kind of a point of control in the upper distribution, I've got up at 19,775. We're right between them. We're right in an area that didn't get filled in yesterday. It's filling it in today. This is a typical opening of a repair day. Stay patient, look for opportunities as the day goes on and as the range begins to get set prior to the FOMC meeting. You don't have to do anything. It's FOMC day. Maybe wait till later and maybe you'll find a good opportunity.
That's smart. Thanks, Hope, for that. D, how are you? I haven't seen you in a minute. What are we seeing here in these markets? Yeah.
So we obviously have crude oil that did a bit of a recovery rally over the last few days. I am looking at the open below value, not itching to trade that much. Obviously, we have inventories, we have FOMC. I did pass a couple of combines, so I don't know, I may just kind of sit it out. But there is an interesting development here where we have an overlap of London high and value low from yesterday. So if we can stay below 69.66 on crude oil, I might have a good short, but obviously I want to see what happens when initial balance is over, and just to see what they want to do with it. Some danger of value acceptance as always, but just looking at the bigger picture, yesterday we went all the way up to the weekly average range high, and pretty much to the tick started to reverse from it. So, I've been trading crude oil quite a bit again, and it's been pretty nice. So we'll see whether we're going to keep that going. But having said that, it's FOMC, it's inventories day, Wednesdays, and not that great. So we'll see what happens. But for now, I'm going to stay patient and just watch some of these levels of interest that I've got for some reactions. And if I see something super obvious, I might jump on it, like a failed auction or something. If not, I'm going to stay patient.
69.66 got the level there. And the crew, keep an eye on that. Nick, for a tick. What's up, my man? How we feeling? What are we looking at? Thoughts on the day upcoming?
I mean, it's FOMC. We are in the absolute middle of balance. If we go back a few weeks, looking at ES, there is not a whole lot to do. It's basically at the center of the point of control from this. If you've been watching my show, the balance range from hell, as I've called the last few weeks, just an area where we've kind of just been ping-ponging. Unless you're Nick Dolby, you probably have had a bad time executing trades, taking money off the table. It's just kind of been a hot mess, and something to watch today. Obviously, it's FOMC. I have no interest in trading this. I took a $15,000 payout with Coach Dakota last night on slow markets.
All that.
So, I've paid myself this week. I don't really need to trade again today. I probably will take some small scalps, try to be out of here, trading by the end of fast markets. But something interesting to watch for FOMC, just about every big bank, every analyst out there, I know we always give them some crap because some of their projections, some of their forecasts are just god awful, but every single major bank is forecasting a 25 basis point cut, with the exception of Mr. Hurricane himself, Jamie Dimon, for some reason, and JP Morgan are coming in at a 50 basis point cut. So just, the lone dissenter there. I'm curious to see who is right. I'm still in the camp of 25 basis points. Makes a lot of sense. If it's more, I think the market as of yesterday was still pricing in 50 basis points as the majority. I'm not sure if Jack or JD or anyone behind the scenes has seen the updated projection since the open, but that is kind of what I'm looking for today, is going to be popcorn, having a little fun, and enjoying watching the shenanigans that is the FOMC.
Yeah, we'll talk to. Go ahead, Hope.
I see the big man is here, so I'm going to step in the back and contribute what I can contribute, and look forward to seeing everybody later on.
Awesome, Hogue. Thanks for everything. Yep, jump in whenever you see something coming through. Take care, Hogue. It is FOMC day today, folks. We're going to be streaming it live, door to door.
El Jefe here.
El Jefe.
The man with the fabulous hair is here.
Well, let's hear that microphone. Do a microphone check again. Check.
Just do it again. Hold on.
No, tap on your microphone.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yep. Here we go.
Check.
MP, I'm going to send
right.
you a mixer for this.
Yep. Hey, 76% long in crude oil right now. It's jumping around me. Average price in the longs is $69.46 in those longs. Last trade in crude is $69.53. Got gold. Gold trying to figure out, do this $2,600 level. Last trade, $2,600. Looking at the NASDAQ, last trade in 19,693. Seeing some sellers. All these markets seem to try to be figuring out what to do with these big fat round numbers. S&P's trying to figure out what to do with 5,700s. And it is FOMC day. MP,
What up?
it's the Super Bowl trading today. How pumped are you?
It's like you're waiting for the halftime show, unless you're actually a fan of the team in it. Yeah.
I like that. Well, we do have the house account open, and if you're just joining us, D.
Oh yeah.
Nick's saying it's FOMC day. We're going to be very, very patient. It is rollover, so still split with some volume between SEP and D's. Again, December is the front month in the S&P's, NASDAQ, and the YM. Gold as well. So,
Deanna,
what's up,
how you
Michael?
been? I haven't seen Deanna in a hot minute. How you been?
That's what I said.
Yeah, I'm all right. We're trying to sell one of the houses, and it's just making me so tired. So that's why I'm drinking Celsius today.
Oh wow, we're not even sponsored yet. And
No, so I saw it in one of the. Yeah, so basically one of the delivery food companies that we use, they had them. So I'm like, we don't really have it like in shops and stuff. And I said, oh yeah, Celsius, let me try that. So yeah, let's see what that does. But yeah,
what do you
all
think?
right. No.
You got to get one of these American-made huge Topstep TV cup that hold like
Super
Yeah,
a ton.
yeah.
Big
I need
gulp.
one of those.
Big gulp. How do you still
I
get
do have
those?
like a small tumbler and a big tumbler as well,
I've
but I need to get like a bigger one. So yeah.
I've got about 20 of those sitting in my house, Nick. If you want one, we can figure out a way to send you those.
Yeah,
D, what do
send
you
one.
think about the Celsius? D, what are your thoughts? How's it taste? How does it
I
make you
literally
feel?
just took a sip, so it's quite nice.
What
It's
flavor?
peach vibe. I like it.
There you go.
It's peach vibe, white
peach.
peach. Yeah, so it's quite nice. It's not super carbonated, so I do like that. I like that it's got green tea in it as well. The only problem is taurine. Every time I see an energy drink with taurine, for some reason, I'm one of the people where taurine makes me very sleepy. Like it doesn't matter how much caffeine I have. If it has taurine in it, it's going to make me a little bit sleepy. It's like so weird.
Interesting.
Opposite to everybody else. Yeah. But yeah, so far I really like it. So, I'm probably going to be bouncing off the walls by the time I finish this. So we'll see how it goes in a couple of
Dee's
hours.
ready
Good
for the
TV.
crude inventory. She's gonna
Oh,
YOLO
Yes,
full
I'm
port
pumped.
right
I'm
as the
pumped.
news is coming
Let's
out.
do it.
Her
Yeah.
favorite number, her favorite economic release of the week. Anyways, if you look at the top of the chat, you'll see the
You have yours,
Topstep
Andre?
daily levels. What's up, Michael? What do we got, buddy?
I want to put your cup up.
I actually have the white one right now. I got the green
Oh,
ones.
yeah.
And
Nice.
I know. I will. It'll trip people out. Maybe I'll go grab one and let's step away real quick. But yes, got Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. I got them open. I know these guys have them open as well. We'll be referencing them throughout the day. Again, last trade in the ES 5701. We just entered into zone 2. 5,700 quarter is settled. So keep an eye on that as we go through the day. In the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the hashtag Fast Markets. You know the drill by now. Go to Twitter. Hit us up at Topstep. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. Send us some cool things you want us to share with the community, whether it be your trader station setup, your cool tumbler, your cool Vieta you got, swag.
Ooh, good idea.
Dashboard analytics, funny memes. And you just want to share with the community. Positive stuff only. Here we go. Pull up in the chat. Kick it off. Preferred morning drink: water, tea, coffee, energy drink. I'm a tea person. Earl Grey for me.
You're missing a Bloody Mary in there, but sure.
Brett, this is the trading floor. Was that the drink of choice back then?
You know what? Every morning I go to series before I go into the pits by myself and sit down and order a egg breakfast sandwich. But there'd be about 10 guys, easily 10. I'm not like a bunch, 10 sitting there already at 6:45 in the morning with a drink in front of them at the bar. Ceres is the goddess of grain. It is the bar that is in the basement or the main floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. It is also known to have the strongest drinks in the city of Chicago. Period. They'll give you, if you order Jack and Coke, they'll put all Jack in there, and they'll give you, open up the Coke, splash, and they'll hand you them both. A can of Coke that they just put a splash of old Jack.
Yeah, I was working at one of the prop firms in London, and we had the guy who was kind of running it doing other things as well at like 10 o'clock in the morning. So not just drinking. So that was interesting. Yeah.
Wow.
Tuesday.
That's a long day.
It's time to get it. I don't see the tumbler in the shop, Valerie. I'm not sure that tumbler is in the shop just yet. That was just for team Topstep. I'm sure there's a way.
Special item. Yeah.
Special item indeed. But yeah, Nick, I'll talk to you off air. I think I can get you one.
Yeah. All good.
All right. 76% long in crude. Deanna, we're looking at that level $69.66. I think you like shorts beneath $69.66.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
all right. Last trade $69.63.
If we accept value, there is a lot of space up to 70.50 and then further up into 71.40s. So yeah, for now, I'm just watching this level. If it starts to break down to the upside, I don't really want it because I don't think I have a very good way to limit risk unless we kind of pull back and, create some structure. So I do want shorts, just looking at the way things are. But if I don't get them, I might wait until much later in the day until we creep up to some more relevant levels where I can kind of snipe some shorts from.
Snipe some shorts. I like it. Nick? Any levels in particular you're looking for?
We're kind of in I think Hogue was mentioning the double distribution that we had yesterday, especially on the Z contract, which I have now rolled. If you have not, I would say volume is more than enough on the December contract to be focusing on that for your trading. So, for me, I'm looking to kind of use 7-11 as a pivot for this morning. 7-10, 7-11, kind of the bottom of yesterday's like 30-minute opening range to kind of use as a pivot today to guide me a little bit more. I think I'm still looking for kind of shorts towards the top of that range, potentially to go retest, yesterday's lows or maybe down to 56.85s. But otherwise, yeah, we could easily fall back towards the top end of that second distribution and go kind of clean up the early part of yesterday's session. So I'm going to be sitting on my hands. We're in the middle of that range right now, so there's not a whole lot to do. I'm also watching the tape a little bit to see if we get, what the market loves to do on event volatility type days, which is hedge just in time. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do get any sort of weakness here in the early parts of today's session. Do we see a bid in the VIX? Do we see some put flow kind of coming in on the 0 DTEs just as a just-in-time hedge before POWELL? So that's something I'm going to be kind of looking for on the SPX options today too, just to kind of see is the market going to hedge with downside on a single day volatility type move. And then, we see this pretty often on FOMC where, if there isn't a big sell after, the announcement and Powell starts talking, those hedges tend to decay, they come off, and then we shoot to the moon, which is pretty normal for FOMC. So something to watch today.
All right, cool.
Nick, if I can, you were talking about basically a repair day, the market goes and finishes up any business in both distributions of a double distribution trend day. And the volume in the December is officially twice what it is in the September. So folks, make sure you are trading the December.
Nice.
Yeah, yesterday I think we were about split right at the bell, and then as the first hour came in, it was more than half. So I rolled, which is kind of unusual. I usually would roll Sunday night because the volume kind of shifted towards the end of the Friday before, but we didn't see that this week, which was just kind of weird. I don't really know why. So I rolled kind of, yesterday, probably around shortly after the opening bell, and just kind of sat on my hands for a little bit.
Rollover is
I had a riot
not an
yesterday.
exact science.
Yesterday, I did all of my lines and, everything on Topstep X on the V contract because that's what we had. And then just as I was about to start the stream, it rolled to X. So it's like, so now I had to like spend another 15 minutes like dragging lines to the new levels and stuff. Damn it. But that's how it is, It's it rolls. The volume was bigger and it rolled. So,
Being across the pond, it's election year for us. You guys hear anything about us? I know everybody thinks everybody's talking about us, but no.
Incredible.
Elections.
Yeah, election years are always a bit weird because it introduces a whole bunch of uncertainty into the markets, right? So you can either have odd years where everything goes crazy or super quiet years where nothing is moving. I've gone through a few of those already.
You guys keep your ear to the ground on what's happening over here as far as
I mean, obviously our economy and our Bank of England closely follows whatever you guys are doing. Yeah. So they have to keep a pulse on whatever the American, you guys are the biggest economy in the world, there's no doubt about it. So whatever you guys do, we kind of follow like a little, puppy dog, kind of like, oh yeah, what did they do? Let's do the same. And you will notice that every time the Fed cuts rates, we follow, like pretty much like step by step, it's like crazy. So yeah, we're definitely aware of what's going on over there. Maybe not like if you ask, someone who's like, I don't know, doing, you ask a nanny, it's like, what do you think about the American elections? Yeah, probably they're not going to be that interested. But generally people are aware that there are elections and that Trump is in the running and, everything might implode or get better. We don't know. However, they do, like the journalists and stuff, they make sure that there's good coverage about what's going on across the pond. So,
yeah. Speaking on this side of the pond, Chicago series. Who here lives in Chicago? In chat right now, who's living here in Chicago or around Chicago? Because on Friday, why don't we do this, Andre? No?
Scary. Series is scary.
Westy goes, someone join me for lunch on series on Friday. Westy, I got your lunch.
Oh boy.
I got your lunch and 50 other people. So if we get that many people that go in there, series on Friday, we have guys from the office that'll go down there and say hi. But either way, if it's just you, Westy, I got it. And we'll
order filled.
I still have a tab there. You have a tab.
Yeah, you do.
I'm not going to give you a number. You do. You just go in there. You don't have to pay. You just go, hey, Michael, blah, blah, blah. It's like a club. So if you guys are there and you guys want to go, we'll announce this, but it'll be something that Topstep will pick up the lunch for the folks that go.
Very generous.
Kind of fun. You guys all get to know each other anyway. Shoot the breeze. There's a Topstep office there on the 42nd floor. It's the top floor. It's the very top floor that has offices. Yeah, it's very top floor that has offices. So we started from the bottom. Now we're there, so to speak. Wow. We started from the bottom floor. Yeah, you like that?
Who sings that? Who sings that song? Good job.
Kid Cudi. No.
Spitting Drake. All right, let's get back to these markets. MP spitting some Drake this morning on FOMC day. Will they do 25 points? Will they do 50? Hey, Nick, you're saying Diamond is still, or I guess JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon was the only one calling for 50-point basis cut? Or yeah. And everyone else is just saying 25?
Yeah, that was the word around Twitter yesterday when I was seeing some of those bank forecasts being posted by a few people. So yeah, it just seems like whoever the analyst is under Jamie Dimon was still calling for 50 basis points. But I mean, the odds are still showing that. So the Fed funds futures traders, for some reason, still believe that. I don't even think there's been any jawboning by the gaggle of Fed speak that we've had the last few weeks that even says that, unless I've been misreading or misinterpreting what they've been talking about pre-blackout period as well as, even the early parts of this week.
Okay.
I'm not an analyst, but my money would not be on 50 basis points personally. That I think was, I would have a hard time seeing that, but who knows? That's why I'm a trader. I don't really care. I'm going to trade the aftermath.
Yeah. Unless they're trying to play catch up with the fact that they kind of completely mishandled it.
But then my logic would be what died behind the scenes that warrants them feeling like we're already late and we're screwed.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
they work in mysterious ways. Yeah. For sure.
MP, put on your analyst hat. How much basis point cut are you calling for?
50.
50. Oh, there you go.
25. 25. Do a little bit. You got to put a little bit of you got to make it not hurt a little bit. But you got to make it impact a little bit.
Run it. Yep. Front
25. I think if 25 comes out, they're going to be like, wah, and the market's going to sell off.
I think it sells off either way. 25 won't be enough, and like Nick said, 50's what's broken. Either way, 25 won't be enough. And 50 points will be like,
unless it's 50 and they basically with the dot plot kind of said like, no, that's pretty much it for this year. Like they're just going to front load it. They're going to feel like, that's still soft landing and we can kind of make it into the end of Q4, early Q1 post-election and kind of see where data sits. But at least I don't know. I could see that too. The dot plot is probably more interesting than whatever the number is today, is how they're forecasting for the next 6 months, a year.
That's what Jack was saying. I think you and Jack are on the same page with the guy. We'll have Jack in here in a little bit. He'll talk to us. We see what Fed Watch. Fed Watch tool. It's still yikes. They're still calling, still saying 50 basis point cut, 61% probability that they cut by 50. Well, we'll see. Anyways, let's get back to these markets. Still pretty quiet right here. Only thing on tilt I'm looking at is crude, 79% long. The crude from average price $69.56. Last trade $69.71.
All right.
Whoa.
We're going to make this happen.
What's happening?
What happened?
Everybody, I'm picking up, Topstep's picking up $1,000 for lunch at Ceres. I'll be there. Be there at noon.
Hell yeah, Hoagland. Hell yeah. All right, there you go.
Right.
I guess my invite must have been lost in the mail.
Oh, yeah. You want to jump on a bird? Dallas to
Hoagland, you're going to be there at noon. This is Ceres. Ceres is the bar/restaurant. Excellent food in the Chicago Board of Trade, 141 West Jackson Boulevard, the very beginning of commodities trading. Started with grain being dropped off right there, right? That's what they always say, something like that. If that is true, Hoagland, yes. You can get a story from John Hoagland down there, meet and greet, and we'll have some of the team stopping by, and we'll probably do a little video and some content and share it next week on here. But Hoagland's picking it up, guys.
This goes back to the days when my dad worked on the floor and he'd send a runner down at 10 a.m. down to, then it was the sign of the trader, but he'd send a runner down to bring a whole box of gin and tonics up onto the floor. We're doing that on Friday. See you at noon.
There you go. Hell yeah, Hoagland. All right, cool. Very, very cool. Right. Guys, the one and only, the legend, John Hoagland, founding team of Topstep, been here with Topstep since almost the day we opened the doors. And he's going to be
that chopped salad. Yeah, chopped salad and a drink.
The chat's telling me with my payout last night to just charter a jet to come to lunch.
Oh, you're talking,
there you go.
Nick.
That would make great content. If you want to move into the influencer world, you could do a slow-mo onto your plane.
Nick there you go. Yeah, but I get out of a rented Lambo, walk onto the tarmac.
Go rent a Lambo.
If you can't find me, I'll be the guy wearing Birkenstocks.
Yes, he will.
Yes, he will. Hoagland, I give you permission to tell the story of you and I on a good Friday afternoon, evening in Ceres.
All right, but you got to be there to hear it.
Yeah, that's an in-person story.
Exactly, guys. So all those Chicago folks, even if you're not in Chicago and if you want to drive up or wherever you're driving from,
oh yeah,
chartering a flight from Austin, jump in with Nick
All right. No, anyone taking a trade? D? Any trades? Nick? Anything?
No, still waiting. Still waiting.
Right,
It's kind of
pre-market,
trying
but
to
no.
accept value. Yeah, it's trying to accept value.
Mhm.
So we'll see what happens. But right now, I don't really have much on the cards. Like the value acceptance, I'm not really that sure about for the longs because of the way that, like, just how much we've already come up. It's time for us to have a bit of a, breather. And then if that wants to go into another screaming high on the back of the inventories report that we have in about 40 minutes, so be it. But I'm not going to be on it. So yeah, we'll see.
All right. We're in patience mode, discipline mode.
Yeah.
Hands in the butts right now.
Just so we
MP,
get
what? Go ahead.
Do really
on the
quickly,
butt.
Dre, just so we get a head count, so we can move on. Just so we get a head count, who here has like a 90% chance they're going to be going? Just to kind of get a sort
do.
of head count. Throw
Yeah,
that. Okay,
90%
Andre's going to be. Oh, Andre, you're going?
90% chance, yeah. I don't know if I'll be doing reversal challenge. Maybe I'll do reversal challenge for the folks. I can stop through for lunch, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's a great
If Hogue
idea.
will have me. If Hogue will have me, I'll go.
Here's an
I really want
idea.
that chops.
Here's an idea.
I want that-
I got
Tipsy
you, Andre,
reversal
I got you.
challenge after
Oh, boy.
lunch.
I'll hit alt I.
Right.
I'll hit alt I before I
Real
start reversal
traders.
challenge. Yeah. I won't know which way's up, which way's down. Yes, I'm gonna try. I'll try to stop through, say hi to Hogue. Saw him last week. Always, and I keep always shut up about that chopped salad. It is so good. Haven't had it in a minute. All right, taking a look at gold here. Gold finally beneath $2,600. Last trade $25.95. Crude
I'll be
hovering
having a
around that.
liquid lunch.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
lunch it is.
Whatever. We're going to get good content from it. So make sure you guys are
Yes.
feeling it.
Look at a content machine here. All right, last trade in the Dow. I think Dow made all-time highs yesterday. When air horn. Yesterday was air horn. Last trade in the Dow, 41,918. All-time highs yesterday. I forgot what the price was. It was about 42,000. All-time highs in the Dow. ES chopping around. NQ chopping around. MP, with equities are chopping around right now. Perhaps we take a peek at some other markets. What do you think?
I am whatever Nick and Deanna are thinking, and our team, Levels team, if they have conviction going on over there. I'm just a guy over here clicking buttons.
Just a choppy mess. ES on the lows, NQ kind of in the middle of the range. Stuck.
Indeed.
Chop
Dow was
TV.
selling off though.
Hashtag this.
I would like to see crude oil at 70 and see what it does there. If we do like a failed auction from there, it might be a short. So I'm definitely short biased on crude oil, which could be either a great thing or a terrible thing. We'll see. But yeah, that's one of the levels that I'm watching. It has been reactive in the past, although yesterday we kind of overshot it in favor of the average weekly range, which was a little bit higher. But it could still be a level of interest today. So if we try to go into value acceptance and then run into some orders there and we can't quite go above it, and we fail the auction, that would be a higher probability trade. But again, not super high probability because it's in the middle of value that we've accepted. So a little bit slightly sketchy on that side. Really, I would like to see it all the way up over the value high and, up into the 70, 60, 71s, maybe even 71.50s for further shorts. But we'll see. It's still very undecided. I think they're just waiting for this report to come out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we do have EIA crude inventories in about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Obviously, as Dee says, storm and teacup. And we do make a joke about it. If they're way, way off, and I mean way, way off, we might get some movement.
Yeah, then you can get a trend.
Yeah. But it's going to be way, way off, and the market has to digest it correctly or it actually moves.
It has to reprice. Yeah, it has to reprice. It's like, what? We were wrong. Okay.
Yes, we were wrong. We were wrong. We were very, very wrong. Yes. All right. The wheels are in motion behind the scenes here for a Hogue Topstep TV meet and greet. Friday. Serious. Chicago Board of Trade right there. First floor.
If you guys haven't been there,
Walk in the lobby, take a left.
Yeah,
You can't miss
it's
it.
just so cool. They spent a lot of money building buildings back in the day. Marble walls.
Yeah. Very ornate. Beautiful building. Yeah, go check out inside
London
the
is constantly building. London is just one big building site. It's disgusting now.
Are there cranes everywhere,
money.
D?
Yeah. Everywhere. Like literally there's roadworks. There's never, roads that you can actually get through without roadworks. There's like huge buildings popping out left, right, and center. Yeah, it's horrible.
There have been roadworks for Chicago when 2008 financial crisis was happening. I had a kick-ass year in 2008, and I bought a penthouse condo in downtown Chicago with cash and sat on the roof. And yes, I said roof. And then Andre came over, and I kicked my thing up. Why is this? Like Andre looked at there, where he's like looking out into the vastness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think you counted 17 cranes, right? Something like that. Yeah. 12, 17, something like that. And he turned and was like, dude, we're not in bad. There's nothing going. If these people are making bets, blah, blah, blah. Like that was also a great time to buy real estate. It was also great, all that kind of stuff. So during the 2008 crisis, you saw all the cranes in Chicago putting up huge skyscrapers. So if you see cranes in putting and building and construction, that just means there's people investing, which means there's growth, which means somebody thinks that these bad times or rough times are going to be, in the rearview mirror fairly soon, and they're going to be in a really good spot. So that turned out to be very, very true. I remember that, Andre.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing over here. It's very big business over here because London property prices are crazy. And just as you think, how much further can they go up? They go up even more. And it's like not just by a little bit. We're talking 50%, 100%, 300%, 500%. It's like, what is going to... So naturally, people just want to tear down old buildings and just build a whole bunch of flats and apartments, as you guys say. And it's a lot of cash, for sure. So I get it. Yeah. It's just a little bit annoying that it's like always building something. So I'm looking forward to getting out of London, to be honest. Had enough.
Order filled.
There we go. Boots on the ground. Boots on the ground in Chicago and London. How's it going in Dallas, Fort Worth, Nick? What's the scene like out in Dallas? Yeah, can you give us a field reporter from
Dallas? Dallas is interesting. I mean, you've seen a lot of companies go to Austin, go to Dallas, move HQs. Like Toyota moved their US HQ to Frisco, so a little bit north of where I am, and built a monstrosity campus up there. And I know more companies are doing that. And also, you're starting to see. I mean, I know commercial real estate's kind of been a little sketchy since post-COVID, with some of these buildings, I think, selling for pennies on the dollar compared to what they were even purchased for in 2015. But Amazon doing the, whatever you want to call this, a soft layoff, a forced attrition by employees quitting themselves that were remote and don't want to come back to the office.
Is that what's happening?
Max 7 World is taking the first step to, I mean, let's call this what this is. This is getting people to quit without having to pay them severance. The only thing I did is Amazon talking about removing a layer of middle management, which if you've ever worked in Mag 7 or you ever understand, Zuckerberg was talking about this a few years ago, where you have middle managers that are pretty senior, 15, 20 years of experience in the space that don't do anything but just report up the chain. Like they don't add any value. They don't really manage. They just kind of are paper pushers at the highest paid type levels. So they're talking about removing that layer too and getting people back in the office, which I do respect and do like, but I do think this is a way to get a lot of employees to quit themselves because nobody wants to go back in the office 5 days a week.
Is that how you're looking at it? Because when I saw the headline, I was like, holy cow. I was like, no chance you're getting 5 days a week, people coming back 5 days a week, everybody? Yeah, you got to get your managers. I know a lot of people that are still working at AWS and Amazon and other places, and they just badge in and go home because that's what the reports the managers may get is just, hey, who's actually badged into the corporate office today?
Kidding.
Yeah, so it's not a good situation. It's not a good way to when you have senior leaders that are still working remote and living in places like Jackson Hole and other parts of this country and are running remote meetings and then showing up to the major HQ hubs like in Seattle for someone like Amazon, once a week or every other week because they can travel and do that type of thing. That's different than saying, go into the office 5 days a week when your teams are all over the country.
Interesting.
Good.
They're
Interesting.
Forced fire.
Can we go into a brief market review? I just want to point out a couple of things that have happened in the equity.
Go for it, Hogue. We're still stuck.
I know, right? So where we open in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps, and Nick was talking about, this is probably just going to be kind of a repair day where we're going to try and check into if there's anything left at the upper and lower distribution. Well, this morning in the opening call, I said, I would probably look at the lower distribution if we got down to around 56.94. Well, currently our session low is 56.94.75. What about the NASDAQ? We looked at, this is probably an area where the market might check to. There's the points of control there from yesterday. And I said, 19,661 would be a kind of an interesting level for the market to come down and check to. Now we got down to, we didn't take out the overnight low, but 661 is, 667. That's the point of control from yesterday. We could call that a check of the lower distribution. Now the markets, I'm really interested to see if we get a full repair day, which would bring the S&Ps up to 57.21 approximately. Remember, there's no finite numbers in trading. These are zones. And that we could see the NASDAQ maybe rotate back up to 19,775 as long as we hold these lows. Our overnight low in the NASDAQ was 65.75. And that's really close to that kind of point of control that I was looking at. So as long as we hold that overnight low in the NASDAQ, I think we got a pretty good chance of rotating back up and checking if there's any business left to do in those upper distributions. Just wanted to put that out there, and we'll see how that plays out for the day. Even if we're not trading it, it's always good to just see how things play out as you plan them. So we'll see how that plays out for the rest of the day. Thanks, guys.
Stuff. Yeah, thanks, Hogue. All right, upside target 19,775 in the NQ. Again, Hogue said we've got to hold these overnight lows. Overnight low 19,657. We're about 40 points above that last trade, 19,691. Just moving around on me a little bit here. Upside target is 57.21 in the ES. Again, Hogue said we got to hold these overnight lows. Overnight low 56.94.75. We're about 3 points above that. So interesting spot where the S&Ps lie right now.
Filled.
Look at the crude kind of drifting higher, making a run for perhaps $70. Last trade $69.80, about 20 cents off the highs there. Gold just trading sideways, stuck at that $2,600 even level. All right, I'm peace. Fade the extremes here. I'm looking. We've got nothing until maybe 61% long in the ES. I don't see much of anything right
Let's do
now.
a poll. I want to do a poll real quick to get an idea if the office 5-day work week is. I don't think there's a chance it's going to come back. But I don't know.
Maybe for
I don't
the
even know
banks.
how to do a poll on this.
Maybe the
I
big
know
banks.
Topstep. We have like 170 or 150. I don't know exactly the count. People on our team. I think there's 2 guys in the Topstep office, right? And you know both of them, Mick and
JD, isn't?
Yeah.
I always think that
nobody
the
else
whole,
wants to-
you have to be in the office. I think it's a matter of management mistrusting people that work for them. They're like, you have to be here. It's like 90% of the jobs you don't have to be there. Maybe if you're like a doctor or, you work in service.
Yes.
But yeah.
Digital, if it's digital, yep. Like honestly, like Big Brother, you can see everything somebody does. Everything's a footprint. Here, you're going to be on our platform, the company's platform. This is how you communicate. Whether it's email or chat, and you're going to do outbound and inbound calls through our platform. You get to see at the time that they're having those outbound and inbound calls. So if you care about tracking without just like seeing if an employee's sitting at a desk, then like work, digital world, if you're a digital company only type of deal.
Yeah, there are tools, to monitor workers if you want. But, at the same time, it's like a lot of people like to do work, especially like in the software development and stuff. I found that they actually do better when they're left to work their own hours and, you're not badgering them all the time with useless meetings and stuff. So it's like, I don't know. I think that some companies are a little bit short-sighted that way. It's like, you have to be in the office 5 days a week. It's like, why? Why?
Well, we're finding more talented people because we're able to reach into Des Moines, Iowa. They can't drive to Chicago. Back in the day, I'm like, hey, our talent pool is Chicago and the surrounding suburbs. Okay. And we talk to HR. I'm like, well, that's who we have to choose from. And now you can choose you get candidates from all over, and you get opportunities, to people that wouldn't have them in a big market, or don't live by a big market or big city or whatever. And I met a lot of the new ones in our Lake Lawn, our company retreat last week, and it's just like super passionate about trading, super talented and all that, and you got some of that in Chicago all day long, but like you just get a more diverse, bigger
pool of candidates. Definitely,
they check off more of the boxes and all that, and then so I'm finding it. It's for how about this for Topstep? It's working out really well because all of our key performance indicators, our metrics that we do bonuses on, all that kind of stuff, they're really tied to things that we can that again you digitally do or projects that are seen. And other than that, I mean, it's not like we're digging ditches and laying down foundation and all that, which I get construction and all that. You have to be there. So I don't know.
Yeah, obviously there are certain things where you have to be on site. Like you say, construction is one, being a doctor is another, even though some of the consults can be done over the phone. But if you're a surgeon, you can't really do that from your home,
All right, new lows.
New lows. Should we buy one?
Lows, yeah.
Here we go. Look at tilt.
No.
55. No, I faded. There you go. Quick 20-point pop right there. Q. Maybe is this like gonna be like yesterday, Nick? Just fade the extremes, or obviously it's pretty much a no trade for the time being, but we're always looking for opportunity.
Yeah, it fade the extremes. I don't know how much we're going to move going into Fedness Day. We shall see. I'm looking at options activity. It's all over the place. There's nothing. There's not much to do here. I'd be looking to potentially buy, 56 in the 5680s if I was going to try to do anything right now. Otherwise, trying to fade back towards, 5710s. I would imagine it's a range bound day, at least until 1 p.m.
Wow, just a quick snap.
All right, so if we're gonna go back to yesterday when Dakota was saying consolidation, aka range bound trade, that right there, the lows all the way down to the 47s that we just sold off to. Mm-hmm. Made new lows on the day. There was your extreme move. Now it just kind of sucked its way back up to the 90s or 80s range wise. I'm looking at 30 minutes.
There's no follow through. You're gonna need the volume for follow through, and right now, obviously, if you look at the volume bars, they're tapering.
Why do you need volume for follow through? I just started trading yesterday. What does that mean?
Wow, Michael, you just started trading yesterday. Well, volume create.
Some on Twitter have said that I just started trading yesterday, which is fine.
There you go. Well, volume, I can liken it to surfing. Volume creates the waves, and we need waves to surf. So when the volume pushes markets one way or another, that's how we get on board the moves. No volume, no waves. No waves, no surfing.
Big wave, lots of moves, right?
Big wave surfing off of Portugal, Michael. I can see you surfing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go out to Big Sur. I'm surfing with your brother, actually.
Yeah, Half Moon Bay.
Not Big Sur, sorry, and Half Moon Bay or whatever. I'm getting lessons from his buddy.
Catch a wave, bro.
Straight out to Big Sur.
Anyways, all right. Well, I know we got some news here from my man James. James, market's a little quiet right now, so let's get to some news. Let's see what we got. James, good morning.
Good morning, Andre. Jack is out, so you're stuck with me today. So I know how excited you are for that. So let's get into the news. Out of British Columbia, a couple has won $5 million through the mega lottery jackpot. And before claiming their fortune, they did something that is cut from my own cloth. They stopped by McDonald's for breakfast. They said this money is going to change how we live, but it won't change us. My favorite quote from the article is from his wife. She says, "I got upset because I forgot to give him the coupons at
Order
McDonald's."
filled.
This is after winning $5 million.
Boy, that coffee, Michael.
Got to save it when you can. And speaking of high tickets, a man out of Savannah, Georgia was fined $1.4 million for a speeding ticket for going 90 in a 55 zone.
1.4 mil? Nick.
1.4 mil.
Nick's face.
Yeah, Nick
I have been guilty of that ticket driving, on like the 8 in Arizona in a construction zone and probably going like 80 in a 55. It wasn't $1.4 million. So
One
something else here, I hope, James.
Million. Yes, a representative for the city of Savannah explained the jaw-dropping figure was actually auto-generated. It's a placeholder by their new e-citation software. They said that
placeholder
penalty. It's a placeholder, right? Yep.
That's how you give someone a heart attack if they receive that type of bill in the mail.
That's exactly what the driver
My life
said.
is over. Yeah, you find that next to
that's not ideal. Whoever did that.
Nick, you might have to take a payout for that.
I mean, I might have to. I might have to go back and work for somebody like Amazon after something like that.
5 days a week in the office for this.
I'm going back to the office.
Nick, send us videos.
The only way to get this changed, because you'd either have to pay it up right or show up in court. They did say that the ultimate penalty would be determined by a judge, and the actual fine would not exceed $1,000. So, just a quick heart attack. Something cool from Pizza Hut. Didn't think I'd say that. You can get your resume put on a Pizza Hut box, and they will send it to potential employers.
There you go.
In the New York City area. That's right, New York City. Known for their love of Pizza Hut.
That is. Yep. They do have to come out and say our pizza tastes like cardboard, like Domino's did, and then turn the pizza around, not the box and all these added little things that they wrap around. The pizza needs help. Big time.
If you need to do this, I'm going to disagree with the Fed and say the labor market is probably not as strong as they say it is.
There you go. Oh, wow. That's good. Yes.
Pizza Hut they do note, our lawyers want you to know Pizza Hut cannot guarantee that a resume would be delivered to the employer. A candidate will receive an interview or you will get a job or be hired. But you can always say you put your resume in a pizza box. And finally, the last thing I have for the news, a story I can't believe we haven't been following till now. That's right. New Zealand's Bird of the Year contest has crowned its winner, the rare smelly penguin, the hoi. Now, I don't know if you know about this competition, guys. It was featured on John Oliver's Last Week Tonight a couple years ago. And he helped rally the Puteki Teki, endangered bird of New Zealand, to win Best Bird. And as I was reading up on it, I thought that'd be where this story ends. Did you know this contest has become a lightning rod for scandal, from crowning a bat as the winner in 2021 to accusations of Russia interference in 2019 and claims that Australians attempted to rig the contest in favor of the shag in 2018.
Nick.
The shag being a bird.
This
is cool stuff, Nick. This is Bird of the Year. We
Bird of the Year, Nick.
We wake up every day. We wonder, when is
I
Bird of the Year going to
get
be
felony
crowned?
speeding, $1 million tickets. I get pizza on a resume, and I get Russian interference in a bird contest. What a morning.
That's
Fed
the
day.
way the news goes. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, James. And really quickly, while we're on some wacky stories, Dee, tell us about the Dolce & Gabbana dog fragrance. How's it going? Are the dogs loving it? Are the dogs jealous of the one that's getting all the fragrance? How's it going over there?
Yeah, so it's great. Astrid has turned into a little posh bird. If we're gonna use some
Very nice.
some Cockney language here. She did like it. It's got citrusy top, and it's actually alcohol free. So it's not gonna hurt your dog or anything. It is a nice fragrance. So I don't know whether it's gonna last that long. But again, you don't want your dog smelling very strongly of some musky cologne for all day long. So I think they've done a very good job. Would I actually buy that again? I'm not so sure, but I could see it maybe more in like posh grooming salons where they do the finishing spritz on the dog. It would be a very nice scent, because sometimes those scents are a little bit off and you're like, well, okay, that's a bit cheap. But this one is actually pretty classy. And if it wasn't a dog, like if I didn't know it's a dog perfume, I would mistake it for like just a nice, musky, citrusy perfume for a human, So it's pretty nice. But Astrid has turned into a bit of a
Diva?
demanding pup now. Yeah.
Diva, yes.
She started calling me butler as well. She's like, you're my butler. I was like, really?
Really? Please make sure there's ice in my
She is a
water.
diva.
I don't drink room temperature
She always
water
has ice
anymore.
in her water.
Oh, really?
She
Well, I
doesn't
wonder why
drink. She won't drink tap water. She only drinks bottled now, and she only wants a Highland Spring water.
Right. Wow.
See, that's how you
Straight
introduce
from the
classism
Scottish
to dogs.
mountains.
I love
That
it.
is a classy dog. Absolutely.
Hey, we're down here on our lows.
Just-
If we're talking about a consolidation day, and I'm a trader, just started yesterday, and I'm like, hey, consolidation day, thanks for letting me know. Now we're on our lows right now. Shouldn't I get in? Right now, we're on our lows. If you're testing a strategy on this being consolidation, this is where somebody would look at it, right? On the areas of the extremes or on the low or the high of the range.
So here's the thing. For now, we don't really have evidence of consolidation. We have a hypothesis because we're inside value. We know that it's FOMC day. But for me, this is still making lower lows. However, it's very spiky. So we have the previous candle that went down all the way. I'm looking at a 30-minute chart, by the way. So let me change platform. So when we're looking at a 30-minute chart, we have a spiky candle, right? I call them spiky candles because it's got a massive buying wake. And then we went through that. That can be sometimes an evidence of the beginning of the range-bound day, but for now it's still making lower lows. If you look at where London low was, we are now below it. So one worry that I have here is that we're going to get that offload of institutional positions ahead of the release, and you can't really predict that. And they don't care what levels are there; they will just dump, right? So I wouldn't be banking on the inside day bringing us the range-bound day until I see at least like 2 or 3 little soldier candles. So, one down, one up, one down, one up with all the bodies that are very, very similar, which is what we had yesterday, right? So if we go yesterday, this is what yesterday looked like. So that's what you're looking for. And ideally, you want to have an extension of the initial bounce that fails, that you can then go, okay, so that failed. We're not going higher or lower. Now we have the reference for that. Like the thing with range bound days is that it takes time for them to become like obvious to us. And I don't like jumping into them unless I have good reference areas, which I don't. We have the point of control, which is sort of the middle of value. And we have London lows, which might be supportive for like stop run through London lows, then a reversal. If that happens, then we have something. But for now, this is just making a lower low. So we have a hypothesis, not quite seeing that in the price.
One thing I want to point out in the equities, we're expecting a range-bound day, but all 3 of the equities, the NASDAQ, the S&P, and the Dow, all have left their opening ranges at the dead-ass high of the day. Not a good note. Not a good sign.
Yeah.
Not a good sign if
for longs.
Not a good sign, meaning the sellers are in control.
Yes, from the open.
Okay, from the open. Poll. Let's do a poll in chat. What are you guys thinking in chat? Something about lower, higher, something around here. I don't know. Is this market?
What was that? What was that? What did you want the poll to say?
I'm just trying to get somebody to help me out with poll questions.
Lower, high,
You sound like my husband.
Yeah.
Sound like my husband was trying to explain to me some actors. Like, that actor from that movie? Like, yeah, can we just do a poll on that? Something like higher or lower?
Yeah, that was incredible.
I swear to God, I do that to my wife. Like, what do you mean? I'm like, you were there yesterday. I was talking about it yesterday. We talked.
That's incredible.
Surely you must know. Yeah.
Are we trending lower?
High.
Are we trending lower? Something of that nature. Are we or is this an extreme of consolidation? Or is NASDAQ? Let's just talk NASDAQ.
Keeping an eye on the crude here.
If we can count it on Delta at all during rollover, S&P Delta is negative 4,400 right now, and the NASDAQ Delta is negative 2,300 right now. So congruent with direction, aggressive selling is pushing price lower.
Hey, Michael, what was the John Jones joke that you really liked that you caught your eye?
I want to start grabbing jokes of the day. John Jones, you made me laugh. That was hilarious.
What was it? What was it? Lifeguard?
Lifeguard.
Let me see. Lifeguard joke.
Yeah, the lifeguard. Right here it is. On Andre, he tagged you. My bosses hated it when I worked from home. And then it was quoted by a washed up lifeguard.
Michael, that really got him good. That really got him.
Well, we were talking about washed up traders yesterday.
I love it. Good job, John Jones. You got MP.
Yeah, that's one you probably can't work from home on. Yeah, you're right.
Yep. All right. We're still pushing a little lower here. Yeah, go ahead, D.
5 minutes till that. 5 minutes till the inventories report.
Okay. Let's take a look at expected here for EIA crude oil inventory. Negative 0.1 million barrels. Okay. I mean, they could definitely be wrong on this one. That's a very small number.
Yeah.
We've seen a 12 million one way or another.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's like, we're expecting a draw of 2 million. It's like plus 12.
Yeah.
I think get that wrong so much.
And then it rallies.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Yeah.
Go figure.
But that's kind of what we want. We want them to be wrong so that we get some sort of a move out of this. But yeah, so I have some data points that sort of at 70, 70-40. But it's all like a 30-tick zone sort of thing. So yeah, I'll see what they want to do with it. But now it's trying to kind of fail the auction, but we also have a bullish engulfing on a 30-minute chart, which is sort of in favor of longs still. And yeah, they're just not doing very well. We need that catalyst now to push this one way or the other. But like Nick says, usually when you have these sort of releases, you're going to get an algo spaz first, and then we can look at the opportunities after.
Beep, 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 beep. Crude inventories in about 3 minutes.
Thank you, Hogue. I like that.
Thanks,
Hogue. He's out today. He's out today. So we got the human sound effect machine, Hogue, in the house. Hey, quick update on that poll. Pull a little recap on the poll. Will the market move higher, lower, or remain range bound? Quick 300 votes in like about a minute or so. Lower, 43%, range bound, 34%, and higher, 21%. Pretty kind of evenly distributed. Lower for the most part. With that being said, we got 3 minutes till EIA crude inventory. So let's go to my man, JD. JD, we got P&Ls and payouts. Let's go. What up, JD?
What's up, guys? All right, let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. All righty, at the top, Anthony carved up the NASDAQ for 13 grand yesterday. Nice job, Anthony. Rafa, number one on the leaderboard, number one in your hearts, too. Added another 10 grand to his live account balance, trading the ES yesterday. Pastor was really mixing it up. He was trading the Russell, Micro NASDAQ, and Micro ES for a total of exactly $5,000 in profits yesterday. Tough to hit that number right on the head. Big, fat, round number. Next up is Karina. Nice day trading gold. Karina pocketed $3,500 worth of the precious metal yesterday. And our old friend Eddie. Another winner for Eddie, trading the NASDAQ, $3,354. All right, I'm going to update an overlay real quick, and while that is updating, how about some payout numbers?
Ooh. Yesterday?
From yesterday.
Total?
What do you think the total from yesterday was?
$650,000. Probably way off.
Are
we calling that the over-under?
I'm going to say 730.
What was the number yesterday? Like 1.4 million, $1.2 million yesterday? 650.
Close to 1.4.
Yeah.
More than 1.3.
I'll say 650. Nick's taking the over.
Okay. Yeah.
That could be because a lot of the funding team was at the company retreat though, too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, was that a
little catch up
Thursday and Friday ones?
Okay.
Are we calling yesterday an anomaly? Is that what's happening?
Well, I don't know.
No, it's not. Yeah.
It just might. I'm just thinking, maybe was that like 2 days worth of like the usual average?
I think you're onto something.
Yeah, that would skew the stats. Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Well, here's what happened yesterday. Here are Tuesday's payout totals. 825.
Whoa. Okay.
442 payouts. Average payout of $1,868. Still pretty nice.
Sure is. These numbers are going up, man. Good to see.
Up and up and up.
Money. Yeah, they are. These markets are not easy. We've been in the range for a while too. We just roll over. Like, well done.
Well, I'm starting to see if you like put your ear to the ground on the Twitter world, people are posting more about taking payouts. That's becoming a lot more common. So kudos to Nick who did that on air yesterday, but also who's setting the example for everybody else. who's trading well, that you need to pay yourself. And we see too many people, too many traders, and Mick will get on here in the risk management department. They'll call people. You're absolutely crushing it. Your account's getting large. Why don't you take a payout to kind of encourage them? Some people just don't take payouts. I'm just going to keep letting it build up. You don't need to let it build. That in the world of like investing, sure, yeah, investing. You're not taking payouts and withdrawals from your investment account. But in the world of prop trading, this is where you got to get your head around. Go ahead.
Crude inventories minus 1.63 million barrels. They were expecting minus 200,000.
Yeah,
A little deeper
so they're
drop.
off the mark. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's popping a little bit, up about 30 cents.
I'm not sure
Chat
it's a
also
big enough
pointed out
difference.
a 3-bar reversal in the Nasdaq on the 5-minute chart.
There is. Okay.
Long story short, when you're a prop trader,
It's
you
rolling
take
over.
payouts. You don't leave money in your account. You leave enough money in your account that if you went on a cold streak, you can weather it. But you don't need to ever leave a lot of money in your account.
Yeah, and I made that point last night too, as I was taking the payout, that why it's important to do that, as well as like I've had so many situations where I've let the balance creep up another couple thousand in each account, a little bit higher, don't realize the payout, and then you have 2 or 3 bad days in a row, and then you're kind of kicking yourself for not saying, well, I could have realized, let's call it 20 grand, and now it's like I'm struggling to even keep the account solvent, like it's almost to zero because I had a few bad trades, bad days, and then you're starting from ground zero again. So nobody wants to do that. That's why it's important to at least pay yourself, take some money off the table, realize your cost. Obviously there's a cost to, trading on Topstep. There's the activation fees, there's the combine fees. And if you've never taken a payout, what are you doing? Reimburse some of the investment that you've made in this education in the markets.
That's the whole reason why we do this in the first place. Take payouts.
Music vibe. Will Topstep be joining the straight to funded trend? No. It is.
Here you go.
I'll tell you why. Why are you guys jumping? Like, why are you trying to go to like, oh, I instantly want to be instant. Come on, instant funded. You can get funded in 2 days here for $49. Or you can go pay $800 some new fly-by-nights that's pitching some whatever. Now, I give you my word someday, but I don't think so. Talk to regulatory attorneys and all that. No. Prop firm, we evaluate your trading. That's the first phase. Proved it there, you get to the funded phase. You don't buy your way into the funded phase, because if you start doing that, you're like, what are you doing here? Is it the prop firm or is it something else? And if it's something else, it's added scrutiny. It's not good for the space. So all this instant bullshit, if you want it, then you're the same person that bites on all those FOMO like sales that drop 98.2% off. Stop it. Just go to one place and just make it your home. You can get funded like in 2 days. People are like, well, when are you guys going to change in 1 day? We're not. When are you going to slow down?
One day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone wants everything right now. Right. This is the culture that we're living in now. It's the instant gratification thing.
It's creeping into, yes. Thank you. I'll let you go on the rant, but yes.
Everybody gets a trophy.
Look at how Nick's trading. Nick's on the top of the leaderboard. Look at how he talks. Takes his time. Methodical. Blah, blah, blah. The instant I want it now, people, like, you're giving, I don't want your money. Like, Topstep does just fine with the ones that are methodical, smart, dedicated to trading, and patient. Like, the impatient ones, get rid of that gambling FOMO. Like, I'm going to miss it. I need it now. All that crap. I mean, that's how fast food industry started. I mean, you're like, okay, well, I can get my food fast. Was it good for you? Go to McDonald's every single day. Google that. You think it's good for you? Like, delayed gratification is really, really good both to build your discipline, but also to build your account and to build longevity. So if you're looking for instant, if you're looking for the next promo, if you're looking, then it's just like you're missing the forest through the trees, and you're not trading. You're not even starting off being a good decision maker. And trading, you got to be a good decision maker with risk management, all that kind of time. So do it yourself. Do it where you want. Yeah. New
He's biting his nails.
New marketing word. You know what it is, Andre? Remember when you said 7-minute abs, and you're like, they're going to come out with 6-minute abs. You know, right?
Yes.
And like, hey, I don't want to wait for my rice to cook. Let's get instant rice. You know, like, you're buying into marketing.
I got a
giving them a
question.
shitload more money. You're giving.
What's the difference between that and a brokerage account?
Yeah,
isn't brokerage instant funding?
Yes, and that's exactly why it's going to raise so much scrutiny for the space, because it's not prop firm anymore. It's like, dude, you guys are idiots. You're making it into this, and then you're charging $1,000 to open up to get out of here. Get out of here.
Great.
$49. Take it nice and slow.
You have to look
get a
at the
free
leverage.
Yeah.
So the leverage
free reset
offered,
each
right?
month.
So you pay what, $49 for a 50K equivalent account, because it's not the same as putting, because I've seen some people going, oh, you can just put $3,000 in your own account and, it's the same. It's not the same, because you can't trade one full lot, 2 lots, 3 NQ lots on a $3,000 deposit. That's like, you can go and just read about maintenance margins and things like that. So that, it's immediately bigger leverage, right? So you pay $49 to get access to $2,500 of capital. So what's that? I mean, it's a lot of leverage, right?
Yep, J Chill, we get a free reset. Every rebill that happens, if you broke a rule right now, you get that. But we are allowing you to bank those if you don't break rules. Coming up here in less than probably, I think they moved the date on the launch. It's October, late October now or whatever, but you'll be able to bank a reset. So $49, you can come in here, and every time your rebill happens, for $49, you get a reset that gets banked. Or you can be like, I want it now, and go pay $800 to wherever that company is that talks a racial slur, and that's on Twitter. The CEO of that firm's already on an apology tour. And you're like, if that's who you want to go to, go. I have no problem with that. But you need to make that decision, and then shit or get off the pot is what my old man used to say. Like, make a decision. Like, move on.
Nick smirking. Nick liked that one. MP, I got a question for you. Thoughts on Robinhood entering the future space?
Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Nobody over there, in my opinion, understands the world of trading. And it's the coolest, in my opinion, because they're doing spies and trip queues and all that kind of stuff. And you're like, why are you doing that? Trade the actual index, like the index. So futures is going to explode. It's already exploding. Go ahead, Nick.
I was optimistic. I want to see what they do with like the order book, because Robinhood has kind of changed the way they've with just mobile trading in general. And I know everyone kind of cuts their teeth on Robinhood with options and things, which is probably not the best thing for new traders to learn. Futures could be better. So I'm curious how they're going to take a mobile interface and maybe put a little pressure on all of these charting platforms that have mobile apps to make it very user friendly, like how MP did with the Topstep X mobile interface, on your phone. So it looks and feels the way your charting platform does. So I'm optimistic to see how they will build out that type of thing. Also, I want to look at their spreads on the order book, because I know that's how they make a lot of their money. So I'm just curious what may happen when, it's an incredibly liquid ES contract that you're trading on Robinhood, and if that spread makes sense. So that's my eyeball.
Do you think the liquidity's volume's gonna increase now? I mean, now Robinhood users, I wouldn't consider them traders quite yet until they get. I think a trader is somebody who can get funded. They actually have trading skills. That's just me. Do you think
it's just money?
They're most likely going to have to do what AMP and Tradeovate and others do, which is like you have to keep margins low and you have to be ready to auto liquidate positions very quick. But then you can steal, I think, a lot of that market share from the Tradeovates, the AMPs, and some of the others that have like those, $500 ES day margins.
I remember going to AMP's risk managing room when I was talking to AMP when they were in Chicago, and they had the risk management software they kept their margins so low, and don't quote me on any of this. It's kind of what my eyeballs are like. We're seeing they keep margins low, but they have risk software that shaves you out of your position. And the risk management software is so good that it just shaves you before you get your overnight margins. And it's so if you have a 10 lot on, shaves you all the way down to whatever you can handle for overnight. And that's kind of how they controlled themselves. I don't know if that's the truth or not, but that's kind of what it was explained to me a bit on how they manage the risk to keep their margins so low. You have to have an auto liquidation function that gets them out of their position, and also have good agreements with them to say we're gonna shave you out of your position whether you like it or not, if you're gonna hold into the close of things. I don't know if
will Robinhood be selling order flow of futures?
Well, he has a good question. What will their commissions be? I mean, because it is much, much more expensive to trade in the futures world than it is in any other world.
Like I said, I don't know. It just will be interesting to kind of see how they develop, because most of their traders have never traded futures before, and there's a reason it wasn't offered on their platform. They really did become a investing and option platform for, I think, a lot of retail traders. So futures is a whole new world for them. I'm curious. I'm just interested to see it, what they do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would imagine their commissions is how they're going to be making money, as well as maybe, I mean, who knows? I don't want to speculate.
Interesting, good stuff.
It's an interesting time though. When does it launch, or has it launched? I'm not following the story.
They have I think the announcement event is next month. I believe they have an announcement next month, and it's pretty widely speculated that they're going to be launching futures. But August 6th, August 8th,
tons of new business in. And everybody's going to get woken up to the world of futures, which is the best asset class.
Welcome to the party.
Jack's going to have so many great Wall Street bet stories to show us, with somebody like over leveraged with 20 lots of NQ getting their account liquidated.
Oh man, yep, growing pains.
Overnight margin.
We're all going to learn together.
Topstep does not sell order flow. We do not sell order flow.
No,
because we're a prop firm. We're a prop firm.
Yeah.
So we see everybody's trading, no matter the minute you step in here to the minute you're trading on a live account. We see all your activity, just like every prop firm would do. Andre, you had a risk department that was back in the corner of your prop firm, closed doors, never knew, but they were watching every one of the traders that you were around, you're friends with on the trading floor.
They always knew our positions. They knew our positions. They knew if the firm was over leveraged one way or another.
Yep.
Maybe they even hedged. Maybe they even hedged to offset some risk. If
the firm is managing their risk while they're managing while they're watching the risk of the traders that are managing all their. It's the greatest layering in the world, where you can see an individual that manages their risk, evaluate them, bring them up to a funded level where now they're motivated to keep that account, keep managing risk. Your risk managers are watching that individual trader who's technically a risk manager of their own account. And then we're getting watched. The prop firm is getting watched by the brokerage firm that we have all of our accounts with. The brokerage firm is getting watched by the CME, who's watching that firm, that brokerage firm's risk. And I don't know who's watching the CME, but
Market Watch, S&P's NASDAQ back to the opening range now.
So,
I'm short crude oil from 69.95 with one of my combines.
Nice.
Okay. 69.95.
Yeah.
Ooh, wow.
I was stalking 70s to see whether we got a weakness, and then if you see here, it popped back up. So I figured I'm going to try this because they're struggling. And I had the hypothesis that 70s are going to be a strong level. So for now, it's working. But again, it means nothing until it reaches target. So we'll see.
All right, I see some buyers here in the NASDAQ as well. Last trade, 19,720. High of the day, 19,736. MP, or Nick, for a tick, thoughts on perhaps a trade idea up at the highs here? We do, I mean, small
potentially,
size.
if we're going to make the range bound play. And Q's does look pretty bullish here, but coming off kind of the overnight lows and has been pretty much bid since. Initial balance, it was down near, 645s? I don't know. I'd like to see ES a little higher before I'd be looking for a short.
Yes.
We are in the dead center of the range pretty much on ES from the entire morning. NQ a little more bullish, but it kind of has held up a little bit better than ES did so far for this session. But looking at the volume profile, this looks very D-shaped, range bound so far to start the day if we're looking at my screen there. So yeah, maybe fade the edges, but back towards maybe 710s.
Okay, MP, got a trade idea here up at 730s. Up in the NQ, perhaps a little guy, a little short there. And Nick likes
when we were talking about the consolidation down there, the low was 47 thus far. It did not make a new low. It traded down to 50 and kind of rallied off that ever since.
Yeah, so now you have two data points to work off of. You have the highs and those lows at the 50s. So that's where you will be looking for trade locations to fade the move.
We did have that 3-bar reversal in the lows here in the NASDAQ as well.
Yeah, but the bullish engulfing from that was massive.
Chopping
look
it
at
up,
that.
talking
It was
technicals.
huge.
I like it. All right, MP, keep an eye on this NASDAQ here.
It was like 48 points, 48 handles for the bullish engulfing. It's like...
All right, MP, here we go. What's up, MP? You got something on your mind?
No. We got 5,000 watching here, and there's 8.5 thousand watching on Bloomberg Business streaming each day. We're gonna beat them. We're gonna beat them, and I hope it's gonna be by the end of the year. Like right now,
like
Bloomberg Business News streaming, Bloomberg Television, right here streaming. I'm looking at it over here.
Bloomberg.
8,005. Mm-hmm. So what do you watch every day? What do you listen to every day? You got to be thinking about that. I've been watching CNBC and Bloomberg my entire trading career. Tried Cheddar out for a hot second.
Cheddar.
Yeah,
Cheddar.
that was. But they're all investing channel.
They tried
to
to
get with
they're on the
trading.
floor. Yeah.
They were on the. Yeah, they got bought by BuzzFeed or.
We do have 5,000, almost 5,000 people watching. Hey, click like, click subscribe. We're almost at 120,000 subscribers. Yep, Bloomberg, Schroomberg. Yes, Deanna said it. You heard it.
Yes.
All right, MP, watch these NQs here. All right, last trade, 19,723. High of the day. All right, see if we can get more push.
All right, what am I? We're watching the 30s.
Yeah, maybe a little guy up there.
Watching the 30s. Deanna, you're short and crude. Deanna, what do you think? At Hoagland, what are you seeing? What's the levels team seeing? Chat, you guys liking anything?
Well, I mean, NASDAQ just that. The same thing that Nick said, fade the edges. I think everyone's similar. I don't think anyone's going to be looking for breakout trades before FOMC, are we?
Not today, yeah.
Well, I'm still on the theory that we may repair in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. The upside of that repair in the S&P is 57.21. Upside of the repair 19,775 in the NASDAQ.
So, you think there's some?
Take out these opening ranges first.
All right, so Hogue thinks there's some room to the upside if we take out the opening range. Opening range, Hogue, what's opening range in upside opening range in the NQ?
Okay. High of the opening range in the NASDAQ is 19,736.
Yep. All right. So we got the highs. Gotcha. So we got to break 730. We got to break out. Do 736 to get to 775. So we're cheap short.
The overnight ranges in both the S&P and the NASDAQ are really small. And the overnight high and the high of the regular trading hour session are exactly the same. 736. Yeah, 736. So we take out that overnight high and the high of the opening range. I would want to see price maintain price above that level to see if we can finally get that repair back up to 19,775 again.
Let's trade in the NQ 19,718. S&P's just stuck at 5,700. Last trade 5,701. Now back to 5,700s. YM chopping around. Last trade 41,945. Crude D short in crude. Last trade $69.95. High of the day $70.02. Gold stuck around that $2,600 level. Last trade, $25.97. As Jeffrey Latham says in the chat, sitting on hands. Yep, wise. You're going to do trades, small size. Make or break, or just don't bust out before the FOMC decision. Again, make sure you stay tuned with us. Will they cut by 50? Will they cut by 25 today? Stay tuned with us. We'll be streaming. We'll be carrying the rate announcement decision as well as the Jerome Powell press conference wall-to-wall coverage starting at 1 p.m. Central Time in about 3 hours or so.
Who's making the FOMC call on Topstep TV? I didn't check the schedule.
Well, I'll be there. I think JD will be there. Hogue will be there. David Green might be there. Jack as well. And then we roll into Power Hour with myself, David Green, Dave Dakota, and Hogue. I think so. Nick, you're
some of the levels team here. Trent is talking about being careful shorting if the ES accepts above this 5,700 level. So he was looking to long at 56.99 in the S&Ps. Really opposing views here. We've got Sale talking about shorting to the lows here. Brooksy is saying if ES can take out session high, he likes it up to 57.22, which that's 57.21. That's the level I was looking at for potential repair. Brooksy, I'm with you on that. Just taking a look here. It's really where we're at right now as far as what people are looking at as far as
I've got a question. So
Yes,
would
of
you
course.
expect that before FOMC, or what would be your timeline for that repair?
Okay, this is a great question. So, this is the S&Ps. So, if we're going to repair, which would take us back up to that 57, 20, 21, 22 area up here, because we open in the middle of the distributions, we've traded to the lower distribution. If we take out the high of the opening range, I would look for it to go to the high of the other distribution high up around 57.22. And I would expect that before the FOMC meeting. And the only reason I think it stays in that range is because there's no new data. When new data comes out on a repair day, it can seriously throw a horseshoe into the plans.
Ooh. A horseshoe or monkey wrench or horseshoe. Gotcha.
Yes.
Horseshoe.
Does that make sense, D?
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, my Pomeranian is a nightmare today. She's just like, I'm a watchdog. I'm going to bark all day long in front of your door. It's like, go downstairs.
That E&G fragrance, yes.
Order filled.
All right, 50-50 across the board. Crude's still showing 69% long on the tilt. Again, you might be looking across the scroll. There you go. See the yellow sticky at the top of the screen there? It says these tilt data delayed. 15 minutes. I thought it was 10 minutes. It's actually 15 minutes. So, yes. We got the real-time tilt data here on Topstep X.
50-50. Yeah.
50-50.
Hey, Andre, did you guys see that pager thing yesterday?
Yeah, I did.
Is that true? Is that real? I saw a bit of it and then I got distracted yesterday. Is that real?
I saw a video of it. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah. Holy banana. That's like hundreds. Is it hundreds of was it
of people
who was it?
People
That
in general.
Do a quick check for you.
Not good.
do we have the story?
We
Order
do have.
filled.
I've seen the story floating around. Do we have the story here on Topstep TV? I'm sure we can pull it. If we'd
I
like,
just thought
but
it was
in the meantime,
orchestrated somehow. I don't know. I heard.
I'm living
I don't
under
know
a
the
rock
details.
here. What are we talking about?
it's an attack.
Yesterday, the internet lit up with people's pagers blowing up in their pockets and hands and stuff
Oh,
like that.
really?
And
Like a
Yeah.
hacking attempt or something?
a
Ooh.
hacking attempt.
That's not
Yeah.
good.
And what was the? I don't know the actions going on over there. Was it the Hamas or Hezbollah group or whatever? Is that who it was? Is it?
I
So
believe so.
Hezbollah is saying, and Hezbollah lesbian government blamed Israel for what appeared to be a sophisticated remote attack. Pagers exploded near simultaneously Tuesday in both countries, killing at least 12 people and wounding nearly 3,000.
Holy
Yeah.
cow! How do you do that type of like the exact same? That is, I've never seen that technology or whatever. Yeah. Very, very
So
interesting.
was it like a special device, or did they just make it like overheat and like spontaneously combust?
What I saw, and this is Twitter, and you can go free speech all day long, but you never know who it's like. Pagers were given out to the group. I don't know the name of the group, and I'm sorry I don't keep up with all that's going on over there. Of folks, and then inside the pager supposedly was explosives that was planted in there, and that then was triggered all at the same time, which then Twitter lit up with pictures of just exploding.
Yeah, I saw that.
Scary. Mm.
Yeah, they even say little is known as to how the pagers exploded, so they're still looking into it.
All right. Well, in the meantime, I got my man JD ready for hot streaks and a few other things. I'm told. Wow, I like this tease, JD. JD, what are the few other things? I know what hot streaks are. First of all,
just catching up. We still got some payouts to go over and XFA P&Ls, but let's take a look at those hot streaks.
Come on, Delesh.
Quick.
Come on, Delesh. Come on.
Oh, you know he did it. Yeah. We get it, Delesh. We get it.
Yeah, Michael, what is this? Michael, what's going on with Delesh, man? That's July.
I mean,
that's since July.
Delesh is forever going to put an asterisk next to his name in the Hall of Fame of hot streaks.
Yes, we do hope Delesh gets eligible for a payout soon so he can enjoy all 7 of the dollars he made yesterday. If you happen to miss it yesterday, MP suggested that you open a lemonade stand to supplement your trading. Not a bad idea.
Yes, he did. Right. Sugar, water, lemon.
That's true.
Multiple income streams, you know?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there you go, Deanna.
You're right.
Next up, we got Jonathan. Jonathan made $230 trading the NASDAQ, now at 22 days on his hot streak. Hyming made $237 to extend his streak to 21 days. Ian pocketed $261, also at 21 days on his hot streak. And Eric, who's new to our list, took $213 out of the micro S&P, now on a 20-day heater with $8,300. The trader we did lose today was Bo, if you remember. He took a $3,000 drawdown yesterday, but still ended his hot streak up $15,000. That's not bad for 22 days of trading for Bo. Hope to see you back on the list, Bo. All right.
It's been real.
Yesterday's top individual payouts. Nick, you didn't make the list yet, Nick, but I believe it's just because maybe it hasn't been approved yet. It's processing, yeah. But we've got Zachary, almost 19 grand from a single XFA. Kevin, 16,750 from 5 XFAs. Carlos also took money out of 5 XFAs, over $15,000. Allegazin, $13,725 from 4 XFAs. And Mingjun, $12,000 from a single XFA.
Well done.
Real money, folks. Like Nick said, pay yourself. Nick explained it perfectly, too. Why leave that money in limbo? Take it.
Agree.
It's not real until it's in your pocket.
Yep.
100%.
We still have XFA P&Ls from yesterday. You want to take a look at those real quick?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
All right. There they are. First up, we've got Alex trading the NASDAQ and gold. Alex took $9,500 out of the NASDAQ and $12,600 from gold for a total of $22,186 in profits yesterday. Lynn was trading the NASDAQ, took home a cool $20,618. Daniela traded the NASDAQ ES micro NASDAQ for a tidy sum of $18,641. Then Flod and Twan both traded NASDAQ yesterday, nearly 15 grand for Flod and just over 13 grand for Twan. Nice job from the XFA traders. Those are all single accounts, no copy trading going on across these 5 traders yesterday. All right, I'll be back with the leaderboard in just a bit.
Okay, I heard Mick back there.
Ooh, the leaderboard. Yeah. The best.
Leaderboard.
The best.
Yep.
In the industry, in the futures, trading, funding world, the best. And you'll see it.
Hey, Michael. Seeing some chirping out there. Take it as a no. MP, wherever you are, open to have a chat with Fast Track Trading. We're more than open to have a debate or explanation on business models. Smiley face.
Okay. Yeah, cleanup duty over there.
I had to.
Yeah. New shiny toy.
Squirrel.
So I don't have that much of a problem with like all instant SIM funding. I have the problem with the pricing that they're attaching to that.
Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. We can definitely create. We've talked about this Topstep VIP about, hey, let's create this VIP and we'll have people skip from the evaluation. Just how they're what they're doing. I'm not saying that. I'm saying like the model, this straight to funded. It has a lot of very questionable things. So we've been doing this 14 years. Like this is like one. Are we share with our attorneys? Are like, whoa, no,
Yeah,
never do that. And some of these guys don't have regulatory attorneys. Maybe you do. I don't care who you are. I'm not even saying your name. You are who you are. And I have no problem with you. Join the space. I have no problem. Talk to a couple others that are joining the space here very soon. E8 Futures are joining the space. Just talking to CEO. He's a nice guy. I don't like the other ones that are just like, there's a bunch of other ones. I talked to the ones from Trade Day and Earn to Trade. Great CEOs. I just don't. Oh, you can have a comment about the folks that are entering the space with a Lamborghini as their backdrop and saying things that like nobody should say to anybody. But
sorry, so I just bail out of my crude oil trade because IB high is still causing trouble. So I think we actually are going to go higher here. So I'm out of my short. Only grab a couple of ticks, but so we're going to see what happens.
What were you looking for on that, Deanna?
I was looking for 70s to fail the auction and to actually rotate to the other side of the initial balance, which was closer to sort of 69, 65. And it didn't quite, actually, I was looking for 69.50, like a deeper pullback, but it never really quite happened. And then basically when I'm looking for that, I want to see weakness around the initial balance high. And if we can't quite stay below the initial balance high, it means there's some buyers around. So that's one of the signs that I would use to kind of bail out of a trade and just go, okay, not happening. But yeah, so now they're pushing.
Entry.
I know the entry was spot on. So if 70s were indeed reactive, it was like one of probably the best entries that I've ever had, like so close to the round number. But it means nothing. That's why I said, until I actually get my target, it means nothing because we just have a good entry, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to be right. This is where probabilities step in. And so now I'm not liking this price action. We're still consolidating just under 70, but we keep trying to assault the round number. That's a bad sign. So I actually think this now has legs to go all the way up to 70-40s, 70-60s, and also 71s, where we have some more serious sort of option expiries and stuff for crude oil.
Yep. No, so there is some stuff going on in social, in the Twitter world of conversations. I will not be responding to this. The last thing I want to do is argue with another person on Twitter about their positioning on how right they are. But like, just make your own decisions. I go back to my own thing. Make your own decisions. A good trader makes a sign of a good trader. Somebody can make smart decisions. So,
well, I think we should do a roundtable, Michael, with everyone in the space.
Oh, I would on that.
Let's talk. Let's chop it up. I know you will. You'll do it anywhere, anytime, any place.
Some of them are. Some of the guys are just unreasonable. Like, not even pointing out a person. So if you're thinking I'm talking about you, I'm not. Just saying in general, but have a real mature conversation, which is very hard to do. And I've tried this with certain folks on Twitter too, and I'm like, all right, good talk. You're just an idiot. All right, good talk.
Yeah, I know. There it is. Good talk is right.
Yeah, I just usually respond with and block.
And yes. Yep.
Oh, you block people? I haven't blocked anybody yet.
Oh yeah. I don't need negativity in my life. Like, somebody.
I know it is when you pop up there and they're tagging your name. You're like,
yeah. It's like, leave me out of this, man.
All right, looking at gold.
I guess I'm so new to Twitter. I don't have any strays yet.
You're on Twitter, Nick?
Yeah, you're
I'm on Twitter, unfortunately.
You want to voice the reason, you want a good positivity, throw Nick's Twitter in here. Nick for a tick, guys.
I love him, man.
He's top of the leaderboard that JD will be bringing on here as one of the best traders. These are the ones you should be listening to. The other ones will throw strays or shots over the bow. bring in negative energy and then try to ruffle up whatever. It does not work. So
Especially
Gotta go
steer
with-
clear of the ones who say, this is so easy.
easy peasy.
Yeah,
I hear that.
Posting the Lambo. I'm still driving my
Yeah.
same F-150 from my same 2017 F-150. So
There you go.
Yeah.
D, do you know what an F-150 is? Are you familiar with what a Ford F-150 is, D?
No chance.
Yes,
That is-
I am.
You do.
Yeah.
That is
Wow.
America's truck. That is America's
Yeah.
truck right there. Yes.
I know. Yeah.
America's truck. Yep. Michael, you've had a couple in your day, I'm sure.
I've
You
had
have one in
a
your pro-
F2 1979 F250. Bought that thing for $1,700 and sold it for $2,400.
Still remember the
When I was
prices.
a junior in high school, that was fun driving it and then being able to make money on it. Fixed it up a little
That's
bit.
pretty good. Still remember the price.
Had-
How about
had
that
an
cow?
F250 Power Stroke diesel in 1997.
Here we go.
I was country
Michael's garage.
for them. Yeah. Yes.
D's impressed. D's impressed
Yeah.
up there. Yeah.
I mean, as
Well,
a
My
How
dad
much?
had a
kid,
thing for pickup trucks when I was growing up. We had like 4 or 5 cars. Like he was a bit of a car nut. Yeah, one of the cars was always some kind of a pickup truck, which I found very funny.
Yeah.
Because he was like a rock star, you know. He
Yeah.
used to like it's like luxury stuff, and he's like, yeah, I need a pickup truck, and I'm like, for what? It's like, why?
we would just have fun with cars because you can get them. Like I had a 1976 Ford LTD 4-door that I bought for $350. Broke out all the windows, every window in it, painted it like a Dukes of Hazzard car, and then entered into the demolition derby and got 3rd place. You know,
What?
total of like $300 that I got for 3rd
Pro
place.
driver.
That was really fun. That was
Wow.
like my sophomore, junior year in high school. It's like you mess around. If you live on a farm, you like come over and you target practice. You go on your ATVs. I don't know. You just
Yeah, see, that's the thing. My dad lived in Belgrade, which is an urban 2 million people city, you know. So it's like, why? But he was a weird guy, you know. He had a obsession with junkyards as well. Like every time we went on vacation, he's like, "Oh, is there a junkyard somewhere?" And I'm like,
Love it.
and I didn't even think that was that weird when I was growing up. But then every time I would say it to other people, they would just look at me going, "Why would your dad need it?" And I'm like, I don't know. He just likes getting old parts and then, you know, working. He used to like working on old cars as well. That was one of his hobbies. But, you know, he was a very busy man and, you know, a businessman and, you know, always on tours. And then he had like import-export business with like a Japanese guy and a German guy and everything. So he's like super busy, but likes junkyards, likes to have a pickup truck. And it's like, he just had like such different sides to himself. You know, I just stick to my little Mini Cooper S. It's black. It's got blacked out windows. It's like drug dealer car, but it's fast. You can park it anywhere in London, and it's got a 2-liter engine, which is awesome. And it's got variable suspension, so you can drive it in eco or you can drive it in crazy sports mode. So you know,
Convertible.
It's a fun little car. Yeah, variable suspension. So you can go eco, and then it's kind of like slow and sluggish, but it doesn't guzzle petrol so much.
why is it
I can
considered
see
a
you in
drug
a
dealer
Mini.
car?
Yeah.
Why is it considered a
Oh,
drug
because
dealer?
black color, you know, blacked out windows and all
Indeed.
that. You know, you always
Yeah.
see drug dealers like kind of like those.
Low profile.
You like
Michael.
you hotbox it in there,
Yeah,
roll
yeah.
down the window, and you hit
All
your
right,
hand
Michael.
off.
All right, Michael. Come on now. All right, here we go. We do have some announcements coming up here with James. James, when you're ready, jump on in. Markets are slow. It is FOMC day. Someone asked what time in the chat. So what time's Jerome Powell speaking? Speaking at 1:30 p.m. Central Time in about 3.5 hours. He'll be speaking. But right now, we got some announcements with James. James, good morning. Mute.
$5.
Ooh, that's your first $5.
Yeah.
That's your first $5.
How many times is this thing going to do that? All right. I'll send Jack $5. Everyone else has. All right. So some announcements. We have Brian Shannon coming back to Topstep TV September 24th at 1 p.m. Central. Brian Shannon is the pioneer of the anchored VWAP. So he'll be coming on to discuss how he uses it, how it's impacted his trading. He's been with us before. I know big success last time. So everyone really loves Brian Shannon. We love Brian Shannon. So stick around. September 24th at 1 p.m. Be there. Can't miss it. Speaking of things that you can't miss, do you have Instagram? Follow the Topstep TV Instagram account. We post a lot of really cool behind the scenes footage. You're going to be the first to know about things on Instagram. If you're not hearing it here live, you're hearing it on Instagram. So give us a follow. I'm about to drop the link. If you're not already in there, be sure to do it. Also, coming up, if you are hearing me say this live, or if you are hearing me say this on a recording later, we are looking for you to come on the Topstep TV to trade with us and share your story. Everybody is welcome to apply, whether you are a first day trader or you've been doing this for years, trading combine, XFA, funded account. We want to hear from you. Send us your name. Send us, if you have a video of your trading, we really love to see that. Go ahead and send it to topsteptv@topstep.com. So yeah, get your name in, get a shot to come trade with us live. I can see the green room is nothing but empty chairs, so I'm going to vamp for a little bit more. We have a lot of cool content coming. Don't forget, this Friday at noon, be there at Series. Hogue, Andre, potentially myself, and others are going to be there. We're going to be picking up the tab, $1,000 towards lunch. If you're in the Chicago area, come see us. And if you're not in the Chicago area, don't worry. This is not going to be the last time we do things like this. So always be watching Topstep TV. Be following us on Instagram. Apply to be on Topstep TV. It's the place you want to be. And I think that's all we got for today. So back to you, Michael, D, and Nick, and Andre's empty chair. And I'm still here. Hey.
Andre's empty chair.
Yeah. Invisible Dre.
Can someone needs to wake up the snooze. I'm all for a tight range day pre FOMC, but we're doing nothing.
Order filled.
The crude oil is pushing. If we get
real quick
to the 70s, I want a long.
Say that one more time, because we're on our lows again, range bound. We can't hold a bid up there. When I say up there, the 19,700s. So we're down here in the 19,665 area.
Yeah, equities look like a mess to me today.
Yeah, we did. I mean, we got back to the opening ranges in both the S&P and the NASDAQ, and the sellers just remained in control up there. I'd be cautious looking for longs. But we did see that nice 3-bar reversal in the NASDAQ, which might be something that could give us at least something. Very tight range. Let's see what we've got here. 89 points in the NASDAQ. Putrid. 18.5 point range in the S&Ps. Just everybody seems to be waiting for the FOMC.
Yep.
Trade crude oil. Crude oil has been moving again like I used to know it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, on days like these when the equities are waiting for something, just go to something else. You know, it's all the same charts, everything. Obviously, yes, there's some geopolitical risks that could sometimes put a wrench in the works. But right now we have a push above the 70s. So we had, we had some 0DT levels in crude oil around the 70s. So now if we back test that, so if we come back to it and test it again, that's also where the initial balance high is, roughly, slightly lower. But it would be a good area for further longs in crude oil. So that's what I'm going to be looking at.
There's nothing really even going in gold. I mean, gold is pretty quiet as well. But that, I guess, is to be expected for the FOMC.
Yeah, so gold and equities, they do go the opposite ways on monetary policy releases. So I'm not surprised. You know, they're also waiting for the same thing. Crude oil is not going to be as reactive to FOMC as some of the other products. There might be a little bit of, messy price action, but generally it kind of doesn't care unless it's like the next day. And, the interest rates do have a connection to crude oil, but overall, it's not as immediate of a reaction. And if you're looking for something that's not going to tear your face off during FOMC, crude oil is probably a best choice.
Since 82% long
Even
crude
DAX
oil right now.
Is terrible. Yeah, DAX is also very range bound today. Yeah.
Getting crude 81% long
DAX.
from average price of $69.81.
Okay.
Crude's moving a little bit. Last trade $70.14. High of the day $70.22. Thin,
One thing I
like
can tell you
Jose.
about Topstep
Type.
is
Yeah.
Topstep's the only company that's going to meet you at Series on Friday and buy you lunch and drinks.
That's true.
That is true.
100% the only one.
100% true.
That's 100% true.
Yes, I will. Find another place that'll do that. Then we'll talk. Yeah.
We're the only ones that do a payout club to send you stuff. That's nice too.
Only one where the CEO's on Trade's house account, ask questions in real time. Another place to try to do that.
Dakota and I were talking last night, like what the 500K club hat should be. Probably like a sombrero or like a gold-plated cowboy hat. Something ridiculous.
That is a great
Something
idea.
absurd, large, and ridiculous. Crown.
Yeah.
I like the crown idea.
The trading jackets back
Something-
here, we talked about doing trading jackets like the Masters has the green jacket. We've talked about
That's
that
good,
to a
yeah.
certain.
Green
Yeah.
jacket, gold jacket. Who did?
So as
And,
other folks jump up in the shiny new and
I see that.
the FOMO sales, we try to keep providing more and more value, whether it's showing you that your accomplishments are recognized and we're seeing it and we appreciate you, to re-education, the best we can do.
Pope hat. I like that. The Pope hat.
Viking helmet. There's some good ones.
Viking helmet would be cool. Viking helmet would be really cool.
Where would you wear that though? I'm really interested.
On
Like, where would
Topstep
you
TV.
wear?
Great question.
Yeah, but outside of Topstep TV, to show off your success of Topstep TV and on Topstep in general, where would Nick Furtick wear a Viking helmet?
I could make some jokes that are not going to make the air on Topstep TV right now. But
That's
realistically, you could throw that on at a number of situations. There's never you never need an excuse in the United States to wear an absurd hat for some aspect of a drinking activity. That's for sure.
That's
Make it
true,
a chef's hat because somebody that's up 500 grand is definitely cooking.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I like that, John.
Oh, man.
Mhm.
Oh, Nick.
Yeah, MP needs a chef hat for his rants.
Yeah, let him cook.
Let him cook.
No, I'm already getting
Exhausted.
jabbed like a
Who's
mother
jabbing?
pretty hard on Twitter right now.
Who's jabbing?
Whatever. Hey,
Oh,
everybody,
Hey,
lovers and haters.
I thought you had more stuff about Diddy. If there's more news came out, Michael, I thought you'd have more about
I don't know.
the whole
Like,
Diddy
just
thing.
good luck. That's what I got for him. Good luck.
Hey, you guys see how many bottles of oil he had?
Yeah, 1,000. Are you kidding me? Who needs 1,000
Ridiculous,
bottles?
dude. Like, what do you need that much oil for?
Yeah, I think you know. I think we know. All
That's
right.
a
Back to
whole
the
We got a voicemail.
Back
We got
to
a
the markets
voicemail
here.
Is
Oh,
we've been getting
Got a voice-
pinged this voicemail in my room in this office right now. It is annoying the hell out of me. So let's just go ahead and show it. I think it's about that time.
Good morning, Topstep TV.
Oh.
I've recently completed the Toastmasters program, and they suggested that I connect with the audience by opening with a joke. So here's my joke. Knock, knock. Who's there? The FedWatch tool. This is where you say FedWatch tool. Who? FedWatch tool's trading right now. LOL. You see, that joke works because it implies that I, the Fed, am watching you guys who are tools. This is juxtaposed against the FedWatch tool, which is a data source from the CME. But enough with the funny business. It's the day you've all been waiting for. Do I give you degenerates the 25 bip taster? Or jam 50 bips down your throat like a foie gras goose? Either way, Daddy Powell will be the one eating the charcuterie this afternoon. See you at 1, my pretties. Powell out.
Wow.
like
Short
a
and
full
sweet.
crowd goose.
Short and sweet.
Man.
You've been calling us quite a
Every
bit
time
this year.
we
which is
have
great.
this, every time we have the Powell speeches, I can't help but hear Eddie in them.
Or then DA, when he starts actually talking in his real press conference, all I do is hear the AI version. I'm like, is this
Yeah,
Charlie
me too.
Powell or is this the AI? Oh, man, Powell. It was the 25 bip taster or a 50 point, just the full platter.
Are we
Man,
looking
we'll
to
find
make a
out.
new low in the NASDAQ? We're down here.
We could. I mean, I won't see it. I mean, we could go to 40s. You could go to, what is that? 580s, 590s.
You think there's follow through?
I would say if we get an excess, that's probably where I'd potentially look for maybe a bottom to start forming, but we also could go retest. I mean, I guess that is yesterday's low. Never mind, 575.
I mean, if we leave excess below the initial balance and come back up, that would be a failed auction long then. And, I could get behind that.
Okay.
You've got Euro close too. You never know. Some of our Euro trader friends with D could be getting, start selling, covering, closing positions into FOMC. So we may get a move here in the next 10 minutes, but I've yet to see anything this entire session, I guess, outside of the initial flush for 5-10 points on ES. That was even worth a trade. We've just been chopping within a 5-point range.
Yep.
Here we go, though. We might break this low on NQ.
Coming on the lows. Yep. Last trade 19,653. Low of the day 647. About 6 points off the lows. And look at the tilt here. Still 50-50 NQ, 50-50 ES. Crude's had a heavy long tilt for most of the day. Look at the ES lagging behind. 4 points off the lows there. Just super tight range. 94 is low in the range-ish. 5,700.
I'm looking for...
Go ahead.
Sorry. No, finish. I didn't realize you were still talking.
No. I've got... I'm just going around the board here. Look at these lows. See if the NQ want to push through the lows here. What do you see in crude, though, D? Because it looks like we keep grinding higher, new highs here.
We are, but we're about to have Euro close, like Nick pointed out, and sometimes you can have a bit of drama into Euro close where it sort of sells off like whatever has been happening up until then. It sort of sells off into Euro close and then starts to grind back higher, and then keeps doing that through the New York lunchtime, and then you have last part of the session where you might get another counter trend move for the day. So if we do get a flush down, again, I'm still looking for an area between 70 to 69.80 for potential long to go with this move. So I'm hoping for Euro close to bring us a little bit of a flush down. It's a choppy day. We've built structure. We're trying to go higher, but, we'll see what Euro close brings. So if I can get my entry into a late long, that would be very nice. I don't think I will be getting involved into a short at this level because now that 70s have not been able to hold, we don't really have much around here to stop us from going all the way to 70, 50s, 71s.
Okay, $70.50 upside target. New lows here in NQ. Last trade just put in. I got 19,000. Low day 19,640. Bounced off about 5 points higher. MP. You're seeing this when back in your trading days, you're just a local. What are you doing? You sit on your hands, just watch this. Are you even here right now? Are you
sitting down in the pit? We'd be sitting in the pit right now, sitting down. Yeah.
So not trading, just waiting. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'd be browsing. We'd be browsing the internet.
Right.
And you never.
Didn't Hogue say that on rollover weeks they used to play cards, like nobody was trading. So we have rollover, FOMC, double whammy.
And everybody kind of had a tablet, like they over your shoulder, and you're trading with a tab push, writing on your trading cards. You'd be writing, your trades on your cards that you traded in the pit, and getting out or in on the screen right here. So when the markets were dead, you'd have your cards in your pocket, you'd have your tablet, and you just go on the internet. And then if you take off your tablet and hang it there, and then you go to the restroom or lunch or anything like that, always have to remember to make sure you put it in like sleep mode or whatever. So you have to log in with a pass, you back into your computer. I didn't one time, and one of the clerks that was there just gave my grandmother a heart attack. He changed my profile pictures on my social media to very graphic pictures.
Which one was it?
Which one? Because if you left your phone right there and it's wide open, I can change your social profile picture.
It's not locked. Yeah, I've had people who do that.
My uncle called me, and I'm at like Peppers or something down the street getting a burger.
Peppers.
I don't know what it was. And it was awesome. Peppers was great.
It was. Peppers was the best.
Absolutely like, JD, like, Michael, what's with your Facebook profile? He says it really fast. They go, Jim, what are you talking about? And he he goes, your grandmother is about ready to have a heart attack.
Oh my!
I
God.
go
Nene.
back to the
Nene.
yeah. R.I.P. I know. I go back to my and oh my God, it was a very bad picture. I mean, triple X.
What was it?
Put it that way.
What was it, Michael?
Yeah, it was superimposed me and he's triple X.
Stop, my God.
And, yeah, just take your mind wherever it wants to go after that. And it was my profile picture for the world to see. And said something about me being, I was talking about, like, it was a status update.
So in other way, MP also had an OnlyFans page.
It was before that. Yes. It was probably more graphic than an OnlyFans. Yeah.
OnlyFans before OnlyFans. Yes. You were ahead of the time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, you were. Yeah. Pacemaker. All right. We still see some more sellers here in NQ. Nick, what was that price that you liked? Somewhere in the 500s, NQ room to the downside you mentioned.
Yeah, it was like 580s, 570s. If we were to get an excess low here into the euro close, that could potentially be a long opportunity if we are going to make the range play and us keep staying in balance leading into FOMC. And I'm looking at the options data, the gamma exposure for today. We're pretty much pinned right in the middle. So that still supports that we may, go pierce the initial balance low, come back into the range and potentially look to maybe traverse value, maybe get into that long that Hogue was kind of articulating earlier, where we could go retest as we drift towards FOMC, maybe the upper end of the distribution. Who knows?
Yes. All right. Well, like these guys were just saying, we got Euro close coming up here in Skyron says as well, about 3 minutes here into the Euro close, but the long-awaited leaderboard is ready to go. If you ain't on the leaderboard, don't come calling. Don't talk to Dolby. That's all Dolby knows if you're the real deal or not. So let's see it, JD. Let's see that leaderboard, man.
Here is the leaderboard. Mick is actually in a meeting right behind me right now, talking about the leaderboard also. So a lot of leaderboard talk going on today. All right, here we go. Here's the bottom half of the leaderboard. First up, Dakota. Start at the top here. Dakota made about $1,000 yesterday, held on to sixth place for another day. Drayton took a hit yesterday, almost $18,000 in drawdown across 5 XFAs, fell from fourth place down to. And Marina, our newcomer today. Marina made about $2,000 yesterday trading 5 XFAs, and looking through her trade reports just a little while ago, I say she requested close to $41,000 in payouts yesterday too. So welcome to the leaderboard, Marina, and nice job paying yourself. Marina was in 25th place yesterday. All right, James, time for that sweet, sweet drum roll.
What are you waiting for?
I'm doing a one-nighter for biting Ed the mailman. Guy was trying to cast a spell on me, like a wizard or something.
Are you sure about that?
I don't know. Maybe he was just waving.
There we go. Oh, wow. Triumphant return.
Yes. Give it a little volume next time. All right.
Cape Lightning. Let's go.
Oh, that's correct. All right. So starting at the bottom. So we mentioned Drayton suffered that drawdown, which left a little room for Michael to move up on the board. Michael's trading in 5 XFAs, profited just over $8,000 yesterday to pop from 7th place up to 5th. Nice job, Michael. Next up is Matthew. Matthew took a $20,000 drawdown across 5 XFAs yesterday, fell from 3rd place down to 4th. Marco moved up on the list. Marco was in 5th place yesterday, slid headfirst back into 3rd with a $28,000 winner across 6 funded level accounts. Marco's trading in a live account and 6 XFAs. And then our big two, Jacob and Rafa. All right. Jacob had another $22,000 winning day across 5 XFAs. And Rafa, our glorious leader, added another $10,000 to his live funded account balance and is still firmly in the lead for the moment. Rafa is trading in just a single live funded account only. No XFA trading for Rafa. There is your coveted leaderboard.
Rafa, high atop the leaderboard right now. But they're coming for you. We'll see some movement.
We need to put a quote.
What do we need, Michael? What do we need?
To put a quote at the end of that. Dolby's quote. If If you're, what do you say? If you're an influencer and you're not on the leaderboard, I don't care.
That's something to that effect. Yep.
We all started laughing. That was pretty good.
Yes. Taking a look at the S&Ps. S&P's very, very quiet so far. NASDAQ's seen a little bit of selling. Bounced off the lows, popped about 30 points. Now seller step back in. Last trade, 19,648. That pop took us up to about 65. We're selling here. NASDAQ, 19,644. Low of the day, 19,633. We got 75% still long in the crude. Heavy tilt long all day in the crude so far. Average price on these longs, $69.84. They are taking some heat right now. Last trade, $69.80. So about 4 cents of heat. It's kind of look like a trend day. Yeah, D, is crude a trend? Is it a trend market? We'll just follow the trend. We'll continue. Like, you can buy pullbacks and keep going. Because I'm looking at the 5 minute here. It's not. Okay, because I'm looking at Yeah, I'm looking at the 5 minute.
The crude oil.
Go ahead.
Yeah, crude oil is what I like to call a double-sided product, where even if you see some trends happening, it's still going to be very choppy, right? And at some point, it does a V-shaped reversal. There are very few days when crude oil goes on a true trending move, and I think that's where the challenge is with people who are so used to equities that do trend a lot and they do trend hard. And I know the difference between like something like DAX, ES. They are products with an upward bias. Crude oil generally doesn't have that. And depending on whatever's going on in the geopolitical world, it will either be going down, but in a very choppy way. So you would have London going one way, then NYMEX starts, and it takes it completely the opposite way. And then halfway through NYMEX, they just decide to change direction completely so that it sells off another 100 ticks. And, this is why it can be a little bit challenging. But if you kind of have your orientation times of day, you have the initial balance, then you have failed auction potential, then you have the euro close, then you have the period into settlement. All of that can kind of give you a little bit more structure. But yeah, it's not one of those things where, hey, we're breaking out. In fact, most breakouts in crude oil will fail. That's how it is. But
right at our speaking of breakdown, we're making new lows right now on NASDAQ.
Yes, we are.
On our lows.
S&P's NASDAQ on the lows, about 8 points here in the NASDAQ. They're trying to give it a try. MP, they knock on the door a few times. The more times they knock on a door to like the downside, or some people want to call it support, the more times they knock on that price, what happens to that price? Does it get a little weaker, or is it something that you can play try to fade it?
In my experience, if more you keep knocking on the door, it lets you in, or you break through the wall, whatever you want to consider it.
Yep. Keep an eye on these lows here. 19,633 low of the day. NQ. Right here on the lows in the ES, 56.90 low of the day there. Trading trade 91, so about a point above that. Like MP was just saying, keep an eye on these levels here if we can break through. Let's take a quick look at Topstep daily levels. Haven't taken a look there. See what zone we're in. NQ, we were in zone 2. Now we're in zone 3 in the ES. Last trade for 56.91. 93's value area. Yesterday's value area low. So we're just kind of chopping around these levels for the time being. But I do know we got Euro close is come and gone. We got the last 24 minutes of fast markets right now. I'm going to throw it to May and Gabe. Gabe's got some Topstep X updates. I'm looking forward to hear this. We always have Topstep X updates around here. That's what we do. I should keep it moving. Talk to the tech team at Lake Lawn. They said we got more stuff in the pipeline. We cannot wait to release that. But the time being, Gabe, what kind of updates we got?
Oh man, we have a couple
lurked into something last night.
Whoa! What'd you find, Nick? For it? All right, go ahead, Gabe.
Easter egg for us last night. Go ahead, Gabe.
All right. By the way, MP, I'm putting a check mark on longs from 545. Target of 929. If I could put a check mark on anything, that's what I'm looking for today.
545. You mean 19,545?
Correct. Yeah, about a little less than 100 handles away, and it would take out that low from the 16th. But with a quick update for you guys, I'm looking at the performance stats, and I noticed a couple changes. We have a filter now added at the top, so quality of life improvement there. You can just filter by today, last week, last month. And then in addition to that, if you scroll down to the calendar, they have added another quality of life improvement of adding weekly totals. So all of your days traded throughout each week will total up. You'll see a total trade count as well. So just keeping things, little details, but I think they're quality details.
Awesome.
But that's the update real quick. But yeah, we have plenty coming down the pipeline, so stay tuned. We'll be back with more updates, I'd imagine, in the coming weeks. I hear we got something new coming in here. So,
oh yeah,
back to you guys.
Thanks, Gabe. Nick, what did you stumble upon?
Well, Dakota and I were doing some trade reviews last night for a couple traders as well as his own data, and we stumbled upon, I think, Gabe, I don't know, we glossed over it, but the weekly totals in the calendar view for your reporting in Topstep X. Which
they have cool. That now?
So you can actually see. Yeah, there's the weekly total P&L in there.
That's Gabe. That's just.
I remember asking him for it when they put up the dailies. I'm like, what about weekly? Yeah.
Yeah. Boom. Asking it.
If we can go even further in, can we have the performance by hour as well, rather than just by day? Because that's very important with intraday to see which parts of the day you suck at and which ones are pretty good for you. Because that's, if you can. No, but I'm being completely serious here. Because, let's say that you constantly stuck at doing like initial balance trades for the first 15 minutes, you get chopped up. That's going to show up in your stats, right? But right now we don't have that. Some of the other stats, some platforms, they have that. And I think it's very important. And then if you see, well, actually I'm pretty good from half hour into the session, it's all green. So if you exclude trading from the first 15 minutes, immediately you're going to get an improvement in your P&L, right? So that would be a very useful thing to see. I would really like to see that in the stats.
Do you think that your performance from hour to hour, there's something there? There's an actual correlation from the hours.
It's going to tell
10 a.m. to 11.
It's going to tell you it's information.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's information, yeah. And it also means that you're not making good trading decisions for that particular time of day with quite some historical relevance, right? So it's like you're constantly negative for that part of the day. Now, obviously, it depends on the sample size. Because, if you do it twice, that's not enough of a sample size to go, yeah, I definitely suck at like lunchtime or something. But if you have 100 trades and they're mostly red, like your P&L is red for that time of day, just don't trade it, It's a very nice way to just stop being a Muppet,
Don't be a Muppet.
Look at the stats, go, okay, I'm a Muppet for like during the initial balance. Don't trade that. Cool. Go do something else.
Yeah, all right. We've seen some selling here in crude. I remember we've been talking about that long tilt all morning in the crude.
Hold on, Greg.
It was up.
D makes a good point, but I think. Well, actually, no. I'll find out. I have heard they're already there, but
Yeah.
They just said they're already
Spill the
there
beans.
on the team.
Spill the beans, Michael.
But maybe not. Maybe not. Hold on. I'll find out for sure. And I don't know why they might already have it, but they
if
can't.
they're working on it.
Well, it's
that's awesome.
who's individuals watching and they go, we already have that. So I need to figure out what that is. And I think it's what you were talking about, D.
Not exactly what D's at. They don't have what D wants.
Yeah. I got slacked it. But I'll get more detail.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's keep an eye on this crude. Nice. Crude's selling off here. Crude's off down about 70 cents off the highs. High of the day, $70.26. Finally, something is moving. Crude, well, it's woken up. Saw heavy tilt there, 75% long, up to almost 79% long. Sure enough, it fell out of bed. Last trade, $69.52. And VWAP, $69.54. Still seeing some sellers here. D, is this any rhyme or reason to the sell-off? I think we were just talking about
Euro
this.
close drama.
Yes,
Euro close drama. Yes, that's what it is. So sometimes it happens ahead of the close, and sometimes it happens right after, and that's the part that you have to like figure out when it's going to happen. But if I was going to guess, we're probably going to make maybe a neutral day because that happens a lot on FOMC days, but also on Wednesdays when we have the inventories report, and then it pulls back completely right where it started over the next sort of 90 minutes. So this is going to be probably a pretty slow grind back up. But I do want it now to make a neutral day type. That was the third hypo that I was looking at. Sometimes I like to do the Euro close reversals. But today we had the value acceptance that was sort of making things a little bit murky. So I'm staying out of that for now. I'm probably going to have a break for New York lunch, and then I might do my rally into settlement trades that I like to do in crude oil pretty frequently. And at that point, I would like to see it have a neutral day, so extensions on both sides of initial bounds.
Yes,
Deanna, this individual heard you right, but also heard you wrong in a bit. We do have it by the hour, by the trade. If you click on the calendar, yes, then we have it by the trade. You're talking about then taking that individual day,
all of it,
and then if you click on, maybe when you click into the calendar, because you have a day on your calendar, you click it, pops open, shows you every trade of that day. There could be something there.
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. So so that's literally just like trade list, right? So for example, yesterday here I did 5 trades. You can see that here, but that's not what I'm talking about. So I'm talking about actually aggregating data in hour by hour. So you know how you have this thing, net daily P&L. So similar to that, but instead of days, just have hours. So you have, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and then you can see whether the P&L is green or red for that. Yeah? It's a very, very useful measure.
Slack just said not exactly what she was exactly saying, but yes, we can do that. So.
Excellent. That would be amazing.
That's great. Jimmy T in the chat says Topstep is so behind on the product with no indicators, and the updates are so minimal. This is bad. This is very bad. Jimmy T. I'm not sure about that.
Expectations.
Rolling out updates
these
weekly.
These sort of platforms, the stuff that Topstep has done in less than a year, these sort of platforms take years to develop. So you have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Come on, Jimmy T.
It's just complete nonsense.
Show us some love,
if you've
Jimmy
ever
T.
been involved, in software development, you know how slow things are. You obviously don't know anything. So just please don't embarrass yourself. That's all I'm going to say.
T, come on. We're doing a job over here.
Let her go.
Yeah, go. Let her cook. Go, D.
Let her cook.
Get him.
Just troll. Right, trolling for
honor lows. New lows, honor lows.
Jimmy T, what can we do for you next? All right, new lows here next. Yes, I think they're right. Let her cook, exactly. All right, last trade in the NQ 19,619. New lows, still pushing lower here. Tilt, nothing shown on the tilt here. 67% long in the YM, if anything. Crude, trying to find some buyers here. $69.35 last trade.
Yeah, it needs to bust to the other side of initial balance.
We got.
Is there anything down here that you guys are liking? I mean, we've been consolidating all day. Now we broke out of it.
I know Nick was looking for a downside target, perhaps at the 580s. Downside targets. 580s.
Yeah, that's value low from yesterday, from what I'm seeing on my charts.
There you go.
580s.
580s downside target. All right. Sell into it. Previous low 574. A hater page 5574. Yeah, can we take anything in here, Nick, for a tick? Anything in the ES or NQ that would tickle your fans? Anything you'd like to get in a trade? Like any levels? Or are you just strictly just hands on the butt for time being, Nick?
Hands on the butt. I'm about $500 in each XFA, so I'm just going to probably take that and run. I would love to see ES go a little bit lower if I was going to potentially look at longing this, but for the time being, there ain't much to do. We're moving at a snail's pace. The Spoos is barely conscious, and yeah, who wants to go red before FOMC? Go green to red. So I'm just going to sit and wait.
All right. Still selling here. 19,616. Last trade in the NQ. Gold finally seeing some sellers as well. 25.95. YM. We're up against VWAP. MP. We still see some sellers here. Perhaps Hogue.
I'm needing some guidance on the house, guys.
Yeah.
So far, I'm sitting on my hands.
Yes, we are.
How's the
I
count
mean,
doing?
it's ahead of FOMC, so we know that you guys
I know,
used to
it's like
sit. You
3
said
hours, 2 hours
we used to sit in the pit and do nothing, so we need to do the same.
Uh-huh.
And so we don't want people seeing us trade ahead of the FOMC and then going, yes, this is what we should be doing. It's like, no, we should be patient. We should wait for news. And then, maybe during power hour or something, you're going to have a trade.
Ooh. Yes.
We could have an individual on here on what not to do, which we signed this individual that's going to be coming on here later, probably this year, hopefully, and introduce themselves.
Ooh,
Basically,
really?
Don't be this person. Hans, Andre Hans.
Yes, I got yes.
Don't be Hot Dog Hans. Don't be Hot Dog Hans. And Hot Dog Hans, you'll get to know Hot Dog Hans. True character out there, individual that does everything the wrong way and doubles down on the wrong way. It's fun.
Doubles down the wrong way. You can say that. Yes, you can. All right.
Who here watches The Bachelor?
There it is. He finally, folks, he's been wanting to talk about this for the last hour and a half. Go ahead, Michael.
I found out about it last week. Who here watches The Bachelor?
Every married man in the chat definitely watches it sarcastically with their phone on the couch with their spouse.
Yes. I know. My wife will be watching. I have like one eye. She's like, you just want to watch with me? And she'll go to hand her headphones to me or something. I'm like, no. I just but
not in our house. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Why, Michael? Why do you ask?
Funny thing is, without going in the individual, it's an individual that is featured. Will be the Bachelor. Emailed into our support team. I'm going on my filming, and I want to put my funded account on hold. What? Huh? What? Filming for what? They got to talking. The Bachelor. So we're working with seeing what we can do there, but it's going to be pretty interesting that the world of Bachelor fans may start to get to know the world of futures trading, which I think is very cool, especially as Robinhood comes out with futures trading, and futures trading is to me the best asset class to trade. And this individual trades it solely as their own occupation. I just talked about it on prior Bachelor shows. I didn't watch these shows, but yeah. So, well,
have you ever dated?
I watched season 16, season 16, and season 14.
Have you ever dated anyone on The Bachelor, Michael? Have you ever dated someone that was on The Bachelor?
I watched there's no comment on that one.
Did you ever marry someone that was on The Bachelor?
There's no comment on that
one. Anyways, we got 9 minutes left here on Fast Markets. We got some appreciations coming to you. We got hashtag Fast Markets coming your way as well. People Series 3. What do we got next here? Whatever you guys want, jump on in. We are seeing some more selling in the NQ. Oh, shoot. Pop quiz time, Michael. I'm just studying. I am more than halfway through the book. I know Dee's been studying. I saw her post. And Nick Tick's been studying as well.
I'm halfway through as well. Yeah.
Ooh, exchanged, approved warehouses, Michael. We were getting nerdy. Let's go. What do we got? Series 3.
333. The 3. It's called the 3.
Here we go. All right. Just getting my eyes on this right now. All right. Here is your question for the Series 3. Within the established delivery period, which of the following determines the precise date when the delivery on a futures contract will occur? Is it the buyer, the seller, the exchange, or D, both A and C?
Oh my God! It's either.
I know.
No. They put it up. What? I don't think so.
Wait, A and C.
I think it's freaking know this and I can't remember.
I think it's.
Yeah, I can't remember that. I think it's C, but I'm not sure.
I think it's A.
Because they do the notice, right?
Which of the following determines the precise date? Precise is the word, I think, when delivery on
They get a window. They get a window with which to do it, and then this entity decides when it's going to happen.
Wow, if you get this right, you are so ready. I don't recall this one. All right, what's Bull
Yeah,
saying?
I don't.
Bull saying C. Johnny says C. Deanna, what do you say? What do you say, Nick?
I'm going to say D. I'm going to say both A and C because
It's
you are
not C,
right.
I
There
don't
is the
think.
thing with the
It's B.
precise.
I say B.
Not C, I don't
Boy.
think.
I say A.
Yeah, I was
Oh,
leaning
you're
C,
good.
but the precise thing, I think Andre's probably right because I remember the window
Yeah.
thing also.
Yep, there's
Yeah.
a window.
Andre's saying B, right?
Correct.
Well, then there's money
I'm saying-
exchanged at the very end, and I thought that was like cash on delivery, but okay.
I'm nervous. I don't like the poll. Poll saying C.
Okay, let's do it.
I don't think it's just C.
Great.
The correct answer would be the seller.
Ray is ready.
So you have the first notice day. First notice day is the first day on which the seller can issue a notice of delivery to the buyer. The last trading day is the final day the futures contract can be traded before delivery. And then the seller of the product sets the precise delivery date.
Good
for the
for
product.
you, Dre. You're
it.
reading and absorbing.
Yeah,
Where
I
did
just
that
started that section actually, so I haven't got there.
That's all
yet,
it-
so-
I'm
but I
going for
did
that,
kind of
Michael.
skim through it. I do remember the notice periods and stuff, but I wasn't like I didn't get to this part. So this
How do
was
I
just
get one of
my
those,
second.
Michael? I want that. I want one of those, Michael.
Yes,
It looks
either degrees, 70 or better, pass.
that is 100% a C. 100%. All right.
Thank you, Joe.
All right, let's keep rolling through these. We got some if we got hashtag fast markets, let's do it. Also, we got some appreciations. We got Fatima joining us on Power Players coming up after this. It is FOMC day. We are just getting started. Man, starting at 1 o'clock Central Time. We're going wall-to-wall coverage. We got the rate announced. Is it going to be 25 points? Is it going to be 50 points? Stay tuned. Hell, we don't even really know. Some people want 50. Some people want 25. Then we'll have the Jerome Powell press conference. Roll that into Power Hour. We'll be trading, give our commentary. The best around here on Topstep TV. Once again, click like, click subscribe. Almost 120,000 subscribers. Man, I'm not going to lie. This fast market has not exactly been fast, but here we are. It's being very, very disciplined. So,
Do we have
got
the pictures of the Series 3, folks? Because
Yeah.
Nick, you're on there, and Deanna, I think we do.
I like this music. I love the black and white, Nick. I'm not going to lie. Your black and white
It's
looks like
mostly
you
just
are.
the risk team and the CEO.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
The rest of us are slacking. Yeah.
I was really like in the weeds of ready to take it, and then I just get distracted by trading.
Life.
You got to set. You got to set the date. I had to set the date, and then you can't get distracted. And then
Yeah,
you just
I'm
power
trying
through.
to sell my house now, so I have like a barrage of people just marching in and out constantly, and it's very difficult
Oof.
to find any time.
How do you feel about that, D?
I said it.
How do you feel about that when the strangers just walking in and out of your house like that?
You know what? It's difficult. Like anytime you're trying to sell a property, it's just how it's going to be. But it's extremely stressful because your house has to be like in top condition. And I've got shit to do. I don't have time to clean up. It's like all the time. And you can't always get people to come and clean on a moment's notice. We have somebody who comes and helps us, but then he's got a sick wife. So it's like, he can't always come over. And it's just, I have to like do the cleaning, the hoovering, vacuuming and stuff. And then I'm just tired. So yeah, I'm not too happy about it, but it's a necessary part of, trying to move out of London and just, it is what it is. Let's just put it that way. So I've been trying to reserve my weekends for studying, and I am halfway through the book, but just this last sort of couple of weeks have been very, very difficult because, we've got several valuations. Now we've got people coming to snap up the photos. So I have to move the furniture. I have to get rid of my entire station here because they want to take the full room, photo and stuff. And it's just like, I just want to go and jump off a bridge at this point. But it's a necessary evil, so yeah.
All right, cool.
Somebody asked if we'll be paying for Series 3 for live traders and all that. Yeah, that little FBI most wanted list of folks right there. Once that starts gaining momentum, which we have a bunch of people that are going to be getting this done before October, and then we're going to look at how we do this, how we sponsor, because our big thing, and we're actually doing it within the company too. I did it at the company retreat and said, hey, Topstep will, give you a bonus if you go through your Series 3 and all that kind of good stuff. So we got a bunch of really excited people, even on the Topstep team. More and more people understanding the industry we're in is really what this is about. And being a true professional is what the NFA considers yourself, a professional futures subject matter expert or whatever. And if you'd like to open up your own introducing brokerage company, you could do that. Start introducing people into Trader brokerage or AMP brokerage or all that, and they'll pay you. So it's another revenue stream, income stream. So those that may roll their eyes at it, there's a lot of value in this, especially if you're...
Who's rolling their eyes, Michael?
Yeah, who's rolling their eyes? I mean, if you're going to be involved in this industry at any public level, it is necessary. Like I had a similar qualification when I worked for another company where they wanted us to sometimes be client facing, and the funds were coming from a mix of investors and prop. So you couldn't quite trade without having some sort of a qualification. So we did something called the RDR level 4 over in the UK. And it actually had 3 different modules, not just one. It was like a very, very challenging thing. So you had derivatives, you had regulations. Like with Series 3, everything is in one single exam. This was in 3 different parts. And it was very difficult.
How many questions?
You had to... you had to know the Jensen risk equation. So, there's like very, very, very much so into like portfolio management theory. And, how do you calculate forwards? It was very tough, very tough.
Ooh.
And you have to do it 3 times because each of the parts had their own equations, and one of them had like 13 equations before you could do anything. So comparatively, Series 3 is very similar to that, but it's just a lot more kind of multi-questions based, and then a few relatively easy equations. They're not that mind-boggling. So it's fine. You just have to sit down, go through it, book your exam, and just do it,
Jimmy T hates the Series 3 is what they're saying.
Jimmy T, is he still with us? Where's Jimmy T? Jimmy T, you still out there?
You're a good
All
guy.
right. No hate around here. This is Topstep TV. We got good vibes only. You guys are awesome today. It was not very fast. Fast markets was not very fast. It was more slow. But hey, we did it. We got through it. Markets are moving a little bit. But that being said, we got power players coming up next. But before we go anywhere, throw it to the chat. Chat, what are you appreciative for on this FOMC Wednesday? Just love to hear it. Throw it in the chat, and we'll let that cook for a few seconds. And then after that, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Nick, for a tick. Nick, for a tick, what are you appreciative for on this Wednesday?
I'm appreciative for Topstep giving me, the ways that I need to kind of live my life and continue this lifestyle that I've grown accustomed to since going full time. Took the payout last night. That was great. I'm glad I can continue to be transparent and honest with everybody when I do take payouts. I'm going to start doing that more often, doing it live, on camera, on stream, so that everyone is aware of, I'm not the person that's going to be trying to swing and take out 100K at a time. For me, it's little at bats and taking out 10 grand, 20 grand here in a clip. And moving forward, that's how I like to trade. That's how I like to take payouts.
Thank you, Nick.
Did you get your payout yet?
It's approved. Yeah, money's been removed from my XFAs. I see that.
Okay, cool.
Wow, very cool. Very, very cool. All right, D, what are you appreciative for? Are you appreciative for random people walking through your house, trying to buy it from you? What are you appreciative for, D?
I'm appreciative to be in a position to have a house to sell. Obviously, I'm also appreciative for Celsius today because that's the only thing that's keeping me quite awake and actually upright. It's been challenging few days for me, but I'm happy to be here. Happy to be doing what I love every single day. Happy for my London crowd and happy to be here on Fast Markets to talk stuff through and to banter with you guys, and it kind of makes my week when I can hang with MP, Andre, especially Hogue as well, and Nick for a tick. I always know there's going to be some good trading chat. We all learn new stuff, so very, very appreciative to be here and to be given the opportunity to hang with all of you guys.
Right, we're running a little short on time. That being said, we would not be an appreciations if we don't go to MP. MP, what do you appreciate for before we go over to power players? What's up, MP?
Yeah, I'm appreciative. Who's the president? Was it Truman? No, whoever did the national parks. Appreciative of those that put national parks in together because I'm going for a hike after this. I'm going for a hike,
Awesome.
and to have a national park to walk through that's not developed with condos is great.
Awesome stuff. All right, so let's see some more selling here. I'm appreciative that's FOMC Wednesday. These are the days that traders live for. This is the good stuff. This is the Super Bowl. Stay tuned. We got Fatima coming up on Power Players here on Topstep TV. Again, Power Players coming up next. Let's go. Yes, welcome back. We haven't seen her in a minute though, but I did see she's stirring it up in chat, making $1,000, telling them how about them apples. You remember her from Los Angeles. Fatima in the house. Fatima, how you doing? You are a Topstep power player.
I'm doing pretty good. What about you?
Well, thank you for asking. No one ever asked me how I'm doing, so I appreciate that. I'm doing quite well. It's FOMC days, the Super Bowl training for me. I get really pumped, probably too pumped on days like today. But yes, we'll see how it goes. We got my man Dolby Time to the right there. We've got the drum set, really cool background. Dolby just going nuts on the kit. We got all right. We got Nick for a tick calling out those 19,580s in the NQ. Nice bounce. We did bottom out in that 583, bounced up to 19,630. So nice call. Nice call on that. Dolby Time. We got chart open. We got the house account open. We got Fatima in the house. Fatima's gonna guide us on some trades. But before we get to that, Fatima, tell us how the trading's been since we last visited with you.
Ooh, so it's been a few months. I think I don't know. I don't remember. I think the last time I was on was maybe May. So June and July were one of probably the worst months of my trading career. Awful.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I wasn't doing pretty good. Just trading wise, I would just keep buying accounts, get them funded, and then mess up. I wouldn't. Yeah, just my mentality. I wanted it very fast. I wanted to make money very fast, and then I kept spending money, not making money, not requesting payouts because I would lose the funded accounts. So I spoke to my trading buddies. They basically helped me. They told me they basically made me realize what I'm doing was super stupid. And ever since September, I just changed.
Who said that?
Russell and Kevin.
Ooh, are they here?
No,
Do you see Russell and Kevin in the chat? Where's Russell and Kevin?
No.
Mentors, right?
No. I'm sorry?
Russell and Kevin, aren't those your mentors?
Yeah. I'm saying I was doing stupid stuff. Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
And they made me realize I was doing it wasn't worth it because I was just losing money. I was getting funded and losing it in 3 days because I was just doing bad. So they helped me. They went over the strategy with me, just my mentality. And then ever since September, I have 3 funded accounts now and I've been doing pretty good. I requested 2 payouts yesterday from 2 funded accounts. So my whole mentality changed. Yeah. So I'm doing pretty good now.
Keeps the sadness away, Tima. Okay.
100%. All right, Fatima. Well, you requested some payouts, so we're sitting good there. All right, let's get into the trade. Dolby Time. I'm looking at your screen there. It looks like we got a Dorito formation, wedge formation.
So many.
Forming. Yeah, what do we see here? Fatima, first of all, Fatima, do you trade? Fatima, you ES or NQ?
I'm trading at NASDAQ right now.
Okay, let's get over to the NASDAQ then. Dolby Time. What do you have up there on the charts? Yep.
NASDAQ, I'm ready. What are you seeing, Fatima? What levels do you like? Any trades you like? I know chat was kind of looking at these 580s down here and got a bounce.
Yeah, so there was a pretty strong resistance area at 700, so I played the down to 50, just 50 points. Now, I think if it breaks 664, it might go back to 700. So I'm just waiting for that. But I'm not going to play anything right now because I locked myself out from one account and I'm just waiting for the 700s to see if I would enter a trade for the up or see if there's still resistance, and then I would short it.
Nice. So you're still looking bearish, but just not right here, right now.
Yeah, for sure. So if it passes 63 strongly, I think it will go to 700, but I guess we'll see.
There's a question in chat, Fatima, from Bradley DC. What are you doing now to be successful compared to the last couple months that say weren't so successful? What
2 months.
change?
Okay. Yeah, for sure. So what I used to do was I would trade immediately at open, so at 6:30 a.m. I would enter good trades. I would look at my charts and see. I would be profitable, maybe 1K, 2K, and then I would just overtrade. I would be like, oh, I'm gonna go for 10,000 today, and then I would just get into a trade, hold 100 points against me, and then I would lose it and hit the daily loss limit. I kept doing that over and over. So after I would make 3K, I would be confident. I'd be like, now I have like a $6,000. There's no way I'm gonna lose $6,000 plus the daily loss limit. So then I would just hold the trades, lose them. So what I started doing was, so I have 3 funded accounts now. So one account, I'm limiting myself to making only 1,000 a day. That's one account, and I've been super successful because I know I could do it, and I've been doing it, and I want to show myself that I'm a consistent trader. I'm not just like playing around or gambling all my money or whatever. So I have one account for making 1K a day, and that's what I do. That's what I did today, and I locked myself out. And thank you guys for the lockout feature, because that basically saved me and helped me a lot. Yeah, that's one of my favorite features. It's incredible. And then I have a second account where I only take, well, of course, I always take good trades, but I don't allow myself to exceed the 5K mark. Okay. So when I make more, if I make 5K, I lock myself out on that one as well. And then there is an account where it's risky. So that's what I'm going to be trading on today. I still haven't taken a trade. I might take a trade during FOMC, but yeah, that's going to be my risky account. I'm willing to lose or hit the daily loss limit. It's fine. I'm not going to be like affected or like go crazy and then overtrade on different accounts. So that's what I've been doing. And of course, I've been limiting my contract sizes. So I used to trade maybe 3 to 4 when I make like 4K, and the scaling contracts would go up. I would trade sometimes 4 to 5 contracts and then just lose them, because NASDAQ, you can easily see a 30-point candle any minute. So yeah, I've been doing just 1 to 2 contracts. So I've been building my account slowly, and then you take more risks as it goes.
So you have
on.
one account,
so risk management.
$1,000. One account, $1,000. Second account, $5,000. Third account, wider risk parameters. Take on much more risk, and you're trying to obviously bigger rewards. Correct?
Yeah. So on the risky account on Monday, I was up 6,000. I held into a trade, 200 points. Hit my daily loss limit. It's 9,000 in one trade. Wasn't proud of it. I was very disappointed because I should have known better, but I also thought I was gonna like break London highs. So I was like, I'm gonna go for it, but I was okay with it because my other accounts I was doing good and I had locked myself out. So it's very hard to leave your bad habits behind. So I'm just using that account to still have it, but of course in a few months, because I'm still getting better and better, I'm of course gonna not be risking that much, but just for now, yeah.
I kind of wonder if you're in chat, does anyone else in chat have 3 accounts and each account has its own strategy or like personality? That's the first time I heard that, and I looked at your trading combines in your profile today, and I saw that you had 3 different XFAs all at different P&Ls, and I was like, there's no way she's trades copying. So what are you doing?
Yeah.
And now I know.
No, I'm not.
And now I feel smarter.
Yeah, the risky account I lost yesterday, but then I passed the combine, so I still technically have it, but it's a new account.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be very risky especially at OFMC. I'm just going to go with 1 contract. I usually, with the risky account, go for 3 contracts, but I'm going to play it safe today. I don't feel like being risky. It just depends on the day too. FOMC, usually I do lose a lot of money. So yeah, I'm happy I locked myself out of 1 account. So yeah, that feature is amazing. I can't thank you guys enough for it.
It does seem to be everyone's favorite feature on Topstep X. Again, when she's talking about the lockout feature, you'll see the top next to your DLL. It looks like a little stop sign. You go give that a click, and you can lock yourself out for the day. And do not come to support asking them to undo it. It is not unreversible, not be reversed. But yes, it's a feature everyone seems to really like and helps them hold themselves accountable. Okay, all right, Dolby time. We've got. All right, last trade 19,660. We are up almost 80 points off those. What are we thinking here? We got we want to go up to go right back up to the highs here in NASDAQ.
Probably.
Last
700s.
We're in the middle, Dolby. We're in the middle. How do we attack this? Fatima, when you see something like this, we're looking at the 5 minute here, looking at Dolby, what do you got? The 30 or the 5 up?
I got 30 up right now.
30. All right, let's go to the 30 minute.
I feel like this does like a good job kind of explaining what we're all feeling.
Let's do it.
And looking at higher lows on the 30 minute and a lower high on the 30 minute. So we got a Dorito, which means I need my Dorito shades. I feel like I should just be wearing
Fatima,
these.
what's he doing? What's with these Dorito shit? What's he doing?
The market always being in a Dorito pattern, Dre. Like I don't want to
That's
have
the
to
real
wear
question.
these every single time I'm on air, but as long as we're going to be in a Dorito shades are going on. So here we are in the middle of a range.
Dorito going on. Wedge formation, Dorito formation. Sorry, so Dolby, we look at this. We're looking at the 30 minute here. What are we seeing here? We're looking at lower highs and higher lows. Essentially, the market's getting pinched as we move on in time.
It is. It's getting very pinched. So it seems like it kind of enjoys resting here at what 19,000, say 660. So we're right in the middle of the wedge, pretty much. So price is happy. I don't think we should really be expecting a whole lot until FOMC. We've already tried extending the upside and the downside, and it just didn't do anything. So now we're stuck. I mean, this is a market waiting for news.
Yes, it is.
There's
All
also
right,
the mid VWAP at 680, and I have EMAs in my chart, and it hit the 200 EMA and just it's going down. So I want to see it break that level for an up, but yeah, it's
What was
pretty
that level
slow.
again?
9 o'clock is, I guess it's 11 a.m. In Chicago.
Yeah, 11:25. What level were you looking? What level were you looking to break out of, Fatima?
63. That's
63.
the initial one, and then
Like
80
right
is
there.
VWAP. Yeah.
adjust through that line. Yeah, it's like support becomes resistance.
Mm-hmm.
But I still like your call. I think we go range to range, and we go all the way back up to 700s or maybe even 720s.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about risk. How much do you want to risk for that move? And how confident do we think it's going to happen? But it's been all green candlesticks, so I mean, I'd be pretty confident in putting on a few.
All right, here we go. Pushing into the 60s now. The team is looking for a breakout above 19,663. VWAP at last trade 665. VWAP at 683. They'll be seeing perhaps we'll go range to range. Upper end of this range. Looking at
700s. Yeah,
785s ish. 785s. I got the 30-minute up, so I don't. 736. 736. Looking at the 30-minute here. Let's go back to 5.
Sometimes I look at also like the time frames. If you see like the 8 a.m. time frame, it was all down, and then it seems like the 9 a.m. time frame will be pretty bullish. So I'm expecting it to hit 700 before 10 a.m. So I like looking at time frames because you'll see very different. Yeah.
Let's put a limit in for 663 evens. Let's see if we can get filled. It's already up 8 points. Thank you, NASDAQ, for doing what you do. But we'll keep this order in. We did break the 663s. I think that's a good thesis. Range to range. Team has got levels. 663 and 700s. I think that's totally doable.
Okay, so what are we working, Dolby? Sorry, I just had a minor coughing
663.
attack. So 663.
Okay.
Thank you.
663.
Thank you. Sorry, apologize. Yes. Wrong pipe. Water went down the wrong pipe. Here we are. 663s. Working to the upside.
Yeah. NQ, E-minis, house account, trade. Not filled yet.
All right, working 663s. Working 663s. Do see a lot of green bars here. Looking at the 5-minute.
See if we can get a pullback. I mean, it's done a terrible job pulling back. Like the biggest pullbacks have been 53 to 45. That's 8 points. This one's 53 to 55. That's 8 points. 33 to 27. That's 5 points. So what's the high of here? 73 to 65. We might get filled on this.
80,
Right.
but we'll see.
But yeah, buyers have just been coming in pretty consistently here, just straight up.
Mhm.
But we will wait. Wait and see. Fatima, how do we pronounce your name? Chat is flaming us for not pronouncing.
Yeah, how do you
your name.
pronounce your name?
What's the answer?
Yeah, whatever you want.
No, how do you
don't
pronounce
care.
your name?
How do you
How do you
prefer
pronounce your name?
I say Fatima. I say Fatima.
Fatima. Thank you.
But like, I
Thank you for
really don't
correcting
care.
us.
I like people pronouncing it however they want to.
Fatima. Thank you. No, you're a guest here on Power. You're a Power player, so Fatima, it is. Thank you. And some people are, yes, some people are going to pronounce it how they want to in the chat, but thank you for correcting us. Let's get back to the trade. We're working 663s, Dolby time. I don't know if we got get the fill here.
I don't know. Do we like chasing? I don't think chasing's a great idea.
No, not today, but.
Not today.
Yeah, not today.
I think pullback's still in play, though.
Right. Yeah, we got, we're looking for, I think I'm going to tilt here. Nothing really showing. I actually shoot 68% long in the NQ from 19,661. So they're in the money right now. They're probably happy with the price action right now. Last trade, 672. House account working. 63s. Yep. As you see, JD in the chat saying group coaching question form is pinned. Get those questions in for David Green. Again, pinned to the top of the chat. This question is David Green. Absolutely. Fatima, thank you for correcting us. Let's get this fill here. 663s.
Come on down.
Come on, get us. Yes.
What would you risk on the trade? Let's say we got long 663. What's our stop?
Let's see.
What are you looking at, Fatima? When you look at this, what are you looking at? When you said let's see, what are you exactly looking at?
I'm looking at my
Walk us through your
charts.
process.
Charts.
We're in.
I tried to share them, but did it hit?
Yeah, we're in.
We got a fill.
Yeah, fill and bounce. I mean, that was badass.
That was a nice little kiss.
Must
All right,
be
so
right-
how's the count
right
long?
line.
What? We long one?
Long one, 663 evens.
663 even. How's the count long one? 663 evens.
Let's go.
Target 700.
Target 700 here on Power Players.
We'll at least do 2 to 1 for risk. So if you get a level, let me know, Fatima. But I'm gonna do at least 2 to 1 for now. So further notice.
Yep. What are your charts showing you?
I'd probably have a stop at 40. 640.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Good
But
stuff.
hopefully it's gonna go up.
708. Yeah. We will hold. So 2 to 1.
40s. So yeah, 663s. It's 20. Yeah. So yes, 25 points. Yeah. Okay. 700s. I like it. Good risk, good reward.
Continuation trade to the upside. Would you do you add into your positions, Fatima, or no?
I used to buy. I'm playing it super safe, like I said, since September. So either 1 to 2 contracts. That's what I. Yeah.
Cool.
So either
I've got to
enter
ask,
1 contract or just 2 contracts.
how is the performance of your one account that you go for $1,000, your account that goes for $5,000, the account that's very risky? How are the performance of the 3 different accounts? What are you seeing there in terms of your trading performance, in terms of the account balance? What any differences? Tell us what you're seeing.
So with the 1K account here, I can. I can't share. So I noticed I have more winning trades. It's at 76%.
In the 1K.
And yeah, the 1K. And then the day ones is 100% because I've been super careful. And then actually with the 5K account, I have an 82% winning trade rate and then also 100 days of winning. But I do take a little more risks with that one, not as much of course, but I tend to hold trades longer, so maybe that's why the trade wins are a little higher. But other than that, they're very similar because
Interesting.
the trade setups are usually practically the same, so it's not that much of a difference. And then with the risky one, yeah, that's way different than.
What's that? How different is different?
I don't. You see, Tradeovate doesn't have the cool. What's it called? Coach T. So I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know, and I did lose that risky account yesterday, but.
Is that to be expected though? It is the risk. It is the risky accounts. You're taking on riskier trades. I guess that's not.
Yeah.
Not to be unexpected. Yes.
Of course.
Nice job. 1K, 5K. I like it. All right. Nasdaq back at our entry price, 19,663.
Yeah, I mean, the trade has spent most of the time in the green for us. So
yes, it has.
Typically, that's a good sign. Obviously, it's better than the other portion, which is putting on a trade and sitting in the red for the first 5 minutes. That feels good.
That's the worst. That's the worst. That's the worst. Just
so far, so
you're
good.
wrong. Instantly, you're just wrong. It's just red. It's just wrong. But yeah, so far so good. Now, Fatima, have you been there before? Have you been there before? You just put a trade on, it's just instantly in the red, and it just never gets out of the red.
Every day, no. Every day in June and July, it was practically the same thing over and over. I was gonna give up if it wasn't for Russell and Kevin. Yeah, I know how much you guys talk about trading partners or buddies. Yeah,
yeah,
you guys.
100%. Well, Dolby, tell Fatima about what's your idea for how we can find trading buddies here at Topstep.
Yes. TS Tinder. So essentially, you'd make a trading profile, and then you see if they, if their trading strategy and personality aligns with you, and if it does, then you may have a trading partner.
Swipe right. You got a trading buddy. I love it. I absolutely love the idea.
Get the market, the strategy, with their time zone.
Yep. Yeah. There you go.
Language.
Yeah.
This is what I think about before I go to sleep, guys. Like, how do we make TS Tinder happen?
It's just
have you told Michael about this idea?
Oh, I've had this idea for 5 years.
Many times.
I've been at Topstep for 5 years. I used to drive our product manager totally insane because I would tell them about this idea every single week.
We've told him many times. He just says, "Okay, guys." Oh, there he is. He's in the chat. Oh, there he's in the chat. Oh, yes, he has. Topstep Tinder. There he is. All right, last trade 19,660. So, hey, Blue Boy thinks it's a great idea. Yes. Let's see if we can push here. Look at the tilt. Nasdaq about 61% long. They were in the money last we checked. Let's see. Average price is 666. So they're taking a little bit of heat. Nothing crazy. ES stays strong.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Why do you like the trade?
Just because of the consolidation, it's not going. I think if it was going to go down, it would have went down already. But also the red candles, the wicks compared to the green.
I like it.
It's going up.
Yeah, let's go. Going up on Tuesday. Come on, working 700s here. Yeah, we got risk about 2
to 1 right now. Need 73s to break.
Fatima, what is typically your risk reward on a trade for how about for the 1,000, the 1K account? What is your risk reward typically? 1-to-1? What are we talking about?
I don't really look at 1-to-1. I'd probably say 1-to-1. I guess, yeah.
Okay, and in the 5K account, still same, or is it just bigger size? Yeah. It's just size. Is that what the difference between the two accounts? Just size?
Yeah, basically.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. I know faction. It's a song. It's a song faction. I know Drake's song. That's all. That's all it was. That's all it was. Going up on a Tuesday. Last trade 19,667 in the NQ.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Keep pushing.
We've been this trade for quite a while.
Yeah, good for the whole times here.
We do it for the whole time.
Yeah, we'll have a VIP update here in Power Players as well. You're asking Fatima what
contract?
Go ahead. No, what is your strategy exactly? What's your trade strategy in general? I know it's a very general question, But tell us, give us some insight into your trading strategy.
Yeah, so I look at structure, of course, volume. On my charts, I have EMAs and VWAP, and every day in the morning, sorry. So I look at London high and Asia's highs and lows. I mark them. So I want to see during the New York session, I want to see them break those levels, both of them. I also create fair value gaps, and I see how they, if they basically go through them or 50%. And then just from that, I know my entries and my exits. So it's basically a bunch of little things. But it's not, but yeah.
If you had to trade on
that Monday, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, if you had to trade on a desert island with Topstep X Mobile and Starlink, what would be your one indicator or formation or pattern that you took with you to your trading island? You only have one.
This trading island, man.
I do VWAP.
There,
nice.
I like it. I like it. This trader island. I've been loving this question. Look at he's so amused with himself. Look at him up there. He's just loving it.
It's a good one.
Great question.
Trader Island. You got Bachelor Island, isn't that? You got Love Island.
Yes.
Trader Island.
Gilligan's Island. We got all the islands out there. Last trade. We got, speaking of VWAP, I got VWAP at 19,679. There's a little bit of a magnet there. 679.
There, Dre?
Well, we're trying to work 7 hundos, so that would be nice.
Oh, just
Montas says mine would be
out.
Yeah.
Are we hanging out down
Long
here?
Island, Green Man Fresh.
Oh, Long Island. That's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, it is. Hey, really good numbers now for Power.
Dolby?
Fatima, what's up? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was asking Dolby what he would pick.
Ranges.
Question.
That's the easiest question. It's ranges. I would just bring a box indicator. Just whatever helps me draw a box. That's what I would bring.
I love range days. Trend days, awful. I always go against the trend. Awful. Awful.
Are you calling? Are you trying to call the tops and bottoms? Is that what you're doing there?
In the ranges or
in the troll? I guess in the range. I guess that's essentially what you are doing. Yeah. What are you doing in the trend day that you don't like them?
So when it's like a bearish trend day, I never believe it's going to keep going down. Right. For some reason, I'm like, okay, it hit this level. There is no way it's going to go down more. And then I go, and then 100 points, 200 points. And I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
And then the bull trend days, it goes up and up and up. And I'm like, okay, it's consolidating. You see a little bit of shorts. And I'm like, okay, this is it. I enter, flies back up. And I'm like, I can't. So range days are usually typically the days I like.
Jimmy T back in the gym. All right, I see what you're up to, Jimmy. You're just a troll. I thought you were actually being cool. All right, never mind. Last trade. I thought you were actually a normal person. You're just doing a bit here. I got you. Anyways, we got a VIP update. We'll just bring in JD. Everyone's been talking about VIP. There's been a lot of movement on the leaderboard on the VIP leaderboard. JD, give the people an update on the sweet VIP program we have only here at Topstep, Jimmy T. Where else are you going to get a VIP? Let's go, JD.
Giving the people what they want. Here is your Topstep VIP experience update. We've got a leaderboard. We've got the top 10 traders in the VIP experience. If we could throw up the bottom half of that top 10 list right now. Give them a second. So out of the 158 traders in the VIP experience, 30 have been eliminated. The only way to get eliminated from the VIP experience is to pass the trading combine into an XFA and then lose the XFA. That's how you get knocked out of the VIP experience. So of the 158 that we started with, we still have 127 traders. We've issued 2 payouts. 2 traders have taken payouts. Those are our top 2 traders in the VIP experience right now. Monique is sitting in first place. She took a $2,200 payout. Oh, here's the top of the list. Monique right at the top there. trading in an XFA, $2,200 payout just a couple weeks ago. Current account balance of $4,400. Current total take balance plus payouts of $6,600. So nice trading there from Monique. And then Miguel also has taken a $1,600 payout. Currently has an account balance of $1,566. So current total take for VIP experience, $3,202.
Excellent.
If we could see the bottom half of that list. All right, so we have one trader and a trading combine in the top 10 right now. How it works is once you pass through the trading combine and you're in the XFA, you make it to the funded level, you're automatically put to the top of the list. So right now we have 9 funded level traders left in the VIP experience. We have 9 traders in the XFAs. The rest are trading in trading combines or have been eliminated. So these are the 10 best traders out of 158 so far. We're going to have a whole lot more. We're going to be coming back in with a whole lot more updates with this in the coming days. So stay tuned. We're going to start bringing our coaches in and some traders. We're going to really play up this experience because it's pretty exciting what these guys are doing. They're doing a great job too. It's been going on since July, and we've only lost 30 traders in that amount of time. So these guys are pretty impressive. They're we're keeping a close eye on them. They're doing great so far. So
seriously, man.
We'll be back tomorrow with another update. Maybe we'll have some more information for you then.
Thanks, J. A lot of team stop hunters on the leaderboard. Shout out to Team Stop Hunters.
Got a position update, Dre.
Hit me.
Touched 19,673. We are on our way to 700. 30 points
Fatima.
away.
Here we come, Fatima. Are you ready for this? 19,700. Let's get it here in Power Players. We got about 13 minutes left. This goes fast when you're having fun. Fatima, okay, so you're talking about your trading buddies. How are you in contact with them on Discord, or are you on a Zoom call? How do you stay in touch with them during the trading day? Tell us about your I guess the mechanics, logistics of how this works.
So it's Discord. We usually meet up every Monday and Thursdays, but if I need them, they'll just pop up on the voice chat for Discord. And if not, we're just like texting back and forth on Discord, of course. And then, so when I was having my losing streak the past 2 months, they would do workshops for me and just go over their strategies and like teach me new things that they have learned. And yeah, just talked about like psychology and the new strategies. But yeah, mostly on Discord. And then also journaling. I started journaling. I know you guys always said that was very important. But yeah, so every day we have to do our journals and send it to each other on WhatsApp. I know you guys were talking about WhatsApp yesterday.
Yes, we were.
That's what we do.
You watch. You watch every day, Fatima? Do you watch? Be honest. Do you watch us every day? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you're on. Awesome. Yeah. All right. Well, I want to talk about July. I want to talk about your struggles in July, if you don't mind. I mean, you're back on here. You're doing well. You're taking payouts. Let's talk about, because every trader is going to go through the struggles, right? We've all been there. Whether it's, I know in January, Michael and myself, we were struggling big time in January. It was just like loser after loser after loser. It sucks, right? You start questioning everything. I get antisocial. I lose my appetite. Don't sleep well. How does a Fatima deal with the struggles that are inevitable in a trading year? How do you deal with it?
Yeah, so how I'm dealing with it now is way better than I did in July, but I was awful in July. I was trading at that point just to make money because I would just spend, I'll just be honest, I would spend thousands of dollars on accounts and resets. I would get them funded in 2 to 3 days, and then I would just lose them. So then there goes like, what, $300, because I usually buy 150K accounts. So that's what I used to do. I would just be like, okay, that's fine. I can just reset it, And then I would reset it. I would pass it. So how I dealt with it was really bad. But now I just take it step by step. So in August, I would fill an account. I would have maybe, let's say, 7 combines going. So I would fail one, then I'd be like, okay, I can reset one until I pass it. I can reset another until I have the 5 accounts. So that's what I did little by little. And then I'm like, no, I should be setting accounts. If I set it like, what is it called? Like I can only spend $300 a week because I was spending way too much. So I'm like, if I miss this up, that's it. It's gone. Because during the combines, I trade a little bit big. So I do 5 to 10 contracts. So I changed that as well. In late August, I tried to pass them with just 2 to 3 contracts, and it was easy because that's my most successful day was 20K in a day, and I did that with 2 to 3 contracts.
Isn't that funny how that works? Isn't that funny how that works?
Yeah,
2 to 3 contracts.
And I always mess.
2 to 1,
That's
2
it.
to 3
And then I
contracts.
always go back to 5 to 10, and I'm like, it's not worth it. So now since late August, September, 1 to 2 contracts, and I'm happy. If I make 1K. Well, that's like over 200,000 a year.
It's great, right? It's yes. Keep it all in perspective. Speaking of which, we're going up to VWAP here in NASDAQ. Fatimi said we got 19,000. That's the indicator she would bring to her trader island. Sure enough, lo and behold, we did just touch it. We get a bit of a trader island. Let's see if we can get a push into the 19,700s. Excellent. People can really relate with you. They love your story, Fatimi. So you realize that you don't have to reset all the time. You realize that, hey, 2 to 3 contracts is plenty to get you. So keep going. Tell us more about your July.
Yeah. So July was just awful. So just wasted so much money. Didn't request any payouts because I couldn't keep an account more than 5 days. So just risk management at the end of the day, honestly. I mean, one contract, like today with my 1K account, I just did one contract, 50 points.
Cool.
Easy, Well, not easy, but.
Oh, I know what you're saying.
It adds up.
If I
you go 2 to 1,
it simple. Yes,
a couple times, you're at like $800 to $1,200. If you risk 200 to make 400, 2 winning trades is $800, and that can happen in
exactly
2 minutes in Nasdaq.
And just not holding bad trades anymore because that was one of my problems as well, holding. So, I sometimes, it's breaking it, hopefully. Let's see.
Yep. Talk to us, Fatimi. What are you seeing here?
I see 700 soon, Andre.
I love it. You guys heard it. You see 700s coming down the pipeline. All right. Hey, real quick. Group coaching starts in about a half hour. Get those questions. Form is pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions in for David Green. He's a Wall Street veteran. He was on the floor for over 30 years. Now he's got Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Please make sure you get those questions in. He's going to be joining us in Power Hour as well. Get those questions in. His form is pinned to the top of the chat. David Green joining JD for group coaching in about 40 minutes. But in the meantime, Fatimi says we got 19,700s in sight.
Yep. Going break even on this one. Unless Fatima, you say otherwise, we are up 20 points already. Not already, finally. We're up 20 points finally in this trade. So risk off, go to break even and let this thing play out. Is that okay, Fatima, or do you want to switch it up?
Look at this.
Whatever you want.
Not whatever you want. Whatever you want. What do you want?
You're the guest.
Not whatever we want. Whatever you. What do you want?
So what were you saying, Dolby?
So we still have our trade on. I moved the stop from negative $450 to break even. So if you still want to accept more risk, I can move the stop back down again.
No, let's keep it at break even.
Cool. Break even it is. We'll let this thing play out.
Risk
and if
management.
Yeah.
If this segment ends without this trade being fulfilled, we will leave it on.
Come on, 700s on power players. We got 6 minutes left on power players. Come on, 700s. We can do this. We can do this right here, right now. 15 points away from 700. 13 points away from 700s. Can we get the push? Can we get the push right here, right now? If you like what you're seeing, click like, click subscribe. FOMC Day, Super Bowl of trading. Fatimi, will you be trading FOMC? How do you approach an FOMC day, especially with so much uncertainty as to what they're actually going to do here in about an hour and 10 minutes?
Yeah, I have no idea, honestly. I was going to trade on my risky account because the last 2 times Powell spoke, it just went 300 points up, and then as soon as he ends the conference, it goes down. So I just want to see if it does the same thing today. If it does, I might play micros, But yeah, I'm not feeling risky today, or like I don't really care what happens. You know, you can make a lot of money at FOMC, but I'm like, I don't know. Ever since September started, I'm just like calm, and I'm like, if I win, I win. If I miss out, it's fine. There's other opportunities.
Very chill. Are you in California?
Yeah.
Very California vibes of you right now. Very, very.
Yeah, I'm from LA.
Very chill. Yeah, LA. Very LA of you. Yes, very chill. I like it. Whatever happens, happens. I like it. Let's see if we're speaking of whatever happens, happens. Can we get a push into the 90s? Last trade, 19,688. We're 2 points away from the 90s. We get in the 90s. We're getting these 700s, Fatima. Let's do it.
Do we like 700 evens, or do we like 710s? Is there some nuance above 700? Or we just want 700 evens?
I'm scared as soon as it hits 700, it's just gonna plummet down. But I think if it goes past 700, I think 720 would be the level.
20.
Or it also might create new highs. But yeah, I want to see how it reacts to 700.
Come on, let's.
Well, I'll move it up just in case it shoots up, and then I can always move the stop up higher if need be.
I like it.
Don't want to let this momentum go to waste, Ray.
I don't want to go to waste. Let's get these 700s. I'd love to end on a bang here with an exclamation point. There we go. Come on. Look at her. Talk to it. Talk to the market, Fatima. Talk to it. Tell her what it needs to do.
Hit it up. Hit it up.
And it better go
Listen
up
to her.
before.
Listen to her. Here we go. Come on. 3 minutes left.
6 points. Can we get them?
Come on. Here we go. Hit these 700s one time.
Watch it hit 699.9.
No, don't say that.
Right, I'll put our TP at 99 and a
That's happened to me
half.
so many times.
There's got to be some
99 and a
stops.
half.
There's got to be some stops up there. There's
Where's
got to be.
liquidity
Come
at?
on.
What do we got?
Yeah, looking Freddie.
75 at 04, so that's interesting. That's about it.
Here we go. Here we go. 2 minutes left again. We got
Tim, we're getting pretty close to the take profit here. Are you a type of trader that has like a 10% rule in which close enough is good enough, or you just set the take profit and let that get hit whenever happens?
Come on. Come on.
It depends. It depends how I feel about the trade. For this one, I would let it hit.
I feel this one. This is a good one. He was giving us the gold right here. Oh, 4
Here it is.
points.
Come on.
Oh, come on. It's so close.
Hit it. One time.
Would you move your stop up to say like 82s at this point, or just let it go?
No, I would keep it. Yeah, I would keep it.
Keep it at break even?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Oh, we're so close.
Here we got it. Come on. We literally have 1 minute left. Come on.
Oh,
Come on.
yeah,
We did it. Hell yeah. Oh, baby.
bring
That
in the
was
green.
amazing.
Ah, beautiful.
What did we make
Great
on that
call by
one?
the
What did
team.
we make?
727, baby.
Woo! Fatima, yeah, she's like, I know it. I know it. Look
I
at
knew
that cover,
Yeah,
too.
I knew that.
Oh, that was awesome. That was
40
awesome
points.
stuff. Hey, that is a power
should've
player.
taken
That
that
is an
trade
absolute
then.
power player. Yeah, Fatima, take a bow. Everyone give a W to Fatima. That was incredible. Wow, that was an absolute power. Nice execution there, Dolby. We got the fill. We took a little bit of heat, but we saw it grinding. That was incredible stuff, guys. Well, job well done. Whew, this is a big day. This is just the start. Look at it. We're pushing the 705s. Only we had a runner. No, I'm kidding. Dolby time. Great stuff.
Ray.
FOMC day.
I wish we did.
Fatima, an absolute pleasure. You will be back on with us again. We got the buyers in the house. We got shoulder tap coming up next. We got group coaching coming up next. It's FOMC day. Stay with us here on Topstep TV. Let's go. Incredible.
take my time.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's time for the shoulder tip. I'm JD. You can hear Mick behind me. You're looking at Ben also. What's up, Ben? How we doing today? We're coming hot off a house account victory in the last segment with Fatima.
Yeah.
$727 in the house account, trading the NQ. Nice execution from Dolby, Fatima, and Andre on that one. They lined
that
up
was
that
really
Dolby
cool to
Dorado
watch.
perfectly.
I got to catch the tail end of that as I was getting ready for this segment, and pretty cool. The Risk team are big fans of Fatima and her trading. She's been with us for a while, been in a live account, so always the bastion of integrity, honesty. Love having her on TV and as part of the Topstep community. So that was really cool to see, kind of at the buzzer, throw on a trade, before the next segment, and it was a winner. Good stuff on the crew and the house account. So we can run through some updates on live accounts first, if you'd like, JD. Let's move in.
Let's hear it. We got I see some traders in the green, only a few in the red, but let's talk about some of those good traders going on.
Yeah, let's do it. House account up $730. Nick for a tick, only down $40. Looks like he put on kind of a feeler trade earlier, just took a small loss. Love seeing a small loss rather than a big one. And Pockenon's up $19,700 again today. That's after Monster Day yesterday. We'll talk about that briefly here coming up. Uday up $200. Susan S up $21,000 as well in her live account. Big winning trading day. That's after a series of daily loss limits in the account. So it's always nice to see someone recover after a series of losses like that. Now we just got to lock that in and continue to build off of it from there. But that's a really big winning day. $1,400 from Kang L. Gorkum, who's a name that's been on the boards a lot recently, up $1,900, and Nicholas V up $3,100. Nathan, lots of people have are settling in near P&L highs on the day, which I love seeing. I hope that as we approach that FOMC announcement, that more and more traders get flat, especially those that are green. Even if you're red, for that matter, locking it in. There's no need. No one's forcing you to place trades during that period of time. There's going to be a lot of volatility and probably a lot of really good trading opportunities that come in the aftermath, hours and days after that announcement. So there's always good opportunity there. Nathan B, it looks like, was up 4,600 earlier today, ended up taking a U-turn and hitting the DLL. So be kind to yourself, forgive yourself, and especially if you're up money today, go ahead and lock that in. Shut the computer down. If you want to watch the FOMC meeting, throw it on the TV maybe. But that would be my recommendation for our traders, particularly if you're live, is to be really cautious into this afternoon and going forward. So that's what we've got in the way of live trader updates. We can talk a little bit more about Pockenon, is quite the developing story. We can move into that first if we've got that trading card up.
For sure. Familiar name. Yeah, and just like Ben was saying, if history's taught us anything, it said that 1 o'clock hour is going to be very volatile today. So stay on your toes. All those names you mentioned just now, they're all familiar to us. They've been on our leaderboard. They've been on our top live on our top XFA PNL list from the previous days. I think one of these guys was even on our hot streaks list for a little while. So big shout out to to these life under traders doing a great job today.
Yeah, most definitely.
Right,
so Pockenon in particular, if there was ever a candidate to lock it in and not trade FOMC, it'd be Pockenon up. Pockenon's up $47,000 roughly between yesterday and today's P&L. Had almost lost the live account, was kind of on the ropes near the brink of getting offboarded, and ended up turning that around with a $27,000 winning day yesterday. As of about a half hour ago, is now flat, up $19,000 and some change today. So really incredible trading. I know Mick spoke about it. This should look familiar for anyone that was on watching Shoulder Tap yesterday. This trader has been trading gold in particular, and communicated with us about kind of a short bias that they were looking at. And I think that had likely hurt this trader over a period of time, as gold's pushing into, all-time high territory. It seems like every day or every other day. That's a difficult short to take on with that kind of bias. And obviously it's been hurting over a period of time. But just in the last, couple of days, that gold short bias that was communicated has really paid off, in these, particularly in the spots that this trader has put on those trades. So yeah, overall, just really impressive. Wanted to highlight them. So much of trading is what you do with the money once you have it, because even a chimpanzee could put on a winning trade. It's about how you manage that trade and what you do with the money going forward, right? Are you just in a race to try and double or triple that? Or are you going to, do something with that profit? Are you going to take it out of your account? Are you going to learn from it and find ways to build that account balance into, long-term profitability? So that's what we're all about here at Topstep. We want to see long-term profitability. The big winning days are really exciting and really nice, but ultimately they don't mean anything if it never hits your bank account. So we don't have to camp out on this one for too long, but wanted to give Pocket a shout out, especially after yesterday and today's performance. So if you're ready, JD, unless you want to say something about this real quick, we can move on to the next one.
I was just going to say, Pocket took a page right out of the Dakota trading book there. Less than a 20% winning trade percentage. 9 consecutive days in drawdown, almost $27,000. Made it all back in one day yesterday, and now up again today. So yeah, cutting those small losses. That's, what do they call it? Death by 1,000 cuts. But keep those losses small, and when you get those winners, let them ride. So let Dakota tell you all about that.
Yeah, Dakota's been on my mind more recently. He and I have been in communication about his XFAs. We're very carefully considering calling him up. Or depositing those funds, I should say, into the open live account that he has. And so, he's been trading very well. I know that he went through kind of a period of difficulty. That's the nature of trading. And so much about the way he is recovered from that and traded well in these XFAs, trading micros, trading very consistently, profitably, over the last couple of weeks, speaks a lot about his fortitude and his character as a trader. So, if we could take a minor detour, just big shout out to you, Dakota. I'm really impressed with what you've done specifically in these XFAs the last couple of days. And, we're going to go back to, you probably move those funds into the live account here very shortly. So, shout out to Dakota. And I also noticed some trading that from the next two trading cards that we've talked about that made me think a little bit of Dakota as well. So we can pull up the next card we've got for POWELL, someone that we've talked about. I want to say it was 2 weeks ago. Maybe it was the last time we had featured POWELL, but an update here. Unfortunately, not really going in the right direction in this live account for POWELL. This is someone who has traded profitably. Anytime you're in a live account at Topstep, that means you have proven yourself over some period of time. You've done well in XFAs and have gotten moved up to a live account. So anyone that you see on these trading cards that are in a live account have already sort of proven themselves, if you want to call it that. But there are a lot of instances of people that, get into a live account or even just get into a funded account, right? That transition from trading combine into XFA, that they have difficulty. They struggle, that kind of real money's on the line sort of mentality, I think, can damage some of the trading behaviors. And POWELL, as you can see from the average daily P&L, has been losing money. Now, that's not constant. It hasn't been every day. To the contrary, POWELL has taken payouts. He's taken 2 payouts from this account for a total of $8,400. So it's certainly not, a total loss. There's been profitability. There's been profits taken out of the account, and paying himself, which is the number one thing that we talk about. But, you can see throughout these statistics, JD, that there's considerable room for improvement and really just show a kind of a negative expectancy over the 32 trading days that we've seen. So again, it's not exactly consistent every single day. There's bouts of profitability, but when you are hitting the daily loss limit relatively consistently, Jack and I talk about that. It seems like every time we're on Shoulder Tap, that club DLL is what he calls it. If you're far too friendly or buddy with that DLL, eventually that'll come home to roost and really damage your account balance over time. Even if that daily loss limit is $1,000 like it is in the 50K account size. So with a 150K account at $3,000 daily loss limit, it really doesn't take a whole lot of those types of days before you're in trouble in this account. And POWELL, unfortunately, is kind of teetering. Still has the account, still has a $3,700 balance in this account. We're not out of it. That's something that I've been thinking a lot about lately, JD, is how reckless maybe is not the best word to come up with, but there's a tone of recklessness that I've seen from time to time with traders who are very close to losing that funded, even if it's an XFA, but in a live account as well, losing that funded account. And it's kind of like this, well, I'm all in, right? You've only got a few chips left. Let me just like throw a trade on and see what happens. It's either going to bail me out or it's not. And of course, sometimes there's some small percentage of the time that it does work out. And I think that reinforces a lot of bad habits. As someone who sits behind the desk and looks at the 1,000-foot view across all of these accounts, I can say that the odds are really against you with that type of strategy and behavior and account management. Ultimately, if you focus on keeping the live account once you're in there, that's how you're going to succeed long term. Getting to a live account is difficult to do. Keeping it is much easier to do once you're in there than losing it and trying to go back to all the way through our program, earning another one. Not impossible, certainly, but it takes discipline. It's difficult to do, to reset kind of mentally and go back through, trading small, building that account back up. It's what has to be done, and ultimately it will pay out. It may only take a week or two, of some steady, small, consistent gains before you're back in a position where you can, confidently resume trading, in a profitable manner with the size that you're accustomed to and comfortable with. So that would be my recommendation. We believe in POWELL. He's been in this account for a significant period of time and taking payouts. So there's positives here, but ultimately we want to see him stay in the account. Anything from the trade reports or the trading card that jump out at you, JD?
I'm going through this trade report right now. I really wish Jack was here to go over his views on Club DLL. This guy hit the DLL 18 times in the 32 days that he's been in this. 32 days that he's been in this live funded account. You mentioned wanting to hold on to this account. It doesn't really look like POWELL's trying to hold on to this account right now. But he only traded above. He only made more money than his DLL twice. He had a 5,000 winning day and a 4,000 winning day. Other than that, like, he's maxing out every single day. He's swinging for the fences. You mentioned that he's been up considerable amounts just to hit that DLL. It curdles my stomach thinking about that. How being up $15,000, $17,000, $20,000 just to come back and lose it all, and then possibly your live funded account. It's gut wrenching hearing stories like this. I hope he turns it around. $3,700 left in the live account. I think he's got one shot at it, like you said. What's out of curiosity? Any chance we can see what he's doing today? Is he? Is today going to be the day?
That's interesting question. I believe at last check he had hit the DLL for today. That was really the impetus for why he was going to be featured today, because we are roughly one more daily loss limit away from losing the account. So there has to be some behavioral change. There has to be a desire to make those changes. But again, I think the closer you get to that line, I see it very often. People just say, screw it, I'll throw on a big trade and see if it works out or not. And when it does work out, I think that reinforces bad habits. And most of the time it truly does not work out. It's really, I'm very thankful and fortunate to be in the position that I'm in. It's really changed my perspective in a big way on trading, because I've been the individual trader myself. And I think it's easy to tell yourself certain things when you're in that spot. Then you move into, a risk manager position, something, a bit higher level, and you see thousands of accounts, on a daily basis on these boards. And it really kind of dehumanizes the data a little bit and makes it easier to objectively look at. So being able to come on this broadcast and share some of those broad picture, statistical advantages, hopefully, that you can capitalize on, or at a minimum, statistical pitfalls to avoid is a huge benefit, and something that I want to continue to try to provide on this program. So hopefully, our traders in our community are taking things away from that. And we'll keep moving. We got one more card that we can dig into today. We'll go to Alexis next up.
Just real quick, POWELL, if you're listening, we realize you're in desperation mode right now. Slow it down, scale it back. You got one more bullet in the chamber, it looks like. So take her easy. Be careful at 1 o'clock Central Time today. All right, let's go.
Yeah, and on that note, micros are in. Micros are very fashionable at the moment. I've seen a bunch of traders. It seems like the volume picking up on micros. I know Dakota has sort of recovered in a big way through trading smaller size and micro, scaling in and out. He's really big on scaling. He was doing that with 20 or 30 minis earlier this year and making ridiculous profits. You got to be disciplined and comfortable enough to truly scale down, get back to that rhythm and that profitable trading. So micros are a great way to do that, even if it's in a kind of an intermediate term, get you back on the right track. And Alexis does a good job of that. You'll see the micro gold contract and in concert with the mini size golds. Alexis is a gold trader, and we've featured her previously. The last time I went back and looked at the trading card, these percentages, as often happens, have reached more of an equilibrium, meaning, previously we had seen, I think it was 9 trading days was the last time we checked in with Alexis, and, saw 65+% winning day and winning trade percentages. Those have come down a little bit. The reward to risk ratio is pretty similar to what it was previously, but as I'm going through this, and in particular because I'm a fan of Alexis's, and she came out so hot from the offset from getting transferred into the live account, she was putting up profits, right away. That sort of catches our eye, and certainly if you put up big profits early in the live account, we want to make sure that you're able to keep those and pay yourself on them. So, Alexis is someone that I check in with, daily on the live boards and make sure and see, kind of what she's up to. And so I have what I think is a pretty good understanding of kind of the behavior and some of the things that she, does that I would call it undercutting what is otherwise really profitable trading. So there's a few things that we could do here to potentially increase that profitability, because Alexis is very obviously someone who can pick a level in the market, put a trade on, manage risk, and take money out of the market. I would say that from third-party perspective, it looks like most often it's trade selection and in some cases trade management that could be improved upon. Sometimes you put on that really great trade that's, maybe it made you $1,500, and then, there's that endorphin kick, that rush that you get, and, you want to take another trade, and all of a sudden you've given back half of that. And now you're kind of you went from this really positive side of the emotional spectrum to now this negative side. It can impact you. And, we see that often. And I think that is most likely what's happening to kind of, undercut some of the otherwise really good trading that Alexis is doing. She's got a really healthy account balance, 20 trading days completed, and $6,300 in payouts thus far. Would love to see, a nice steady streak of, a few days, profitability over the next week or two, and take another big payout. I think if you're trading consistently profitably and then paying yourself along the way, it's really easy to kind of find that flow and be comfortable taking a loss, knowing that on aggregate and over time, you're having that profitability. So it's impossible for me to say, I'm only sitting here looking at data. Same thing with you, JD. I'm sure if you dug through the individual executions, you could probably learn and gain a lot from that. But we don't know who Alexis is as a person. You know what I mean by that? She has things about herself that only she knows and who she is. And so she's got to go in and study her own performance and ultimately figure out the ways that she can implement these different, call them fail safes or stop gaps or whatever it may be, to minimize those losses and those kind of, B or C trades, and really lean into the, A+ setups that she clearly has to maximize profitability. So that's not just Alexis, obviously, that's everyone.
Her trade report, and I'm looking at her on her leaderboard dashboard. She's ranked 540 right now. She's only been with Topstep since January, but she's trading like a real pro. $6,300 from this live account. That is not her total lifetime payout, though. She has been taking money out of her funded level accounts since the beginning of the year. She's doing very well too. Can't divulge the actual number, but she's trading like a pro. Like, she's been here for more than a year. I bet she's been trading somewhere else before she got to Topstep. She's working this account the right way. Her best winning days are bigger than her worst losing days, and many. Let me count this again. I think she hit the DLL 6 times, and she profited more than that 4 or 5 times. So she's playing it right, and there's a lot of nice winning days in between there. So Alexis, whatever you're doing, keep it up. You're on the right track, and hope to see more payouts and maybe see you move up that leaderboard too. With that, Ben, you got any last remarks before we before we cut
Yeah,
out? We got
one last piece, sort of about Alexis, but more broadly. When you look at that average daily P&L, a lot of times I'm seeing, I love the traders who are right at that, 100 to call it $400 mark of average daily P&L, where there is obviously, some positive expectancy. There's positive trading going on, but that tells me, especially if we've got 20, 30 plus days of sample size to look at, there's a lot of room to grow within that. I'm fascinated by the people that are able to, kind of steady players, traders, whether that's in sports or otherwise, that then kind of make that next leap. It requires a lot of work. It requires a lot of focus and introspection and discipline. But I'm absolutely fascinated by the people that are able to jump from that, $200 to $300 average daily P&L to $800 to $1,000. That's really, really impressive. That's incredible money, on the year. So it's elusive. It's difficult to do, but hopefully you're, watching the program, trying to take things away from the things we share on this segment and others, and improve your trading over time so that you can really do this, in a professional way. So that would be my party thought.
Nicely done. Thanks, Ben. And thank you to all the traders who we just featured. Alexis, keep at it. POWELL, good luck, bud. We're thinking about you today. And Bakanan, keep doing what you're doing also. All right, we're going to take a short break. We're going to be back with group coaching in just a few minutes. We got David Green from Wall Street Global Trading Academy joining us. We're going to be talking with him right through the FOMC announcement at 1 o'clock. We're all going to get together. We'll be here at when the clock strikes 1 o'clock Central Time. We're all going to be here, and we're all going to be talking through the Fed announcement with you straight through the Fed Chairman press conference, which is at 1:30. So stick around. More Tradertainment coming your way. We're all going to be here. Thanks, folks. Be right back. Welcome back, friends and traders. It is everybody's favorite time of day. It's my favorite time of day. It's group coaching time. I'm JD. You got David Greenson here from Wall Street Global Trading Academy. We're going to talk through the markets. We're going to answer your questions, and then we're going to roll right into the FOMC announcement. Mr. Green, what's happening today? How we doing?
Mr. Green was my father. I'm David.
You got it. David, what's going on today?
Well,
You in the markets at all?
Everything's good. Thank God.
Participating in this?
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens in, where are we, 27 minutes now. This is always a day for me to be very light in trading. Usually a lot of people don't even trade Fed Day. I can tell you that right now. We're going to get the big knee jerk at 2 o'clock, depending on what they say, 25 or 50 basis points. Then he starts talking at 2:30 and he bores us for an hour from 2:30 to 3:30. We'll get another knee jerk when he starts talking. And what I've noticed most times is tomorrow could be a really good trend day, either up or down, depending on, what he says. I don't think it's going to be that important whether it's 25 or 50. I think 50, we'd get a bigger move one way or the other. I think everything's going to depend on what he says in the meeting. Are we going to be data dependent? Are we just starting now? Is it a one-off? So I think that will be even more important than the actual number that comes out. Either way, we are always be reactive, not proactive. A good way to blow up any account is to try to guess what's going to happen when they come out. So everything we do is just, reactive, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we usually see a massive amount of accounts going under on days like today. People trying to
it's just not worth it.
Playing the guessing game, trying to get lucky.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a guessing game, and it's gambling, 100% gambling, and I don't treat any of this as gambling. This is what some of us do for a living, so we don't gamble. We're not right all the time, but we don't gamble.
Question just came in the chat if we're going to cover FOMC. Yes, 100%. We will be here covering FOMC from start to finish. We'll be here right at 1 o'clock when the announcement comes out, straight through Fed Chairman Powell's press conference. So make sure you stick around. I think we're going to be airing the press conference, actually, so that'll be playing in the background, and we'll be talking around it, trading around it. So should be the next hour and a half is going to be pretty interesting around here.
Yeah.
All right. We got a couple good questions for you, David. What do you say we dive into them?
Yeah,
First
sure.
one is
that's what we're here for.
First one, bit of I don't know, maybe an opinion, subjective question, but it has to do with journaling. Eric is curious. What was it like for floor traders back in the day in journaling? Did you keep a journal when you did it? Did you go home and do it? Did they even exist?
Absolutely not, in any way, shape, or form. Did we do journaling? The thing was back then when I was a market maker in the stocks, right? So there was really nothing to journal. I was responsible for making a market, whether stocks were going up or stocks were going down. As a specialist broker, you had to make a market, no matter how far up it went or how far down it went. So no, there was absolutely no journaling involved whatsoever. None. I couldn't go back. I could have 10 buyers in a stock and, they just keep buying it back. It's not like I could do anything different that would have changed the outcome of what was going on. So, but I'll say this now, if you're not journaling, you shouldn't be playing this game. All right. Because you have to know what your hit rate is. You have to know which trades are working better for you and which trades aren't. I mean, if you don't know what your hit rate is, you shouldn't be doing this. And this way you could, once you know what your hit rate is, I have a few different kind of trading setups that I look for. All right. Different ones. It could be a trend trade. It could be what I call a regular moving average trade, whatever. I have 5 different things that I look for. And I journal every single trade that I do so that I can go back and look and say, hey, look, this month, this trade worked better for me. My trend trades were really good. My RSI trades were really good. And then you can just kind of specialize and look for those trades more often than anything else. So, I mean, to me, journaling is probably the most important thing in trading. If you have some kind of system that, is telling you what to do and when to do it technically.
Yeah, different kind of trading exists today than it did 25, 30 years ago, too. Standing around with a book, writing down.
Yeah, I started.
Standing around with a diary on the trading floor. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was the wild, wild west.
Pointing and clicking on a screen is a lot different than, as Hogue would say, being able to see the whites of their eyes, the sweat on their brow, You'd put a trade on just the way, just looking at a guy, knowing that he was terrified, you'd put a trade on against him, But
Never let them see fear.
No. Fear's the other guy's problem. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Big Rivers has a question about scaling into trades. What are your thoughts on scaling into trades? Is that a practice or process that you practice? You an all in, all out type of trader, or do you like to level in? You like to give your trades a little bit of room, kind of scale in and scale out?
That's a great question.
What's your?
That is a really great question. Look, everything I do is based on my technical analysis. So when something lines up for me, I am not an averaging kind of guy. I am going to do whatever my contracts is, whatever I normally do. At one of my levels, I'm going to do my full amount at that level. I'm going to have a stop order if it goes against me, and I'm going to scale out of it if it starts going in my direction. What I found is, and it depends on what you're trading, look, if you have enough money in your pockets, okay, you can probably get out of most situations no matter what's going on in the market. The problem is we have, max loss limits when we're trading in Topstep. And a lot of times you can hit that when you're trying to average into something before it gets to the point where it's finally going to reverse and start going in your direction. So I'm a big proponent of, here's my level. I'm going in with whatever my normal contract size is. I have my stop at it. If I'm wrong, I get out of the trade. If I'm right, I get as much out of the trade as I possibly can. So I'm not a big proponent of averaging into trades, not for trading purposes. You want to talk about long-term investing, that's the only way to do it. But as far as me, my techniques that I use, I'm not a big proponent of averaging into trades. More often than not, I get blown up when I do that.
Yeah, there's many schools of thought out there, differing schools of thought on this. But yeah, price cost averaging is different than scaling into a trade for sure, especially when you're comparing stocks versus futures. If you have a long... You have to base it off of your risk, how much are you ultimately willing to risk on a trade?
Exactly. If we're approaching a level, okay, that I really like, or if I get a relative strength that is really to the downside or to the upside, I might start with a little bit, okay? That's the only instance I would do it. I would start a little bit and then wait for confirmation that we're getting a reversal and then get in with my full size and have a stop order. So I will do it occasionally. But, today might be a day to do it. When this news comes out, we can see a 50, 100, like right now in the MESs, I got little markets up and down 50 points. Okay. Do I think that's going to happen? Probably not. But if it does, that's when I'll start looking and look for reversals and then get in with a little bigger size once I get confirmation that we're going to get a reversal one way or the other.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. All right, let's dive into your charts a little bit. We got a question from VVR. VVR says, David, can you please share your entry criteria for different types of trades? Which one is your most confident favorite entry, like opening range or breakouts, different moving averages, 3-bar reversals, failed auctions, blah, 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 VVR is really just curious about your personal trading style. What's your time frame, and what's your favorite criteria for entering the market?
Yeah. That's a lot. All right. So I am always starting when I'm trading on a 5-minute chart. All right. If I have enough information, i.e. support or resistance on a 5-minute chart, I don't have to go any further. If I'm looking at something and I don't have any support or resistance, and this is all based on my moving averages, guys and girls, and I don't mind sharing what I use. I use a 9, a 15, a 30, a 65, and a 200 exponential moving averages. That's what I use, and I use relative strength. That's all I have in my charts. That's it. So I want to know if something hits one of my moving averages or if something gets really overbought or oversold. No, just a quick example. If you look at my charts, right around 12 o'clock today, okay, if we look at the MESs, we got down to a spot where we were really oversold. We got down to a significantly low RSI. It was right around 27 or 28. And you can see we got a little bounce from that level once we got oversold there, right? So that's one of the things I look for. I'll be looking for that when the Fed makes the announcement. My favorite trade to get in is a trend trade. Although I have to tell you, it's few and far between when we're trading futures, okay? Very rarely do futures stay in a trend for a long period of time. When they do, you're looking at, you can make multiple 50, 100, 200, 300 points in these things sometimes. So I'll give you an example of that. When I'm looking to get into a trend trade, okay, and we can see here that at this point here, the MESs started a little downtrend. So when we're in a downtrend, I look to enter when it gets to my 9 and my 15 EMA. They are the weakest of my moving averages, and I will only use them to get into a trend trade. But when stocks are in trends, they tend to hit these levels and then keep going down and then keep going down and keep going down until they don't, right? So by getting into the trend trade up here, whatever it was, 57.02, I think it was, we went down 22 points from there. So once I get into this trend trade, I'm going to take some profits on the way down. And usually I'll get in with 3 contracts. So I can take some profits once, take some profits twice, and then stay in this trade until the trend changes. And when does the trend trade change? When it gets above my 9 and my 15 EMA. So if we're in here, just for an example, 57.02, okay, the trend changed right around 56.92, which is still like an 18-point profit. And that's where I would have got out of the last little part of my trade right there. So trend trade is definitely my favorite trade. Again, with futures, it doesn't set up that often. Beyond that, I'm looking for the relative strength. And then I'm using my other moving averages. Okay, and I'll show you one that just happened here. Okay, so here we went through our 15, and we hit my 30 EMA. Let me make sure it's a 30. Let me see what color. Purple. Where's my purple? Yeah, my 30 EMA. So we went down about 7 or 8 points. We hit my 30 EMA. And again, anytime I'm looking at a chart, guys and girls, when something's going down, I'm looking for support. Okay, one of my moving averages. And when something's going up, I'm looking for resistance. Very simple. All technical analysis, guys and girls, is based on support, resistance, and price action. That's all it is. And I don't have the holy grail, guys and girls. I have losing trades. Anyone who tells you they don't is lying. But when I'm getting in on one of my moving averages, whether it's a trend trade or what I call a regular moving average trade. So in this case, we went down from 57.06 and we went down like 10 points. But you can see when we hit the 30 EMA, that became support, right? And it would be the same thing. I'd be my full 3 contracts, sell a little on the way up, sell a little on the way up. And, at the end of this trade, we could have got 12 or 13 points on it. When I see this little red bar, I am out of the trade. So that's a couple of my favorite trading setups, my trend trade, my regular moving average trade, and when something gets really oversold or overbought. It's not that difficult, guys and girls. It's really not. This is the easier part of what we do. We've taught thousands of people how to trade. I don't think anyone has ever gone through our training and not understood this. It's not the hard part of it. The hard part of it is once you figure this out, is what to do once you get into a trade to both protect your downside and get as much out of your winning trades as you possibly can. That's the hardest part about trade. And sticking to a plan, right? And again, Dave Green doesn't have the holy grail, but you have to have some kind of plan, whatever that is. You have to have some kind of plan, and you have to stick to that plan. I do not ever make a trade unless my chart tells me to make a trade, period. Good traders should be bored most of the time. That's what I try to tell everybody. If you're making 50 or 100 trades a day, look, some people can do it. It's just not my bag. I'm very patient. I'm very disciplined. We wait for my chart to tell me to make a trade, and that's when we make a trade. I'm sorry, that was very long-winded, but.
No, that was perfect. We usually, whenever you're on, David, we get questions about your trading strategy, your trading style. And if you really want to learn more about it, David Green and Peter Tuchman do free webinars every couple of weeks or so. Totally free. You can go in, and they're going to tell you everything tonight. Free webinar tonight, everybody.
We have one tonight.
Wall Street.
Yep.
Oh, you see, Tim just put the link in the chat for you.
Yeah, it doesn't cost anything. We'll hang out for a couple hours tonight and discuss a lot of different stuff.
There you go. Learn more about David Green's strategy, what he's looking at, what he's trading. Great webinar. I've joined one, and you learn a lot. They tell you everything. They don't pull any punches. If you have questions, they're going to answer them. So there you go.
Yeah.
All right. Next question comes from the good, the bad, and the ugly. Next question comes from Vereen. Vereen says, how do you stop yourself from revenge trading? David, when's the last time you caught yourself putting on a trade simply because you were angry that you lost a couple in a row or whatever, and you just started clicking the button, pulling the trigger? When's the last time that happened to you?
Been a long time. It's been a long time. Like I said, guys, I treat this like a business. There's a lot of us that make a living doing this, and there are certain things I just won't do. And again, we're getting back to the hardest part of this, right? I have a couple of rules. If I have 3 maximum loss losing trades in one day, I'm done trading. Good, bad, or indifferent. I'll go on my simulator if I'm going to hang out, or I'll just leave. and we're all going to have losing trades. That's going to happen, right? 99% of the time, when you push a button after you had a couple of losing trades, you're going to have a couple more losing trades. It's because now you're doing things for no reason. And even what we do is we try to up our size then to try to get back what we've lost, right? And it's just a recipe for disaster. So, the rules that I've set for myself, I don't ever break them. I just don't. I don't break them. They're simple rules. They're very, very difficult to follow. We know that. This is an emotional thing that we do. And especially when we start losing money, the first thing we say is just, God, let me get that money back and I'm done. That's it. I promise I won't trade anymore today. Dear Lord, right? But if you're in a trade where you're hoping something happens, you're probably being in a bad trade, right? I try not to hope and I try not to even think, guys and girls. This is it. My chart tells me where to make my trades. Two things are going to happen. I'm going to be wrong for a little. I'm going to be right for more than I was going to be wrong. Again, the mental part of this is by far the hardest part of this. It just is. You just got to stop yourself. You got to slap yourself in the head and say, hey, I had a couple of losing trades. I'm still going to go back and stick to my plan, or I'm not trading anymore. And it's the same thing on the upside, right? If I have a goal to make $100 a day, whatever it is, 200, whatever your goal is, and I don't even trade to have a goal. I just trade, and then I'll look at some point during the day and see how I'm doing. I know if I'm making good trades, I'm okay. And I know if I'm making bad trades, I'm not okay. Right? But I will never turn a winning day into a losing day either. If my goal is to make $100 and I make $100, I'm gone. That's it. I am done for the day. Time is the most precious commodity in the world, guys and girls. We ain't getting it back. And trust me, it goes fast. Okay. It seems like yesterday I was standing on the floor of the stock exchange, yelling and screaming to people. And here we are. It's 35 years later. So one of the best things about what we do is no one's chaining us to these chairs, right? So I will never turn a winning day into a losing day. And if it's not going well for me that day, so be it. I'll come back from a bad day. I'll come back from 2 bad days. What we don't want to be doing is constantly blowing up accounts that cost us money. That's what we don't want to be doing.
Yeah, we did have, while you were talking about that, we do have a follow-up question from Tanner as you're talking about trading rules, setting limits, setting personal daily goals and whatnot. But is there anything you can tell about your simple daily rules that you do not break? What can you tell us about that? What goes into your trading plan for discipline? Does that make sense?
It kind of does, yeah. I mean, look, here's my rules. I'll give them to you guys right now, okay? It's not that hard, all right? Number one, I have a stop order in every single trade that I do. No matter what, I have a stop order. I only change that stop order if I'm raising it to lock in a profit. And I've seen a lot of people do this. It'll get close to their stop order, and what do you say to yourself? Let's give it a little more room, okay? You don't get stopped out, then you end up buying more because it has to go up at some point, and you blow up an account. So I have a stop order on every single trade that I do. I don't change it unless I'm raising it to lock in profit. I don't average into trades. That's just one of my rules. When I get to one of my levels, I'm getting into stock, I'm getting in the future, whatever it is. I have my stop order. I try to make more of my winning trades than my losing trades. Number 3, we just talked about it, I have my 3 max loss trades in one day, I'm done trading. Number 4, I'll never turn a winning day into a losing day if I'm at my goal. And beyond that, I'll never turn a winning trade into a losing trade. Those are my 5 simple rules. I mean, they're simple to know. They're easy to understand. It should not. And when I do my course and when we talk about tonight, I spend an entire day talking about this, getting it drilled into people's heads. Because if you can't get this part of it down pat, there's no way you're going to be a successful trader. You're just not. You can get lucky, right? And have a couple of good days or whatever it is, but you're not going to be successful over the long run. It's just not going to happen. Those are my 5 simple rules. I don't break them. That's it. And look, we're all human beings, right? I'm not going to say I never break them because there are times when I might, but 99% of the time, I am sticking to those 5 simple rules. That's it. It's that simple.
Awesome. Yeah. I'm going to do my best to get that clipped too. So we have that as a standalone one-off video. David Green and his 5 simple rules. That's a good one. Thank you for that, David. Yeah. Chat really seems to appreciate it too. I'm looking at the comments coming in. Good stuff. All right, we got time for one more quick one. Then we're gonna bring a few people in and get ready for that FOMC announcement. Another one about trading strategy. Anonymous says, in regards to risk reward to enter trades and sizing, how do you know how much you should enter per trade for the risk? Size wise, is everything constant? Are you always doing 2-3 lots, or do some trade setups sort of warrant a bigger contract size than others based on risk?
That certainly depends whether you're trading the NQs, the ESs, or the MESs, right? So, if I'm trading the NQs or the ESs, my normal is 3 lots. That's my normal, because I want to be able to take profits as it goes up and get the most I possibly can out of the trade. If you're trading the MESs, you're going to have to do a little more size, because, at $5 a point, you're going to have to do a hell of a lot more size to get, to your goals or where you want to be. It doesn't change. My sizing doesn't change on the trade that I'm getting in, whether it's, whichever one of my trading setups it is, it does not change. So in other words, I'm not looking to average into something anywhere. If one of my trades lines up, I'm in with my 3 contracts. I have my stop order. That does not change. Now, one thing I will say to everybody, okay, that we have to be very aware of, and I know we don't have a lot of time. Look at the ATR when you're trading. And the ATR, very simply, is the average true range. And sometimes, guys, when we're trading the NQs, okay, the ATR could be as much as 50, 60, 70 points. Let me just get it up. And when I see an ATR in the NQs, and what the ATR, very simply, is it's the average of the last 14 5-minute candlesticks. How much does it move in those 5-minute candlesticks on average? And when I see an ATR in the NQs of between, 50, 60, 70 points, I'm probably going to go to the ESs, because normally I use my ATR for my stop order. Okay. That's normally what I use. And if I have a 20-point, ATR in the NQs, that's got to be my stop order. So I'm risking $400 per contract. But when I see it stretch out and it gets to, 50, 60, 70 points, I'm probably going to stay away from it, look for maybe my fall from moving average trade, or just trade the ESs. So it's very important to be aware, especially when I have to figure out where to put my stop order. So I need to know what the ATR is, and avoid it when they're really big.
Yep, makes perfect sense to me. I'm getting some notes in from the side. We're going to start lining people up to come in for the FOMC announcement. We're about 5 minutes away, just under 5 minutes away. We're going to be talking straight through it. We've got Andre coming in. He is going to be joined by, I just had it up, Andre, Hogue, Jack, myself. We're going to have a whole panel. David Green's going to stick around for a little bit too. I might jump off for just a minute or not. But yeah, as soon as everybody gets here, we're going to start rolling into the FOMC announcement. So,
all right. I'm going to use the boardroom. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Cut out.
here we go. FOMC Fed decision. Announcement
1
imminent.
minute.
We got Jack in the house, David Green in the house, Hogan in the house. Oh boy, here we go. Jack, what do you think? 50, 25?
I'm coming in hot. I'm going to say 50. I literally just sat down here, turned off the Fed Watch tool. It's just the countdown. We got seconds until Powell Mageddon. I'm excited.
Oh, yeah. David Green, what do you say? 50 or 25, David Green?
I'll go 25.
Okay. Hogue, 50 or 25?
25.
25. All right.
Quarter.
Let's see what happens here. Stay tuned with us. We got wall-to-wall coverage of FOMC decision. Then we got Powell presser at the bottom of the hour. And we got the prepared remarks coming out.
Everybody.
Yeah. Let's go.
Down to one digit on the S&P dome.
Letting all cancel all. Here we go.
3, 2, 1.
Ooh.
We got
here.
On financial juice, I've got nothing yet.
Okay. Pop here. 50. Seeing 50 in the chat. Could be delayed. What do we got here? What do we got?
50 basis points. 50 rates are currently at 5%.
They did it. Holy cow, they actually did it. Wow, they did it. Okay, here we go.
Yowza.
Out of a cannon. Here we go. New highs. Damn, they really did it.
How about this?
Look at gold.
All right,
gold
waiting for
to the moon.
Waiting for information. Holy shnikes.
Holy shnikes is right. Wow, they actually did it. Damn.
10-year futures only trade at where they were yesterday. Only about 10 ticks off right before.
All right, everything rallying now. Crude rallying, gold rallying, S&Ps and NASDAQ all rallying right now.
57.5 is weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps. Man, it's centering around it right now.
Still rallying.
All right. Fed officials' median view of Fed funds rate at the end of 2026 is 2.9%.
Wow.
Yeah. Here we go. Last trade in the
Just had a little
NASDAQ.
NES.
Okay. 19,900.
Tiny
new
MES
highs.
up.
All right.
I'm short a tiny bit of MES, right around 52, up 50 points. I said I was putting orders out up and down 50 points. So I'm short one contract right around 57, 55.
Okay, the FOMC has gained greater confidence in inflation moving substantially towards 2%. Judges' risk to employment and inflation goals are roughly in balance.
Wow. Soft landing, Jack. 900 lot in S&Ps. 900 lot offer. Got 900 lot offer at, what is it? I can't see it. 40s filled on the offer. Short.
Films are still very thin.
Mm-hmm.
David, you got that short up there?
I got it at 55. I just covered 35.
Nice.
Well done.
I just put an order up and down 50 points in the MESs, and it hit it to the upside. Now we'll see. Now we're kind of just sitting doing.
Fed policymakers see end of 2024 PCE inflation at 2.3 versus 2.6, which was their June projection.
Nailed it.
Fed policymakers see a 4.4% unemployment rate at the end of 2024 and 2025 versus 4.2 now.
Yeah.
Policymakers see 2% GDP growth in 2024 versus the 2.1% they saw in June.
All-time highs in the spiders again.
Mm-hmm. See buyer step back in.
Now we'll see how much of this they hold.
Right. Very thin. On the ES ladder, what was that 900 lot on the offer at 57.40? Everything pulling back a little bit, actually a lot. About 30 points off the highs in the ES. There's a 500 lot
I would not be in a hurry to buy.
30. Yep.
I will not be in a hurry to buy anything.
Okay.
No.
Especially we got him speaking.
Big money folks. Don't do anything until Powell speaks, but also the first rate cut isn't always a great sign for stocks, especially if it's 50 basis points like this.
There's actually a gap in volume in the S&Ps. These prices never even traded 52 12 quarter through 1375. There's about 6 ticks there that never even traded. There was nothing on the offer when it went up. That's slippage, ladies and gentlemen. That's what happens. If you have your stop going into that, you're paying up.
Watching this 500 lot here in the S&Ps, 5730 offered 500 times.
Rate futures price and a chance of 64% chance of a 25 basis point cut in November.
Wow. Filled. Buyer stepping in. Gold trading.
I don't think any of this is
26.11.
brand new. Doesn't matter how much of it's in the market. All good news.
There was a lot of it in the markets and bonds, as mentioned. ZN has not moved a lot. And obviously, that initial jerk move shot it out of a cannon to the upside because it's like 50 points, let's go. But it retraced and it's kind of trading to where it was this morning.
What's the 10-year yield, Jack?
I got the 10-year yield right now at 3.666. Is that a bad omen? I don't know.
Right where it was this morning.
Exactly.
3.66.
It went as low as 3.645, but really the yields were lower than that yesterday.
Yeah, the TLT's what? It's 40 cents off its lows, so it bounced off the lows. I think that's the 10-year.
David, you have some sort of pinging coming from your end. It sounds like a submarine sonar.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
give me a minute.
Depth charge.
A Titan sub.
Yeah.
Too soon?
It'll go away in about 10 seconds. It's gone.
The last time it sounded like my heart monitor.
That's what the futures chart looks like.
That's what we do. Yeah, right.
It looks like a very pretty girl walked into the room.
A little AFib going on right now.
Last trade 57.35 in the S&Ps. Huge spike in volume on the announcement. New highs in gold. Yep. 26.16 last trade in gold. Nothing on tilt. Anything on Delta there, Hogue? Just out of curiosity. You getting crazy?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've had negative Delta all day long. It's now flat. So S&Ps are up 500 in Delta. NASDAQ is actually still negative 1,600. Kind of strange.
Okay. Bottom of the hour, we'll have the press conference. We'll be carrying that live. Seller stepping in. Wow. Nice trade, David Green.
25 in gold.
What was that high?
That's okay.
25.
I'll be short gold if we get up to 26.25.
Nice. Mm-hmm.
2 years traded.
Think about this, guys.
Volume.
I mean, net, we're exactly where we were before the announcement, just about. Almost to the penny.
Yeah, just about, right?
Yep. And for trades, we're in nowhere's land.
Starting to see a little bit of liquidity come back into the dome here. Double digits in the S&P is back too, but still very, very thin in the NASDAQ. Spreads about maybe a point between the bid and offer most of the time here.
No, that's it until Jay Powell opens his mouth now.
Yeah.
And like I said, we can get knee jerk. Tomorrow will be the day we get the real move. It usually is. And tomorrow could be a very good trend day. Because everybody's got to digest. You know, he finishes at 2:30, 3 o'clock. Nobody wants to put any big moves on before tomorrow when he's done. He probably won't finish till close to 3:30, so the market's almost closed by then. But I will be looking. Tomorrow's a day to look for trends, whether they're up one way or the other. Just usually when you get the real move.
It does take some time for traders and investors to digest all this information, doesn't it, David?
It does, yes. But we'll be back at 3 o'clock, so we'll see if we get anything at 3 o'clock also for POWELL.
Oh, yeah.
But as for trading, this is not a time to be. Right now, there's nothing to do. So you don't do anything.
Very thin. Yep. David said nothing to do. Looking for some liquidity, upside, downside, in. Yes, nothing really. Sure, NQ's even thinner. Oh, yeah.
5,700's a little level to see if we can hold.
Okay.
I'm not putting a trade on, but that's the only thing I really have. Not worth doing anything.
James Hansen, yes, we'll be showing Powell in a bit, bottom of the hour. Jack, what are you looking to hear from JP when he gets on?
I'm just looking to see about explaining the dot plot. I don't know. It's really how market reacts. It's all like kind of using the dowsing rod, right? I never know what it's going to do when he's talking, but it's going to move.
You know, he left a message for us earlier, Jack. Did you know that?
Did.
I heard that he called. I wasn't around. I came directly. I'm a little slow. I came directly from the road into here with about a minute to spare. I will never miss FOMC.
Yes.
Super Bowl.
So if we look at gold, guys, gold just set up, got to an 82 RSI on a 1 minute chart, and then gave a beautiful reversal. We were talking earlier, that's one of the trades that I look for. The RSI got almost to 80. At 26.18, just pulled back $6.
And it looked above yesterday, looked above last week's high, looked above the all-time high, and just turned around.
Yep. But it was really stretched out.
David Green, what's RSI? Relative Strength Index, or indicator or index?
Relative Strength Index.
Index, yes.
Yeah,
explain that quickly.
Yeah. Generally speaking, and I use 20 and 80. Some people use 30 and 70. It just measures whether a stock is potentially overbought or potentially oversold. Some people use Bollinger Band. Some people use MACD. RSI is the simplest one to me. And if you go to the gold chart, you can see we got up to just about an 80 RSI. So when I see that, it's just telling me that the stock is way overbought. The way I'll execute the trade is I'll go to a 1 minute chart, and as soon as I see a red reversal bar, I'll jump in the trade because it's telling me that it's overbought, and just start taking profits on the way down.
There you go.
So it works in the NQs, it works in the ESs, especially when we were just that far stretched out. So RSI simply measures overbought and oversold, when potentially we could have a reversal. And, I'm not a big gold trader, but we went down 10 points from there. So I think that's a pretty good trade.
Mm-hmm.
Keep an eye on those 5700s.
Yeah, nothing works every time.
Nope.
Nothing works every time. I wish it did.
It did.
Yeah, right.
Everything coming back.
But it's a good indicator. And the bottom line is, like everything else, if it would have kept going higher, I just would have had a stop order. but it's a trade that works about 80% of the time.
Yeah, because it also can help you kind of limit risk too, right? It doesn't turn around pretty quick, but you're going to be out.
And 100%. And we talked about this in the earlier segment about averaging into a stock. You don't have to. Wait to see if it gets really stretched out up or down, and then you try it. And if it goes against you a little bit, you're out. We'll see if we hold this 5,700 in the ESs. Boxing around it.
Right back to where we were.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. Almost to the penny.
Mm-hmm.
Huge spike off the announcement. Popped about 50 points in the ES. Right back to where we started, like they said. David Green, keep an eye on these 5,700 level in the ES. Last trade, 5,710. Give it a quick test. Buyers did step in. This is all algo trading, Hogue, you say?
I mean, when it gets this volatile, I think a lot of the algos just turn off.
Okay.
They're coming back in now, though. They're coming back in now. You saw how thin it got. Nobody plays that.
Doherty, I don't have the twos tens fill data, but it looks like there could have been a crazy good trade and something like the implied spreads there off the number, given it was 50 basis points. And it looks like the twos tens initially went lower. And that's not the direction I would plan them to go, given this.
Are we still inverted, Jack?
Nope.
No. Wow, we did it.
No, sir.
Okay, no recession. All right.
But for how long?
Yeah, for today. Until he starts speaking.
Yeah.
They're going to push this. Gold staying strong, still staying bid, right near the highs. High in gold 26.18, last trade 26.17.
I'll start looking at around 25 again. If we spike up to there.
All right.
And I won't go back to the same well. The trade worked once. I'm not going to do it again.
Yields are pushing back towards their low in the 2-year.
Well, I can't even see with my glasses on. I'm getting old.
It's moving quick. They really did 50. They really did 50 points. Amazing.
Yeah. Time to get the 2.0s, David.
I guess. I don't think they make stronger readers.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I think they make them as strong as you need them. I'm still on 1.25s, but boy, I can't see without them. At least within 3 feet of me.
Yeah, I'm fine far away, but yeah, close I can't see shit.
You're like me. I got eyes like a hawk unless you're within 3 feet of me.
Pushing here. Gold still putting in new highs, 26.20.
Boomers. Yes, Kelso. Yes, low.
A little bit. Very thin. All right, question for Jack. Why would ZB pop if rates are going down?
Good question.
That's because the futures, the yield and price of bonds move inversely. So these are futures for bonds. So if the price of them is going up, that means the yield is going down. You can't really trade the yield per se. You can only do it through the instruments that have prices, right? So just something to always remember if you're trading bond futures.
I did not know that.
Coming up to the 25s here, David.
Yeah, I got a marker up there, and then I'll look for the 1 minute. See if we get a reverse.
Yeah. Sixes trade.
Something from the Energy Department here. U.S. seeks up to 6 million barrels of oil to help replenish the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's a good start.
Buy low.
$70 a barrel.
Mm-hmm.
Buyer's going to give us another shot here. 730 last trade ES. 19,815 last trade NQ. Mm, 68% long in the NQ. The tilt, average price, 731. Ooh, very nice.
Gold is just not giving anything back here. What's
zero?
David, do you have that RSI in gold?
Good question.
82 right now.
Ooh.
82. It's the year I graduated high school. That or they threw me out in 82. What's one of the two?
Yeah, I just wanted a little more stretched. What we get to 2070, something like that. All right, so didn't get to our level. That happens more often than it doesn't.
Keep an eye on this NASDAQ. Still pushing.
Average long 731. Wow.
Average, yep. 730, yep.
That's insane. Nice job.
Yeah.
Buy a bunch of ZN in the house account.
And do it.
The 5700 was really good in the ESs. Didn't really break it.
And speaking of ES, 66% long, average price 57.11. Well done.
Oh,
we got a little pullback.
What do we get? We got almost 6 points through weekly kickoff high in the S&Ps, which was 57.50. And it really came all the way back down to where we started. Might be an interesting level.
57.50. Okay. What's all-time highs in the SPOOs?
Well, the December all-time high is 57.85 half.
Okay.
The previous all-time high in the September contract was 57.21 quarter.
All right.
Which translates, if you ever want to do it, is just figure out what the high in the SPX is and then use whatever the premium is. But we are right at the high. Let me make sure I'm not doing this wrong. Yeah. Right now we're right at that all-time high level in the SPX. Or
SPX.
Close. That's from back in July.
SSS. Watch retest for 57.45 and perhaps a fade.
From what I see, 56.67 all-time high close.
In the ES?
In the SPX, yeah.
Well, SPX, I got it.
Then you got to add whatever the premium is, which is high on the Z's right now. So,
And gold just relentless.
Yeah.
Can't keep the good ones down.
New highs. 26.22.
Nvidia up a mere 70 cents. Criminal.
Wow. Yeah, Tesla got a good rip out of that. Amazon, Apple, not Nvidia. Go figure. I've been saying gold's going higher for a long time. As a matter of fact, Andre, weekly kickoff high in gold is 26.65.
65.
How's that?
Okay.
We just missed the 25s by a point. No more. I go higher now. Wah, wah, wah.
26.65 GC. Man, gold not done. Last trade 26.24. These are all highs of the day.
And it's funny because you know where gold is going to settle today, or at least relatively close to? Let's see. 12 o'clock. Settlement is gold is probably going to be right around 25.98 half. We're trading 26.23 and a half.
Wow.
It settles at 12:30 Chicago time. Look at the volume. Look at the volume throughout the day today. Nothing. The 11 o'clock or the 1 o'clock bar Central Time, all the volume. Everything. That always confuses people when these things happen and settlement is like at the low and then something happens after the close and it rallies or breaks one way or the other. Why is settlement where that is? Well, settled before the numbers came out.
I'm looking at a 15-minute chart. Oh, you're heading out, Dave?
All right.
I'm heading out back to the private trading room, but I'll see you guys in 6 minutes.
Sounds good, David. Thank
Awesome.
you. Nice trade.
Thanks,
I
David.
think we have, is JD joining us? I believe he'll be jumping in here.
He's ready.
See him.
He's bringing his 6 Cicero claims.
Hey, what's up? What's up, JD? What do you think?
You're stuck in here with me now, right?
Now you can't leave.
Now you just can't leave. Great scene.
See the price the NQ bounced right off of Hogue after the knee jerk came back down, bounced right off a settlement price.
630.
The NQ 19675.
Oh, when it came back down.
It came back down. Almost to the tick.
Yep.
So what I was going to say before David got off is I'm looking at the SPX here to get some standardized levels across this. And I said the high close back in July was around 56.67. And we are getting close. We're about 5 points away. So wherever the ES is right now, we're 5 points away from it to the upside. We've tried to make 2 assaults so far on it. There was a little bit this morning, and then when the number came out, it traded as high as 56.90 in the SPX. So it'll be interesting if we're knocking that in a third time because it's been rejected hard off the sort of all-time highs so far.
Again, we got Powell speaking in about 3.5 minutes.
Couple minutes.
We'll pipe that in and hear what the man has to say.
I missed David Green's trade. He made some had a couple ticks in the ES right after the number.
Yeah.
Sold 55s, was it? In ES?
Bought 35s.
You sold 52s?
52s, was it? Yeah. Here, pegged it.
Not bad.
The projection.
Johnny was looking at weekly kickoff high.
Very thin. Not seeing any block orders, any paper in the ES ladder. Wait for Paul to start speaking. Nothing on the tilt.
Yeah. Even the algo bros are like 20 handles apart.
Mm-hmm. Waiting on more news. Waiting on more news. That's it.
Yep. Jerry.
Uncle Jerry.
What's he feeling? Do you think, hey, Jack, do you think they had 50? I mean, by Jackson Hole, they had a pretty good idea they're going to do 50?
Yeah. How long do they know it?
Yeah.
Who was the basketball player who said ball don't lie?
Rasheed Wallace.
Rasheed Wallace. Well, like Rasheed Wallace, bonds don't lie.
Yeah.
You know, that's with all these moves you could see because those FedWatch things we talk about are based on the SOFR rates, right? So people. That's not a casino that gets distorted by a lot of things. That's a lot of money that makes up those bets. And there's been sort of a muted reaction so far. Let me check again. I've been bouncing around. Not a huge reaction in the ZNs, like something unexpected happening. So I would say that that's kind of where the puck was headed. Skate towards where the puck is. I mean, you could see it in those probabilities that 25 wouldn't have surprised me, but I think they would have given more, telegraphed more cuts then, right? They're kind of all going to the same place.
Point. All right, Powell in 30 seconds. We'll be piping that in. We're good to go. So get ready. And we got Power Hour, top of the hour.
Alrighty. Seeing a little bit of an iceberg sell order. Price 57.30 in the S&Ps. 4,500 have traded there. 3,200 on the offer. There's somebody selling into this thing. It's the only iceberg order that I can see relatively clearly in the S&Ps. Not seeing any iceberg activity in the NASDAQ that really seems to be sticking out. But I find that interesting that 3,200 to 4,500 on volume at 73, 57.30 traded on the offer.
On achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Our economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. The labor market has cooled from its formerly overheated state. Inflation has eased substantially from a peak of 7% to an estimated 2.2% as of August. We're committed to maintaining our economy's strength by supporting maximum employment and returning inflation to our 2% goal. Today, the Federal Open Market Committee decided to reduce the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by a 0.5 percentage point. This decision reflects our growing confidence that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, strength in the labor market can be maintained in a context of moderate growth and inflation moving sustainably down to 2%. We also decided to continue to reduce our securities holdings. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose at an annual rate of 2.2% in the first half of the year, and available data point to a roughly similar pace of growth this quarter. Growth of consumer spending has remained resilient, and investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from its anemic pace last year. In the housing sector, investment fell back in the second quarter after rising strongly in the first. Improving supply conditions have supported resilient demand and the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In our summary of economic projections, committee participants generally expect GDP growth to remain solid, with a median projection of 2% over the next few years. In the labor market, conditions have continued to cool. Payroll job gains averaged 116,000 per month over the past 3 months, a notable step down from the pace seen earlier in the year. The unemployment rate has moved up but remains low at 4.2%. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs to workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a broad set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are now less tight than just before the pandemic in 2019. The labor market is not a source of elevated inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.4% at the end of this year, 0.4 higher than projected in June. Inflation has eased notably over the past 2 years, but remains above our longer run goal of 2%. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.2% over the 12 months ending in August, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.7%. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.3% this year and 2.1% next year, somewhat lower than projected in June. Thereafter, the median projection is 2%. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. For much of the past 3 years, inflation ran well above our 2% goal, and labor market conditions were extremely tight. Our primary focus had been on bringing down inflation, and appropriately so. We are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. Our restrictive monetary policy has helped restore the balance between aggregate supply and demand, easing inflationary pressures and ensuring that inflation expectations remain well anchored. Our patient approach over the past year has paid dividends. Inflation is now much closer to our objective, and we have gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. As inflation has declined and the labor market has cooled, the upside risks to inflation have diminished and the downside risks to employment have increased. We now see the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals as roughly in balance, and we are attentive to the risks to both sides of our dual mandate. In light of the progress on inflation and the balance of risks, at today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a half percentage point to 4.75% to 5%. This recalibration of our policy stance will help maintain the strength of the economy and the labor market, and will continue to enable further progress on inflation as we begin the process of moving toward a more neutral stance. We are not on any preset course. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting. We know that reducing policy restraint too quickly could hinder progress on inflation. At the same time, reducing restraint too slowly could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. If the economy evolves as expected, the median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 4.4% at the end of this year and 3.4% at the end of 2025. These median projections are lower than in June, consistent with the projections for lower inflation and higher unemployment, as well as the changed balance of risks. These projections, however, are not a committee plan or decision. As the economy evolves, monetary policy will adjust in order to best promote our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains solid and inflation persists, we can dial back policy restraint more slowly. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we are prepared to respond. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking our questions. In July, you said you weren't necessarily thinking about a 50. You didn't want to be specific, but you said you were thinking about a 50. The inflation data last week came out a little firmer than expected. Retail was strong, third quarter GDP running 3%. So what changed and made the committee go 50, and how do you respond to the concerns that perhaps it shows the Fed is more concerned about the labor market? And I guess, should we expect more 50s in the months ahead? And based on what should we make that call? Thank you.
So Okay, a lot of questions in there. Let me jump in.
Thank you.
Since the last meeting, we have had a lot of data come in. We've had the 2 employment reports, July and August. We've also had 2 inflation reports, including one that came in during blackout. We had the QCEW report, which suggests that suggests that the payroll report numbers that we're getting may be artificially high and will be revised down. You know that. We've also seen anecdotal data like the Beige Book. And so we took all of those and we went into blackout and we thought about what to do, and we concluded that this was the right thing for the economy, for the people that we serve, and that's how we made our decision. So that's one question.
Did it.
What was the second and third?
How do we make this? Sorry, thank you, sir. How do we figure out in the months ahead? Is there another 25 or 50 coming in? Based on what shall we make that call? Thank you.
Sure. So, a couple things. A good place to start is the SEP. But let me start with what I said, which was that we're going to be making decisions meeting by meeting, based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, the balance of risks. If you look at the SEP, you'll see that it's a process of recalibrating our policy stance away from where we had it a year ago when inflation was high and unemployment low, to a place that's more appropriate given where we are now and where we expect to be. And that process will take place over time. There's nothing in the SEP that suggests the committee is in a rush to get this done. This process evolves over time. Of course, that's a projection. That's a baseline projection. We know, as I mentioned in my remarks, that the actual things that we do will depend on the way the economy evolves. We can go quicker if that's appropriate. We can go slower if that's appropriate. We can pause if that's appropriate. But that's what we are contemplating. And I would point you to the SEP as just an assessment of where what the committee is thinking today, what the individual members rather of the committee are thinking today, assuming that their particular forecasts are realized.
Good, Chris. Hi, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thank you. The projections show that the Fed officials expect the Fed funds rate to still be above their estimate of long-run neutral by the end of next year. So does that suggest you see rates as restrictive for that entire period? Does that threaten the weakening of the job market that you said you'd like to avoid? Or does it suggest that maybe people see the short-run neutral as a little bit higher? Thank you.
I think the way I would really characterize it is this. I think people write down their estimate, individuals do. I think every single person on the committee, if you ask them what's your level of certainty around that, they would say there's a wide range where that could fall. So I think we don't know. There are model-based approaches and empirically based approaches that estimate what the neutral rate will be at any given time. But realistically, we know it by its works. So that leaves us in a place where we expect, in the base case, to be continuing to remove restriction, and we'll be looking at the way the economy reacts to that, and that'll be guiding us in our thinking about the question that we're asking at every meeting, which is our policy stance the appropriate one? We know, if you go back, we know that the policy stance we adopted in July of 2023 came at a time when unemployment was 3.5% and inflation was 4.2%. Today, unemployment is up to 4.2%, and inflation's down to a few tenths above 2%. So we know that it is time to recalibrate our policy to something that is more appropriate given the progress on inflation and on employment, moving to a more sustainable level. So the balance of risks are now even. And this is the beginning of that process. I mentioned the direction of which is toward a sense of neutral. And we'll move as fast or as slow as we think is appropriate in real time. But what you have is our individual accumulation of individual estimates of what that will be in the base case.
Howard?
Howard Schneider with Reuters. How close was this in terms of a decision? You do have the first dissent by a governor since 2005, I think. Was the weight clearly in favor of a 50, or was this a very close decision?
I think we had a good discussion. If you go back, I talked about this at Jackson Hole, but I didn't address the question of the size of the cut, left it open, and I think we left it open going into blackout. And so there was a lot of discussion back and forth, good diversity of division, excellent discussion today. I think there was also broad support for the decision that the committee voted on. So I would add, though, look at the SEP. All 19 of the participants wrote down multiple cuts this year, all 19. That's a big change from June, right? Seven of them wrote down 3 or more, and 17 of the 19 wrote down 3 or more cuts, and 10 of the 19 wrote down 4 or more cuts. So, there is a dissent, and there's a range of views, but there's actually a lot of common ground as well.
Follow up to that, now that this is in the books, can you give us some guidance as sort of follow up to Steve on the pacing here? Would you expect this to be running every other meeting once we get into next year?
Yeah, we're going to take it meeting by meeting. As I mentioned, there's no sense that the committee feels it's in a rush to do this. We made a good, strong start to this, and that's really, frankly, a sign of our confidence. Confidence that inflation is coming down toward 2% on a sustainable basis. That gives us the ability. We can, make a good, strong start, but. And I'm very pleased that we did. To me, the logic of this, both from an economic standpoint and also from a risk management standpoint, was clear. But I think we're going to go carefully, meeting by meeting, and make our decisions as we go.
Gina. Hi, Chair Powell. Gina Smilik of the New York Times. Thanks for taking our questions. You and your colleagues in your economic projections today see the unemployment rate climbing to 4.4% and staying there. Obviously, historically, when the unemployment rate climbs that much over a relatively short period of time, it doesn't typically just stop. It continues increasing. And so I wonder if you can walk us through why you see the labor market stabilizing, sort of what's the mechanism there, and what do you see as the risks?
So, again, the labor market is actually in a solid condition. And our intention with our policy move today is to keep it there. You can say that about the whole economy. The U.S. economy is in good shape. It's growing at a solid pace. Inflation is coming down. The labor market is in a strong pace. We want to keep it there. That's what we're doing.
Sorry, Nick.
Come on, Nick.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, does today's action constitute a catch-up in action given recent substantial revisions to the employment data? Or is this larger than typical rate cut a function of the elevated nominal level of the policy rate such that an accelerated cadence could be expected to continue?
Okay. Multiple questions in there, but so I would say we don't think we're behind. We do not think we think this is timely, but I think you can take this as a sign of our commitment not to get behind. So it's a strong move. Sorry, your other question was?
Well, is this about what happened in the employment data between this meeting and the last meeting, or is this about the level of the funds rate, the high nominal level of the funds rate relative to what might be expected if you're trying to maintain equilibrium?
So I think it's about, we come into this with a policy position that was put in place, as you know, I mentioned in July of 2023, which was a time of high inflation and very low unemployment. We've been very patient about reducing the policy rate. We've waited. Other central banks around the world have cut, many of them several times. We've waited, and I think that patience has really paid dividends in the form of our confidence that inflation is moving sustainably under 2%. So I think that is what enables us to take this strong move today. I do not think that anyone should look at this and say, "Oh, this is the new pace." You have to think about it in terms of the base case. Of course, what happens will happen. So in the base case, what you see is look at the SEP. You see cuts moving along. The sense of this is we're recalibrating policy down over time to a more neutral level. And we're moving at the pace that we think is appropriate given developments in the economy in the base case. The economy can develop in a way that would cause us to go faster or slower, but that's what the base case says.
And if I could follow up on the balance sheet. In 2019, when you did the mid-cycle adjustment, you ceased the balance sheet runoff. With a larger cut today, should there be any signal forward about how the committee would approach end state on the balance sheet policy?
So in the current situation, reserves have really been stable. They haven't come down. So reserves are still abundant and expected to remain so for some time. As you know, the shrinkage in our balance sheet has really come out of the overnight RRP. So I think what that tells you is we're not thinking about stopping runoff because of this at all. We know that these two things can happen side by side. In a sense, they're both a form of normalization. And so for a time, you can have the balance sheet shrinking, but also be cutting rates.
Colby. Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. Just following up on Gina's question on rising unemployment, is it your view that this is just a function of a normalizing labor market amid improved supply? Or is there anything to suggest that something more concerning perhaps is taking place here, given that other metrics of labor demand have softened too? And I guess in direct follow-up to Gina is, why should we not expect a further deterioration in labor market conditions if policy is still restrictive?
So I think what we're seeing is clearly labor market conditions have cooled off by any measure, as I talked about in Jackson Hole. And but they're still at a level. The level of those conditions is actually pretty close to what I would call maximum employment. So you're close to mandate, maybe at mandate on that. So what's driving it? Clearly, payroll job creation has moved down over the last few months, and this bears watching. By many other measures, the labor market has returned to or below 2019 levels, which was a very good, strong labor market, but this is more sort of 2018-17. So the labor market bears close watching, and we'll be giving it that. But ultimately, we believe, with an appropriate recalibration of our policy, that we can continue to see the economy growing, and that will support the labor market. In the meantime, if you look at the growth in economic activity data, the retail sales data that we just got, second quarter GDP, all of this indicates an economy that is still growing at a solid pace. So that should also support the labor market over time. So, but again, it bears watching, and we're watching.
And just on the point about starting to see rising layoffs, if that were to happen, wouldn't the committee already be too late in terms of avoiding a recession?
So our plan, of course, has been to begin to recalibrate. And as you know, we're not seeing rising claims. We're not seeing rising layoffs. We're not seeing that, and we're not hearing that from companies that's something that's getting ready to happen. So we're not waiting for that, because there is thinking that the time to support the labor market is when it's strong, and not when you begin to see the layoffs. There's some lore on that. So that's the situation we're in. We have, in fact, begun the cutting cycle now, and we'll be watching, and that'll be one of the factors that we consider. Of course, we're going to look at the totality of the data as we make these decisions meeting by meeting.
Michael McKee with Bloomberg TV and Radio. To follow up on that, what would constitute for you and the committee a deterioration in the labor market? You're pricing in basically by the end of next year 200 basis points of cuts just to maintain a higher unemployment rate. Would you be moving to a more preemptive monetary policy style rather than, as you did with inflation, waiting until the data gave you a signal?
We're going to be watching all of the data, right? So if, as I mentioned in my remarks, if the labor market were to slow unexpectedly, then we have the ability to react to that by cutting faster. We're also going to be looking at our other mandate, though. We have greater confidence now that inflation is moving down to 2%, but at the same time, our plan is that we will be at 2%, over time. So, and policy, we think, is still restrictive, so that should still be happening.
I'm just curious as to how sensitive you'll be to the labor market, since you forecast we are going to see higher unemployment, and it is going to take a significant amount of monetary easing to just maintain it.
So, what I would say is we don't think we need to see further loosening in labor market conditions to get inflation down to 2%. But we have a dual mandate, and I think you can take this whole action as take a step back. What have we been trying to achieve? We're trying to achieve a situation where we restore price stability without the kind of painful increase in unemployment that has come sometimes with this inflation. That's what we're trying to do. And I think you can take today's action as a sign of our strong commitment to achieve that goal.
Rachel. Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel from Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. You're describing this view that you don't think you're behind when it comes to the job market. Can you walk us through the specific data points that you found to be most helpful in the discussions at this meeting? You've mentioned a couple, but would you be able to walk us through what that dashboard told you as far as what you know about the job market now?
Sure. So we'll start with unemployment, which is the single most important one probably. You're at 4.2%. That's, I know that's higher than we were used to seeing numbers in the mid and even below mid threes last year. But if you look back over the sweep of the years, that's a very healthy unemployment rate. And anything in the low fours is a good labor market. So that's one thing. Participation is at high levels. It's, we're right adjusted for demographics, for aging. Participation's at pretty high levels. That's a good thing.
Someone take a trade.
Are still a bit above what would be
they really wants to
wage
trade.
Increases rather are still just a bit above where they would be over the very longer term to be consistent with 2% inflation, but they're very much coming down to what that sustainable level is. So we feel good about that. Vacancies over, per unemployed is back to what is still a very strong level. It's not as high as it was. That number reached 2 to 1, 2 vacancies for every unemployed person. As measured, it's now below around 1, but that's still a very good number, I would say. Quits have come back down to normal levels. I mean, that could go on and on. There are many employment indicators. What do they say? They say this is still a solid labor market. The question isn't the level. The question is that there has been change particularly over the last few months. And so what we say is, as the risks, the upside risk to inflation have really come down, the downside risk to inflation have increased. And because we have been patient and held our fire on cutting while inflation has come down, I think we're now in a very good position to manage the risks to both of our goals.
And what do you expect to learn between now and November that will help inform the scale of the cut at the next meeting?
More data, the usual. Don't look for anything else. We'll see another labor report. We'll see another jobs report. I think we get a second jobs report on the day of the meeting, I think. On the Friday before the meeting. And inflation data. We'll get all this data. We'll be watching. It's always a question of look at the incoming data and ask what are the implications of that data for the evolving outlook and the balance of risks, and then go through our process and think what's the right thing to do. Is policy where we want it to be to foster the achievement of our goals over time? So that's what it is, and that's what we'll be doing.
Neil.
Thanks. Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. We've only been running a little above 100,000 jobs a month on payrolls the last 3 months. Do you view that level of job creation as worrying or alarming, or would you be content if we were to kind of stick at that level? And relatedly, one of the welcome trends of the last couple of years has been labor market steam coming out through job openings falling rather than job losses. Do you think that trend has further to run, or do you see risk that further labor market cooling will have to come through job losses?
So on the job creation, it depends on the inflows, right? So if you're having millions of people come into the labor force, and you're creating 100,000 jobs, you're going to see unemployment go up. So it really depends on what's the trend underlying the volatility of people coming into the country. We understand there's been quite an influx across the borders, and that has actually been one of the things that's allowed unemployment rate to rise. And the other thing is just the slower hiring rate, which is something we also watch carefully. So it does depend on what's happening on the supply side. And on the beverage curve question, yes. So we all felt on the committee, not all, but I think everyone on the committee felt that job openings were so elevated that they could fall a long way before you hit the part of the curve where job openings turned into higher unemployment, job loss. And question that we can only speculate about. Intuitively, most many people anyway would say we're probably not going back to that era where there were trillions of dollars of sovereign bonds trading at negative rates, long-term bonds trading at negative rates. And it looked like the neutral rate might even be negative. So people were issuing debt at negative rates. It seems that's so far away now. My own sense is that we're not going back to that. But honestly, we're going to find out. But it feels to me and that the neutral rate is probably significantly higher than it was back then. How high is it? I just don't think we know. We only know it by its works.
And one more. How do you respond to the criticism that will likely come that a deeper rate cut now before the election has some political motivations?
Yeah, so this is my fourth presidential election at the Fed, and it's always the same. We're always going into this meeting in particular and asking what's the right thing to do for the people we serve, and we do that, and we make a decision as a group, and then we announce it, and that's always what it is. It's never about anything else. Nothing else is discussed, and I would also point out that the things that we do really affect economic conditions for the most part with a lag. So nonetheless, this is what we do. Our job is to support the economy on behalf of the American people. And if we get it right, this will benefit the American people significantly. So this really concentrates the mind. And it's something we all take very, very seriously. We don't put up any other filters. I think if you start doing that, I don't know where you stop. And so we just don't do that.
Okay, we're transitioning into Power Hour. We won't get back.
Yields.
Go ahead. Yeah, what's up, Jack?
I'll get stopped out of this thread.
Jack is in.
Yeah.
ZN selling off right now.
Yeah, take another crack. But I think I'm out. Power out.
Yeah, signing off.
Yep. I am out also.
GD,
right.
Jack. Thanks for joining us.
Talk with you, lads. We'll be back.
Interesting hour. Yeah. Catch you guys later.
You're right. Thanks,
I don't know what
guys.
the dual mandate is now.
How many times are they going to say
You
it?
said that like
All right,
five
so-
times.
Sure did. All right, it's you and me, Hogue. Keep an eye on these ES and NQ. We're going to bring in our favorites, David Green and Dakota, in the green room right now. We'll trade this Power Hour up a little bit. Hogue's got the keys to the house account.
Whack.
What's up? I hear David Green. We're selling beneath those 5700s. Yep, selling off in the ES and NQ. I got a poll we can run real quick. Robert, throw that up there.
What we say is we want inflation. The goal.
And when they come in, yeah, we'll talk trades, but also we'll have the Powell press conference on as well. Here you go. Poll is up. Do you agree with the Fed decision? Yes or no? Very straightforward. And you're watching Topstep TV, Jerome Powell press conference live on Power Hour. Go to David Green about to join us. Thoughts, get some trades. If you like any levels. What's up, David?
Did gold have a little reversal, guys?
Sure did, man. Sure did. Holy
cow! Look at that.
Here we
So
go.
busy watching Powell. Holy shmikey.
Oh.
85 RSI up there, guys.
It was, right?
Woo.
Hogue, you have the keys to the house account, and
do.
I see 50 contracts coming in.
Oh, baby. Oh,
Hey,
maybe maybe in the MES.
we make the call. 50 contracts today. Hey, as good as any other day.
I had an order for the double bond in the MESs, but we just missed it.
Ooh, okay. Hey, Pal's still speaking. I'm going to wait till after he speaks. I mean, the trend has been we dump after he's done speaking, but before it was just like the markets usually have been rallying while he speaks, and then we dump off. Today, it's just been a lot of chalk. We're right back to where we started.
Right. We did see some icebergs selling up above 725 and 730 in the ES, 5725 and 5730. Pretty decent iceberg orders up there selling it.
Iceberg offer.
A positive delta. Seems like there's a little bit of a long squeeze going on right here.
What are we looking at, Hogue?
Positive 10,000. It was up to positive 14,000. And we were coming up against those iceberg orders. That's when all that kind of piled in. And I think we just got a little too long up there. Anybody who is still playing, anyways.
Yeah. All right, let's do it. Let's go back to Powell. If you guys see any trade ideas, please jump in. The house account open. Seeing some sellers in ES and NQ. Let's go back to Powell.
And how would you react to that?
So the housing market, it's hard to game that out. The housing market is in part frozen because of lock-in with low rates. People don't want to sell their home, so because they have a very low mortgage, it'd be quite expensive to refinance. As rates come down, people will start to move more, and that's probably beginning to happen already. But remember, when that happens, you've got a seller, but you've also got a new buyer in many cases. So it's not obvious how much additional demand.
Right to the lows there in ES and NQ.
The real issue with housing is that we have had and are on track to continue to have not enough housing. And so it's going to be challenging. It's hard to to zone lots that are in places where people want to live. It's all of the aspects of housing are more and more difficult. And where are we going to get the supply? And this is not something that the Fed can really fix. But I think as we normalize rates, you'll see the housing market normalize. And I mean, ultimately, by getting inflation broadly down and getting those rates normalized and getting the housing cycle normalized, that's the best thing we can do for householders. And then the supply question will have to be dealt with by the market and also by government.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. Just following up on some of the labor market talk earlier, monetary policy operates with long and variable lags, and I'm wondering how much you see being able to keep the unemployment rate from raising too much comes from the fact that you're starting to act now.
Extended to the downside.
Run versus just the labor market is strong. And then
Start
also
looking far from
you're
like
25.7.
You're like
2570?
Do you see today's 50 basis point move?
2570, I'll look for the RSI to get extended to the downside now. So yeah, I'll start a little bit there.
So you're right about lags, but I would just point to
Ooh,
the overall
I like that play.
You have an economy that is growing.
We caught a nice short on the upside. So
look at forecasters or talk to companies. They'll say
long
that they think
gold.
2025.
we're at like a 33 RSI now. See if we can spike that.
There's no sense that the U.S. economy is basically fine. If you talk to market participants, I mean,
What a reversal.
You want to fill that
people
gap.
actually out there doing business.
Gap
So
fill
I think,
is
I think our move is
the
timed.
2540, 2583, 60 is the gap fill.
50 basis point move as a commitment.
Yeah, we're getting close.
Yeah.
Make sure that we
Yeah,
don't.
We get a bounce right in here.
So you're really asking about your second question.
That's the gap fill. We just hit it.
If you ask,
Yep, 83 is
if we
a level of
go into
support.
July
Makes sense to slow down a little now.
before the meeting, would we have cut? We might well have.
Big 100 contract order at 85,
we might well
and it just got filled.
That's not, that doesn't really answer the question that we ask ourselves, which is let's look.
All right, let us know, David.
At this meeting, we're looking back to.
Yep.
the
I'm still
July
at-
employment
still at
report,
70.
The August employment report,
Start.
the 2 CPI reports.
70 bid, 2570 bid.
Blackout. And all of the
Yeah,
other
I'll
things
watch.
that I mentioned.
I'll
We're looking
continue
at
to
all
watch
those
gold
things,
as
and we're
well.
asking ourselves, what's the policy stance we need to move to? We knew it's clear that we literally everyone on the committee
committees are just
agreed
holding on.
that it's time to move.
Yes.
It's just how fast do you go, and what do you think about the path?
MES
forward?
just bounced off the double.
This
Just missed the
decision
double
today
bottom
had
right
broad
after the
support on the
announcement.
committee, and
yeah.
I'll discuss the path ahead.
Big order coming in NQ at 610.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Mortgage rates have already been dropping in anticipation of this announcement. How much more should borrowers expect those rates to drop over the next year?
Very hard for me to say. That's from our standpoint. I can't really speak to mortgage rates. I will say, that'll depend on how the economy evolves. Our
reversal
intention, though, is we think that our policy was appropriately restrictive. We think that it's time to begin the process of recalibrating it to a level that's more neutral rather than restrictive. We expect that process to take some time. as you can see in the projections that we released today. And if things work out according to that forecast, other rates in the economy will come down as well. However, the rate at which those things happen will really depend on how the economy performs. We can't look a year ahead and know what the economy is going to be doing.
What's your message to households?
I have a buy stop on MES if we break above 93.
Home prices have still stayed so high as rates have been high.
93, and it's off.
What do you say to those
Nope,
households?
canceled.
What I can say to the public is that we had a burst of inflation.
Right in the middle, RSI-wise,
the world had a similar burst of inflation.
around 40, so we're not
part
oversold.
of the answer is that we raise interest rates in order to cool the economy off, in order to reduce inflationary pressure.
Hell bounced.
It's not
Right off
something
that
people experience.
Yeah, we're finding a little bit of structure, but
at the end,
What you're looking for 93s, buy above 93s?
Nope.
Off.
No.
Okay.
It's off. It's off.
Price stability is that people in their daily decisions, they're not thinking about
You
inflation.
know what? I'm actually going to put it back on 93 and a quarter. I have a buy stop, 93 and a quarter, 2 micros, something small.
Restoring that. So what we're going through now really
Hold locked and loaded.
it will benefit.
I have not done anything yet. Are we doing this?
No, not on house account. Don't put not a check mark on the house account. For me, it's wait until he stops talking.
And I think we've made real progress. We don't tell people how to think about the economy, of course. And of course, people are experiencing
Ring off.
crisis as opposed
I just got filled.
Now you're in.
Yep, and I'm out. It was just a quick in and out.
How much slippage?
Yeah. I closed off all of it. I wanted to just close a portion of it and hold the rest, man. But I closed it off. Oh well.
You said just
That was it.
Coming into the blackout.
Buyer stepping in.
Yeah.
Old, yes, and Q.
You know, the Fed could move either 25 or.
Or rally.
I would sort of argue that when we had those two last speeches by Governor Waller and New York.
Well,
President
first
Williams,
mistake.
that they were sort of saying that maybe a gradual approach was going to win the day.
Like Dakota said, we're going to be messy until he finishes. Then maybe we pick a direction.
I mean,
Yeah, this is just pure technical scalps.
If the market had been pricing in, like,
And the algos are just reacting to every word he says.
Wednesday, you know,
Yep.
after the CPI number came out, it was a really small probability.
Maybe we got what 5, 6, 8 minutes left.
Play in your consideration at all. Just talk a little bit about that. Thank you.
We're always going to try to do what we think is the right thing for the economy at that
We're
time.
trying to hold 5,700 even.
And that's what
on
we did
ES.
today.
You need to get above like 5706.
You've mentioned how closely you're
Yeah, I
watching
see.
the labor market, but you also noted that payroll
Right.
numbers have been a little bit less reliable lately because of the big downward revisions. Does that put your focus overwhelmingly on the unemployment
Nope,
rate?
that was the trade.
And given the SEP projection of
Here we go.
4.4 basically being the peak,
Which
of the
is
cycle,
5706 is
would
basically
going above
VWAP
that
above it
be
now.
the kind of thing that would trigger
Stephen
another
McLean,
50
how is that a mistake? Because I closed the entire position. I wanted to hold a portion of it at 93s. See if we could get exactly what we're seeing now.
We'll certainly look at those, but we will mentally tend to adjust them based on the QCEW adjustment, which you referred to. There isn't a bright line. It will be, the unemployment rate's very important, of course, but there isn't a single statistic or a single bright line over which that might move that would dictate one thing or another. We'll look at each meeting, we'll look at all the data on inflation, economic activity, and the labor market, and we'll make decisions about is our policy